Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 2 of our story. If you like this what if story and want to see part 3, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. Now, let's start. White Sands. It took only a few weeks for the togas to integrate themselves into the families of Moonlit Industries. It took only a couple more for Himiko to start looking like a real human being again. None of them really wanted to know what exactly was in Izuku's BLD that let her get back to form as quickly as she did. She promptly wanted to do something to warrant her presence there. As it was, she was basically living there for free, and it hadn't been sitting well with her. It took many arguments with Midoriya, but eventually he was worn down by Himiko. They gave her a job as their receptionist. Since she didn't have the knowledge to help them in the labs, he didn't want to make her clean, and Darby would be there to keep an eye on her. She was still trying to figure out what she wanted to do in the future, but they decided that would come with time. She'd barely had a few months outside of captivity and had enough on her plate trying to cram mist knowledge in. The bright side was, Midoriya thought, they didn't have a whole lot of visitors. That gave her plenty of time to study at the front desk. One fine Saturday morning, Shota Aizawa walked up to the front doors of the two people he would saddle with the description of mad scientist. He waited for the doors to buzz, allowing him in, and found their chief of security waiting for him. "Darby, I need to speak with Midoriya. Is he in?" Darby chuckled. "Yeah, he said you'd be coming by. Come with me, he's doing training with everyone right now." Aizawa shuddered a little. He would never get used to the idea that Midoriya was actively keeping tabs on everyone and everything he could. Darby led him through the hallways, up to the second floor, and finally stopped before a door that had a plaque next to it which was simply labeled Weapons Suite. Darby opened the door and gestured Aizawa inside. When Aizawa heard the words Weapons Suite, he expected to see workbenches, a shooting bay or two, some kind of army. Rather, what Aizawa saw was a large open room with a track wrapping all the way around it in an oval. A large swath of padded mats stretched across the floor and a dozen or so miscellaneous workout tools were in racks on the walls. The 17-year-old that he was looking for was currently in an exercise outfit in the middle of the mats, playing a dangerous game with two of his companions. It became evident to Aizawa that whatever Midoriya had been teaching them had been effective, because Hatsune and Gyro moved in perfect sync. A flurry of punches and kicks that would make even some of his third years blanch at the idea of fending off. Yet Midoriya did. Blows rained down around him, which he would nimbly dodge or deflect before striking at the soft parts of his opponents. To their credit, a number of his blows were dodged and deflected, as well. Many more of them still found their targets, though, if the pained hissing and thudding of flesh was any indicator. Aizawa wandered over to Toga, who had her back to one of the walls and her nose down in a textbook of some sort. "Just how long have they been at this?" Himiko looked up from her textbook long enough to recognize Aizawa before burying her nose back into her scratch paper. "About an hour or so now. Generally, Izuku makes Gyro show up every morning for training since she's aiming for the hero course. Says it's good for her to get used to getting up at an unpleasant hour, as well as how to properly fight without using her quirk. Mai joins every Saturday. Izuku convinced her that even support technicians need to know how to fight apparently. He agreed to train me once I've caught up on work, but how the hell are humans supposed to do calculus? How am I supposed to be able to just find the derivative of h times 4x cubed minus 7x plus 8 divided by x? Aizawa snorted and was about to comment that most normal human beings couldn't do calculus, much less easily, when there were two hard thunks and groans. He looked back over to the mats to find that Izuku had evidently capitalized on one of Hatsune's missed blows to fling her into Gyro and, using Hatsune's body, pin the both of them. The simplified derivative of that is 8x caret. Don't worry, Himiko, you'll get there eventually. Calculus is a nightmare for most people anyway. Helping the two girls he had just pinned to their feet, he continued talking. "Go ahead and take a couple minutes rest, guys." And then to Aizawa, "I'm assuming that this isn't just a friendly visit from our favorite hero." Aizawa shook his head but noted that, through all of that, the boy didn't seem winded in the slightest. He'd filled out since the first time he'd seen him and had sprouted up to nearly 6 feet, which was practically unheard of for the Japanese. Aizawa would have thought that some kind of steroids were involved if he hadn't known better. No, Tsukochi wanted your opinion on an operation we're planning. It's coming up in a week, and we wanted to cross it with your opinion. Izuku nodded before gesturing to a small table folded out of the wall. I would have thought that an area labeled weapons suite would have been more, well, weapon-oriented. Izuku laughed as he took his seat. Leaving out the obvious joke about our bodies being the best weapons, the entire facility is built to be modular, this room included. At the flip of a SWH, this entire room changes from a training and exercise facility to a weapons range, workshop, and army. The walls in here are reinforced with a chromium steel alloy. Anything that would be testing indoors here won't be going through it. Anything that's either a larger caliber or a prototype that I would be worried about going through, we test in the field on the other side of the hangar bays and their runway. Now, let's see this plan you've come up with for this operation. Izuku leaned back in his seat after Aizawa left, watching Gyro and Hatsune run around the track to cool down after their spar. A couple minutes into their planning, Izuku had set them against each other, confident that they knew what they should be doing. There hadn't been much Izuku could suggest changing. Personally, he would use Gang Orca rather than Ryukyu. Nothing against her. She was just prone to attracting attention with that draconic form of hers, and they were trying to avoid that here. Besides that, the Church of Clarity facility that they were going into had a good number of members with sensitive hearing. Gang Orca could use that to their advantage. But something felt off, and Izuku couldn't place it. Something was going to go wrong, and, while he had their assurances that they would take all precautions, Izuku still couldn't shake the feeling that whatever was going to happen was bad. Are you sure about this, Izuku? It is possible that you will be needed in the next 8 hours. This might not be the time to perform this operation. Midoriya sighed, shrugging out of the last of his clothing and stripping before laying down on the surgical table. You've done the calculations, Phoenix. We both know that the likelihood of that is practically non-existent. We've been putting this off because you have been worried about that, your ability to operate on me, and the safety of the implants. We've verified the implants a dozen times over, we won't be disturbed as Mai has agreed to take over any administrative issues that come up tonight, and you are more than capable of doing this if the test runs and simulations are any indication. I know the percentages, but something could still go wrong. Can't we put this off a little longer? Run more simulations. Let me run a few more test runs. I'm afraid, Izuku, that I could hurt you if I mess up. Izuku frowned but nodded. I understand where you're coming from. You're scared, and that is okay. Mai and I made you as human as any of us, so I can tell you with certainty that fear isn't a bad thing, Phoenix. It can be a helpful thing that keeps us from harm, but sometimes it keeps you from living your life fully. The biggest liars in our lives are our own fears. If I could, then yes, I would absolutely let you run more tests, but something's not right and I want to be prepared, even if my augments would be overkill. Besides that, Izuku looked up and into one of the cameras, where he knew Phoenix was watching. You'll be fighting against my own healing factor, unlike the tests. If anything, you're overprepared. We've allocated 8 hours, but more than likely, I'll be healed within 2, even though you'll be cutting into practically my entire body. It'll just take my body at least 4 to sync up with the new systems weaved through my nervous system. In all likelihood, I'll be up and moving around before the night's even over. Izuku laid back down after getting a confident, if slightly shaky, affirmation from their AI companion. Following the robotic arms surrounding the surgical table coming to life, the last thing Izuku saw as one placed the anesthesia mask on him and prepared to intubate was another set of arms picking up the thousands of microscopic wires that would be threaded throughout him. Izuku felt at peace. No memories came to mind, and nothing tried to force itself to the forefront of his thoughts. No pressing issues, only little details like what he should go do, or what he should cook for dinner. For the first time in decades, he felt at ease. His muscles relaxed, and he sank into the surface he was laying on. It was soft, like a cloud, and radiated warmth from all around him. He sighed in bliss before lilting laughter broke him out of his reverie. He opened his eyes to find the one woman he had never expected to see again standing over him. Rosalind Perry in all of her glory. She was by all accounts a tall woman, standing at 5'9", and was built like a brick shithouse from years of military operations and training. Her lengthy ginger hair flowed gently in the soft breeze while her bright blue eyes gleamed with laughter. He jolted and stood up quickly, snapping to attention with a quick captain. She laughed again before speaking in that sing-song tone she had. Now relax, Chief. There is no threat here, Izuku. He relaxed again, really taking in where they stood. In one direction, it seemed, dunes of powdery white sand would go on forever, trailing over the horizon. In the other, the ocean calmly lapped at the beach, kicking up a salty mist that permeated the air. Izuku looked left and right to find that even the coastline seemed to go on forever in an endless beach as far as his eyes could see. He turned back, confused, to Rose and prepared to ask her where they were at when he really took in what she was wearing. Her outfit was entirely white and was nothing like he'd ever seen her wear before. Her sundress flowed gently with her hair while her sun hat cast an otherworldly hue onto her face. He was utterly stricken by her, and she couldn't help but blush a little at his stare. When he started to try and choke out words, she laughed again with pure joy filling her eyes. "Where are we, right? Oh, don't give me that look. We've always been able to read each other better than the other would like. But where are we? Well, that is the question." Rosalind turned her back on Izuku to stare out at the ocean's horizon before continuing. "I wish I could tell you, but I'm not so sure myself. It's not unpleasant here, so I guess it doesn't really matter. We did always say that we would love to find ourselves beachfront property." Izuku stepped up behind her and tentatively wrapped his arms around her waist before leaning his chin on her shoulder. They stood like that for a moment before Rose sighed and turned into him. "I wish we could stay like this forever, but sadly we are running short on time. I don't know if we'll be able to talk like this again, so listen to what I have to say, all right, Izuku?" Izuku nodded his head, though he was still very confused about all of this. "You aren't at war anymore. I know what we've seen can be hard to get out of our heads. I see it, too, every time I close my eyes. You don't have any of the black cats with you where you've gone, and because of that, in your mind, you don't have anyone you can truly share this burden with. But you are no longer fighting a losing war. You don't have to worry if every next person will betray you. Please, find a shoulder to lean on. Find someone you can care for again." Izuku buried his head in Rose's shoulder and wanted to shake. He didn't want to think about the things they'd done, the things they'd had to do. He just wanted to stay here. His eyes were getting heavy, and it felt like his entire body was becoming leaden. "I won't ask you to move on. I know that you would only ignore that. I won't ask you to stay safe now that you can, because that's not the kind of man you are. But you have a unique opportunity too many of us didn't get. You get to play the role of peacekeeper now." Rosalind placed her hands on Izuku's cheeks and pulled his eyes down to her own deep ocean blue. "Here is your captain's final order for you, Chief. Make sure you fulfill it for me. Go become the shield you always wanted to be, Agra. Protect the people you want to protect as relentlessly steadfast as you protected our family. Become their bulwark against the darkness that lives inside humanity." The last thing Izuku heard was his Rose wishing him safe passage, and the last thing he tasted was whiskey and sea salt on his lips. Izuku woke with a jolt and tears in the corners of his eyes. It took him several deep breaths to calm himself enough that he wasn't in danger of panicking. It felt like he had just had a piece of himself stabbed with red-hot rebar. He had buried those feelings until whatever that was ripped them out of him, and now it felt like they had just been exposed raw to the world. When he looked around, he was unsurprised to find Mai asleep at his bedside. He sighed. Even if he told them 1,000,000 times not to worry about this procedure, they would still worry. He thought back to what Rosalind had told him. She had said to find someone to lean on. He supposed he had, in a way. "Phoenix, are you there?" It took only a moment for the synthetic voice to echo in his head. "Indeed. The operation was a success, but please don't make me do anything like that again. I do believe I've now experienced the emotion you call stress. I don't like it." Izuku chuckled and set his hand down on Mai's head. "Don't worry about that. I don't plan on having you do anything like that again. Any further augmentations would be localized at worst. Thank you for doing it, though I will say you're lucky. No one likes stress, and we all deal with it constantly. He stretched his limbs, pleased that he could once again feel the pulse of his electrical signals. The ocular module is the only one that is currently disabled. I felt it would be best if you activated and customized it yourself once you woke. Izuku cracked his neck and back before standing up. Gradually he followed the procedures he'd memorized what felt like a lifetime before to bring the module online. 1,000,000 data points appeared in his vision at once, making him hiss and laugh at the same time. It wasn't long before he'd gotten the heads-up display in his vision toned back and refined to his liking. Izuku turned to look at Mai, who was busy stretching herself out. Evidently, when he had hissed, he had woken her up. Though he couldn't complain, since he wanted to ask her a question anyway. Morning, Mai. The operation went perfectly. All systems are online, and we should be able to use it in the next prototypes of my gear so that they can be activated remotely. She nodded her head, though clearly she was still concerned, and that wasn't at all abated by Izuku's statement. By the way, a question for you. Do you guys have swimsuits by chance? I think it's a good day for us to head to the beach. After all, we haven't been back since we finished cleaning it. Mai could only stare at him, absolutely dumbfounded, before breaking out in laughter. Izuku sat at his desk with a fairly dopey smile on his face. They had indeed gone to the beach. To his pleasure, the city had managed to keep it clean after they had finished with it. If he'd had to threaten a few people to get that done, well, no one needed to know that. Hatsune had taken the opportunity to test several of her babies, though that surprised no one. They were at least non-volatile this time, even if he was sure the family that had gotten suddenly covered in snow on a summer day would have disagreed with him. Himiko had never been to the beach, and it had been wonderful to see her eyes light up when she saw the ocean for the first time. That had made Izuku as furious as it had made him happy. If her parents hadn't been in the court's custody, he likely would have hunted them down. What the hell kind of Japanese citizen didn't know what the ocean looked like? He would have to take note, though, that her skin seemed to be particularly sensitive to the sun. When he did start training her, he would have to run several tests because as much as her quirk wasn't vampirism, it was starting to look like it had a good number of similarities. When he had called his mother and asked if she and Hiromi would like to join them, both had been ecstatic. Even the Hatsune and Gyro families had gotten in on the outing, turning it into one big fun fest with everyone. Kyoka had been hesitant at first, but once they had coaxed the competitive side out of her, she had stomped them in beach volleyball. Rose's words echoed in his head, and he could see what she was getting at. He didn't need to be a hero. He just needed to be their shield. Himiko's voice came over the comm system then, informing him that his guest had arrived, and he smiled, telling her to lead him back to his office. While he waited, he informed Darby to come into his office in a couple of minutes. When the man stepped into his office, he immediately looked both dazzled and confused. Todoroki Natsuo was particularly tall at just shy of 6 feet, much like himself. He got his father's muscular build, but that was where the resemblance ended with his white hair and gray eyes. Izuku gestured for the man to sit down before starting. Well, Mr. Todoroki. Natsuo winced before interjecting. Just Natsuo, please. Izuku nodded his head, fully understanding why he would want to distance himself from his last name. I'm sorry then. I'm certain you're wondering why I called you here, Natsuo. Natsuo nodded his head. Not that I'm not ecstatic to be called by one of the biggest pioneers in health technology recently, but I do have to wonder why. I'm just a student. Sure, with me studying health and welfare, the fields overlap. But I'm not exactly a scientist. I don't think I could help you guys. You're right, I don't think you could help us in that way. Natsuo's jaw practically dropped at the bluntness of the statement, and Izuku waved his hand, signaling that he wasn't finished before the choking sounds could turn into protests. As you stated, you're still a student. That being said, I've seen your grades. You are a straight A student in advanced courses for your year. After we are done here, if you are interested, I would have no problem with bringing you on as an intern. It isn't exactly what you are planning on doing, I'm sure, but it's something in the field, and knowledge never hurt anyone. Natsuo had closed his mouth as he listened and was dumbstruck by the fantastic offer. But, if anything, that had only left him more confused, and he stated as much as he scratched his head. Not that I don't find the offer appealing, but why, then, did you call me here? Izuku smiled now. It was actually at the behest of our chief of security. There was a knock at the door, and Izuku's smile widened. Speak of the devil. Izuku stood from his chair, and Natsuo followed suit. Though, when Izuku moved to open the door, he remained beside his seat. When Izuku did open the door, there were about 3 counts of Natsuo not recognizing the man standing in the doorway. This was directly followed by him paling and stumbling back into the desk. Hey, Nat, long time no see. Natsuo made a choking sound as Dabi stepped into the office before pointing. Toya! You're dead. This isn't possible. Natsuo's legs wanted to give out, but he was pressed back against the desk and instead ended up leaning against it. I have a lot to explain, but no, National. I'm alive. Natsuo took a shaky step forward, tears forming in the corners of his eyes. Gingerly, as if Dabi would disappear if he made any sudden movements, Natsuo reached out to touch him on the shoulder. There was a brief moment after he had when neither brother dared breathe before Natsuo pulled his brother into a bear hug, sobbing deeply. Izuku smiled and stepped out of his office. He had no doubt that once Natsuo pulled himself back together, he was going to want answers, but for now, he'd give the brothers their privacy. If there was anything he was certain of, it was that meeting a loved one you never thought you'd see again wasn't easy. We'll move at 8 when their guard changes. If everything goes to plan, then we'll have the entire facility locked down by 8:30. Any questions? Detective Tsukochi looked around the room they were using for the briefing and saw no signs of confusion. Which wasn't terribly surprising, as this briefing was the final in a string of them. Heroes and cops stood around the room, each with their own task assigned to them. Some were picking through the photos of suspects and the location. Others still were studying the whiteboard that had a variety of strategies and notes on it. Aside from Rocklock, who had shoehorned himself into the investigation, Naomisa had absolute confidence that everyone knew what to do. Alright, I'll say it one last time. We have an undercover operative mixed in with the cult, so be careful. The sergeant will finalize your assignments. Let's get in position. Naomisa stepped away from the table and towards the door to get moving when he was pulled to the side by Night Eye, who had been leading the investigation on the hero's side. Tall, lean, and muscular, Night Eye was an interesting man. His dark green hair was neatly smoothed to the side, and he wore a grey suit with golden buttons. Ask anyone, and he gave the impression of the average office man. Anyone who underestimated him because of that would be immensely regretful. How reliable is this information? The man was stoic and cold to most people. In fact, if Naomisa hadn't worked with the man before and knew how to read him, he would have assumed Night Eye was accusing his information of being shoddy. However, he did know the man, and he also knew that if he was asking this question, rather than just verifying it himself, then he had something pressing in mind. It's reliable and accurate. My source is one of the best at obtaining information I've ever seen. Why? Both men were frowning, and a pit was growing in his stomach. He was already feeling on edge because of Midoriya's insistence about being careful. Because something isn't right. I don't need to use my quirk to know something has or is going to go wrong. When was the last time your officer checked in? Naomisa blanched. He's late and you're not the only one to tell me something's wrong. My source practically drilled it into me before he let me go. Are you sure I don't look strange in this, Izuku? Midoriya chuckled as he helped Kyoka off of his sleek black bike. She was wearing a crimson formal dress that was tailored perfectly to show off her curves. Although she didn't have the assets that others like Mai had, she was certainly attractive in her own way. Her styled shoulder-length purple hair would usually clash with the deep rose, but in this case, the two colors provided a contrast emphasized by her brash, yet bashful, personality. You look amazing, Kyoka, and don't worry. These events are generally a speech followed by a whole bunch of small talk, followed by snacking on whatever canapé they have set out, a bit of dancing and more small talk, and a final speech before everyone heads out. Izuku put out his arm for her as they walked up the path to the veritable mansion they were standing outside of. Izuku himself wore a simple, black three-piece suit with a matching crimson undershirt and black tie. Though it wasn't printing through the suit jacket, Izuku was carrying his sidearm in a sleek black leather shoulder harness. He didn't expect danger at the gathering they had been invited to, but he was uncomfortable if he didn't have it. It was better to have it and not need it than to need it and not have it. His hair was pulled back into a tight ponytail, as was usual for him, and he wore thin black gloves on his hands that went well with the rest of the outfit. As the two walked up onto the steps, they were greeted by a gray-haired man in his own suit, his wife, and a woman their own age. Izuku smiled his best business smile as he shook the man's hand. "It is good to finally be able to attend one of the events you have invited me to, Mr. Yorozu. It's a shame that it's been such a busy year, else I would have accepted your invitation sooner." The man laughed a hearty, full-belly laugh and shook both his head and hand with a vigor belying his age. "That is fine, son. I know how hectic the first year is for a company. I'm just surprised a quirkless has done so well for himself in this day and age. This must be your partner, Hatsumi, correct?" Izuku could feel the annoyance that came from someone pointing out his quirklessness but let it roll over him. He knew how to play the game, and if the media running stories on his quirkless miracle hadn't gotten to him, an aging man's offhand comment wasn't going to make him snap. "No sir, this is a close friend to the two of us, Gyro Kyoka. Mai unfortunately couldn't make it, as she had several matters to attend to. Mai simply had no interest in the politics that came from running a company. Luckily for her, he was fairly well versed in them, and Kyoka had volunteered out of curiosity. Well, it's a shame that Ms. Hatsumi isn't with us tonight, but it is wonderful to meet you all the same, Ms. Gyro. This is my wife." The man gestured to the lady standing beside him, "and my daughter." The latter of the two waved shyly at them, and Midoriya smiled back at her. "I do believe we have some business to talk about later regarding some raw materials you wish to purchase off of Yorozu Industries, correct?" Izuku nodded his head but gestured to the people who had shown up after them and were waiting behind on the steps. "Indeed, but I do believe we'll have time for that later, yes. We shouldn't keep the rest of your guests waiting." The older man gave Izuku a sly smile now and gestured them inside. Yes indeed, playing the game was a massive pain in his butt. Shota Aizawa crouched on the rooftop across the road from the old church. The building was aging, and it showed. The belfry had long failed to support the lantern, causing both it and the spire to snap, collapsing down and into one of the corners of the building. The main door had been long since barred shut, but the side door was still operational. At the side door stood one man leaning against the wall with his eyes closed. Either they weren't expecting company, or their guard wasn't very attentive. "Eraser, have you got eyes on?" His comm crackled to life, and the voice of Naomasa came through into his right ear. Aizawa reached into the scarf around his neck with one hand, pulling his goggles up onto his eyes while the other tapped the communicator in his ear. "Affirmative, guard just swayed and the new one isn't paying attention. Do we move?" It only took a moment before the affirmation came through and all of the teams moved to their assigned locations. As soon as the door guard was within attacking range, Aizawa immediately activated his quirk and threw out the bindings of his scarf to wrap around the man. Naomasa was close behind and was the first to realize something wasn't right with the man. Did you knock him out, Eraser? His head is rolling a bit much for everyone get down." The man began to hiss and expand before, a second later, he exploded in a million directions. "Midoriya, right." A calm, curious voice came from behind him, and Izuku turned away from the group he and Kyoka were mingling with to find the daughter of their illustrious host speaking to him. The gathering had thus far gone as expected. They had been approached by several businessmen and women in hopes of ingratiating themselves with Moonlit Industries, danced a little, ate a few canapes from the variety of tables, and generally just played politics with the business leaders of Japan. Though Izuku noted that several of the more quirkiest leaders wouldn't come within 20 feet of him and maintained their distance on the opposite side of the rather large ballroom. The room itself Izuku had to admit was nice, if not a bit gaudy for his tastes. While it was true that his mother had never particularly struggled to make ends meet with her job and the money his father had sent home, he still didn't consider them rich growing up. He also didn't see any point in spending money on a giant home, of which you'll never see half of in a week. But, he supposed, to each their own. If the Yorozu family felt the need for a mansion and a house staff, Then who was he to tell them otherwise? It just certainly wasn't his cup of tea. Izuku smiled and reached out to shake the hand of the woman now standing across from him. Indeed, Miss Yorozu. Midoriya Izuku. How can I help you? The woman blushed lightly, shaking his hand. Just Momo is fine. My last name is a bit of a mouthful. Besides, we're the same age, after all. What got you on father's radar? It seemed like he knew of you pretty well. Izuku quirked an eyebrow at her and scratched the back of his neck. All right then, Momo. You can just call me Izuku then. Also, don't tell me you live in this house and don't know what my partner and I have done. Wait. That sounds arrogant, and I'm sorry for that. I'm just surprised, is all. My partner and I founded Moonlit Industries around a year ago after we patented and began licensing our fusion reactor designs. Momo's eyes blew wide and her expression quickly morphed into apologetic shock. That was you. I've read all about that, as well as your recent creations. The biogel that is being used in Musutafu General is revolutionary, and hospitals all over Japan are already clamoring to be able to use it. Not to mention the regenerative biosteel that your partner recently put in. For the patent for. Rozu quickly snapped her mouth shut when Izuku began to laugh and then flushed when she realized that she had been rambling. I'm so sorry. I just thought that it must be so nice to already be doing what you want to do at our age, and you're both so smart to come up with the things you create, and I find your guys' work fascinating, and oh god, I'm doing it again. Izuku frantically waved his hands in front of him, trying to get the now scarlet Momo's attention as he caught his breath. No. It's nothing to be ashamed of. I was just caught off guard. You sure know your stuff about Moonlit Industries. I only filed the patent for the biosteel last week. We've not even gotten the chance to reveal it yet, since it's mainly a component for a couple of our projects. You are wrong about us doing what we want, though. I'm planning on getting my hero license, and Mai is wanting to focus on support items. We just can't do that without being 18 due to the laws governing both. No workaround or loophole for those laws, sadly. Kyoka, who had come up beside Izuku, linked her arm with his again, smiling. I plan on becoming a hero, and has been a huge help in training me. I feel a lot more confident that I'll be able to pass whatever test it takes to get in. Momo practically began vibrating in place when he talked about their plans to get hero licenses and started rambling again about her own plans to do the same. Izuku gestured for them to take a walk so that they could get some fresh air while the three discussed their college plans. Aizawa's ears were ringing and his vision was swimming from his place on his back in the church courtyard. Human goop was still raining down on them, and at that moment, he would have sworn that he would never be able to get the smell of iron off of him. As he pulled himself up to his knees, he could see that the others who had been in the courtyard hadn't fared much better. Several were bleeding from where bone splinters had speared them or a molar had impacted them like a bullet. Vaguely he could hear Tsukochi calling for everyone's status, and he coughed before raising his hand and yelling out that he was good. It wasn't seconds before another one of the teams was running into the courtyard and carrying off the wounded. What the hell happened? Aizawa recognized the voice as Detective Tamakawa, and it wasn't long before Tsukochi himself was barking orders into his communicator, warning the other teams to be on the watch for suicide bombers. Aizawa could tell Tsukochi was seriously cessed because he drew his weapon before signaling the rest of them that weren't wounded to stack up on the door. Once they had, Naomasa kicked in the door and went in with his flashlight in his left hand, bracing his handgun in his right. The main hall of the church was among one of the creepier things that the officers had seen. Human skulls lined the walls and windows, alongside skulls that were most certainly not human and looked like no animal they had ever seen. White cloth floated in each of the pews, as if being worn by invisible people, and the altar was covered in blood. Left and right they swept and cleared the rooms of the church before breaching the inner sanctum. Tied to a chair in the middle was their undercover officer and, for the briefest of moments, Aizawa was shocked into inaction. The same man that had just exploded all over them outside was standing behind their officer with a blade raised. There was a crack, and a single hole appeared between the man's eyes. The body dropped to the ground before dissolving into a disgusting human meat paste that leaked across the floor. Smoke wisped off the end of Tsukochi's barrel as he gritted his teeth. Oh, Jesus F. One of the officers that had followed them into the room immediately turned back around through the door and began to throw up, and it wasn't hard to see why. Their officer had been cut to ribbons. Strips had been sliced away from his body for hours from where he was tied to the chair. The legs, arms, chest, and lower back of the man had all been cut, sliced, and stripped of their skin. His face was barely recognizable from the beating he had received, and his body was covered in sickly bruises that contrasted the red that trickled from all of the incisions. But by far the worst was the officer's upper back. His back had been sliced open and the man had been in the process of breaking his ribs and twisting them up and out of his back, giving them the appearance of wings. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 reached forward, pale, and placed his fingers on the officer's neck. Aizawa watched his eyes go wide in shock as he choked out his words. "He's alive. Oh God, he's alive." Aizawa stepped forward. If the man was still alive, there was still a chance. "We need to get him to a hospital." Naomasa looked at him now, slowly coming out of his shock and shaking his head vigorously. "He won't make it that far, and a hospital wouldn't be able to do anything for him." Aizawa was just about to argue that they had to do something when 𝐒𝐭𝐴 gestured for him to help. "We need to get him to Midoriya. I know what you're going to say, but do you know anyone else that could possibly pull some kind of bullshit miracle out of a hat? Because that's what he needs." Aizawa simply stared deep into his horrified eyes for a moment before coming to a grudging agreement. They were on the outskirts of the city, and if anyone was going to be able to practically bring a man back from the brink of death within 5 miles of them, it was going to be Midoriya. The 3 teenagers were sitting at a small table in a gazebo. Laughter filled the air as they told funny stories and made jokes about the future. The scent of tea filled the space, as well as the warm cinnamon smell of cookies. "So what school are you planning on applying for, Momo? If you're wanting to be a hero and all. Oh, and what is your quirk?" Kyoka had no issues making quick friends of the raven-haired girl. Not that Kyoka would admit it, but she certainly wasn't HD on the eyes, either. The dress the woman was wearing flowed around her and, incidentally, gave a fair view of her BRSTS. Which, Gyro noted with a bit of envy, could rival Mai's. Before Momo could answer, Izuku stiffened in his seat. He gave them both a rigid smile and stood, pulling his phone out of his pocket. He excused himself to take an absolutely necessary phone call, but Kyoka knew better. She knew about the communicators he and Mai had implanted just under their ears. She also knew that he wasn't taking a phone call but was responding to whatever was being said over his comms. Izuku stepped back to the table with a serious expression and placed his phone back into his jacket's inner left pocket. "I'm sorry, Momo, but it looks like we'll have to excuse ourselves. There is an emergency back at the facility that I need to attend to. Please tell your father that I'm sorry for taking off like this, and we'll have to discuss our business another time. Come on, Kyoka." Izuku's pace started off normal as they made their way back to his bike, but by the time they had gotten there, they were at what was practically a dead sprint, leaving Kyoka very happy that she had worn her flats rather than heels. They both hopped onto his bike as soon as they got to it, and immediately Izuku gunned the throttle, sending them rocketing off towards their location. "What is going on, Izuku? What's the big emergency?" Kyoka was practically yelling over the wind whipping around Izuku as the bike bolted down roads, and he yelled back when he responded. "The DMN raid I helped plan went wrong like I suspected it would. The officer was apparently mangled, and Eno is bringing him to me because he's in such bad condition." She really needed to have Izuku give her one of the communicators. Her hand tingled where the RFID chip sat, and she debated whether she really wanted to get another injection. "Are you going to do the same thing to him that you had to do to Darby?" Izuku's already deep frown somehow got deeper, and his eyes went dark. "Gods, I hope it doesn't come to that. If he's that far gone, it may be kinder to let him die." 𝐒𝐭𝐴's car practically screeched to a stop outside of the loading bays of Moonlit Industries. When he had called ahead, a calm female voice had told him to head around so that they could get their officer upstairs. As he was stepping out of his vehicle, Izuku was already rushing forward with a stretcher. From the look of him, Naomasa surmised that he had been out when he had called ahead. He was in his business attire and still had his shoulder holster on. The only thing that was missing was the jacket that would have hidden the sidearm, so Izuku must have gotten there just before them. Izuku took one look at the officer and cursed. Reaching in, he delicately picked him up around his back and placed him on his side on the stretcher. "Kyoka, I need you to take them up to the common area to wait. I need to get to work as quickly as possible." Night Eye had come along with them when he had found out they were rushing the undercover officer somewhere. He had been very vocal about how it was a waste of time, as the man was already on death's door, if they weren't even going to a hospital. He might as well be a dead man with the distance they were from a hospital. The detective wouldn't accept that and rushed him out here all the same. It was at this point that Sir Night Eye decided to step forward, getting ready to vocalize his complaints that the man was dead, because Izuku wasn't even a real doctor. He hadn't vocalized even the first 5 words when he froze. The teenager's gaze caught him. It was as cold as ice and vicious. "If you think this is such a waste of time, then you shouldn't have come. If you open your mouth again or try to stop me in any way, Sasaki Mirai, I will have you scrayed from this facility. Now stop wasting my time. I have work to do." It was a grueling 2 hours before Izuku stepped into the common room of the facility. His sleeves were rolled up and the black and red of his suit had been stained crimson. His hair was coming loose from its ponytail, and he had streaks of blood still staining his face and hair from where he had run his hands across and through. Though it was evident that he had done his best to clean it off, else there would be far more. Detective Tsukochi stood immediately when Izuku entered the room, as he had been watching the door. Everyone else followed quickly, waiting for what they dreaded to be a forlorn conclusion. Izuku sighed and rubbed at the dark circles that had formed around his eyes before speaking. "His stable. It was touch and go for a while, and that isn't to say he's out of the danger zone yet, but for now he's stable. I made a call over to Musutafu General, as they prototype a number of our inventions, and asked them to prepare a space in their ICU. When he makes it through the night, we'll be moving him there." Izuku took the water bottle that I handed him thankfully and took a drink before sitting down stiffly into one of the room's chairs. "What the hell happened, Eno? Even once he heals, he probably won't be coming back to the force. If he does, then he has a will of steel. It isn't just the physical issues, but there are serious psychological effects that come from torture. I can heal his body, but I can't heal his mind." Naomasa sunk back into his seat in relief, and the tension that was in the air seemed to ebb away into sheer respite now that the danger had passed. "I don't know. Your information was good and thorough the day the members were there. When we went to perform the raid, however, we were confronted with a suicide bomber, a duplicate of the suicide bomber who turned into a meat soup when I shot him, and our undercover operative mangled beyond recognition. I got a report from the heroes still on the scene that they discovered a tunnel that was evidently used to move everyone and everything out before the raid." Night Eye jerked when Naomasa said your information, and Izuku shook his head. "Eno, this was beyond even my expectations. Abductions and disappearances are one thing. But performing Linkai and turning him into a BLD eagle. I'm afraid I was right before. These guys are far more dangerous than we gave them credit for, and this is going to get ugly." It didn't take long before the detective, the heroes, and Kyoka were excusing themselves and Izuku was seeing them out the door. To his surprise, Night Eye stopped to speak with Izuku and bowed to the teenager. "I am sorry for the way I acted. Tensions were high, and I didn't take the time to find out who you were. I didn't realize you were our source, and I most certainly didn't realize you were capable in the medical field." Izuku sighed and shook his head. "And I'm sorry that I threatened to have you removed. Like you said, tensions were high. Let's just forget it, yeah." Night Eye left and Izuku leaned back against the front doors and sighed, looking at the clock in the corner of his vision that said 11:27. "Long day, boss." Izuku looked over to find Darby leaning against the wall, smoking a cigarette that he'd evidently lit with his quirk if the blue glow was any indication. Izuku looked from Darby, down to his BLD-stained clothing, back to Darby, and couldn't do anything but laugh. "Oh yeah. You can say that. You know that isn't a great habit, right?" Darby shrugged. "Yeah, it's a habit I picked up to relieve both stress and pain. I've yet to kick it, but I guess it doesn't really matter since I regenerate now." Izuku acknowledged that. Darby had a point, and it wasn't like he hadn't had squad members in the past with the same mentality. "Izuku, we have another situation. Someone is closing on 𝐒𝐭𝐽𝐻. It looks like they are planning on attacking her. Oh, WhatIf. Darby quirked his eyebrow and pointed to himself while taking a drag on his cigarette, making Izuku snort despite the situation. No, not you. The day just got longer though. With me, we're going to deal with a problem that just moved from contain to eliminate. 𝐒𝐭𝐽𝐻 would be the first to admit that she hadn't expected the night to end as it had. She hadn't cared for the party, but then again, Izuku didn't care much for them either. He only went because Mai wouldn't, and it was an unfortunate necessity to deal with. Izuku had been hot in that three-piece suit and he had thought that she looked good, too. The idea that he found her attractive made 𝐒𝐭𝐽𝐻 feel all tingly inside. When he had gone from gentle and sly businessman to commanding man in charge barking orders, well, she wasn't going to deny how she became mildly distracted from the way his eyes glowed when he threatened Sir Nightai, or how much the predator in him turned her on at times. She was lost in her thoughts as she walked down the sidewalk. A lot had happened that wasn't even Izuku related. She had gotten the number of an heiress, for God's sake. When she had met Izuku for the first time, never in her wildest dreams did she think that she was going to meet so many heroes or people at the top of their fields. So distracted was she by her thoughts that she never saw the 2x4 come swinging out of the alleyway ahead of her before she was knocked to the ground, groaning and holding her head. She tried to crawl away, but her vision was swimming and suddenly there was a weight on top of her. The man was breathing heavily, saying her name over and over again. 𝐒𝐭𝐽𝐻, 𝐒𝐭𝐽𝐻, 𝐒𝐭𝐭𝐻. He didn't stop as he began to try to hike her dress up and tear at her clothing. She realized what was happening then and fought, even if her head was jumbled from the blow. She kicked, she clawed, she screamed. But the man was so much bigger than her and was already pinning her against the ground with his weight. She was about to scream again when he bashed her head off the ground, and her vision began spinning wildly. She had to get away. She could feel the desperation building, and she couldn't think straight. She didn't want this, she didn't want this. There was a soft click and a growl before suddenly the alleyway was bathed in an ice-cold fury that froze the man to his bones. The man stumbled back off of her, and she desperately tried to crawl away before she found herself in a warm embrace and a gentle cooing that she recognized as Mai's. She couldn't help it, she was safe. Izuku was there and she was safe. She curled into Mai's shoulder and cried. Mai, take 𝐒𝐭𝐽𝐻 back to the facility and take care of her. She has a concussion, several lacerations, and her nose is broken. I'll deal with this. Mai nodded and picked 𝐒𝐭𝐽𝐻 up in her arms. While it was slightly awkward height-wise, as Mai was only an inch taller, she couldn't be more glad than she was at that moment that Izuku had convinced her to do additional weight training along with the combat training. The other reason she wanted out of the alley was that she had never before seen Izuku this utterly cessed. She knew for certain that the man wasn't going to be making it out of that alleyway. The moment Mai had taken 𝐒𝐭𝐽𝐻 out of the alley, Izuku stopped trying to restrain his anger. He slammed his dress shoe into the gut of the man, sending him into the brick wall and violently vomiting his last meal mixed with the BLD of at least one ruptured organ. I warned you. You can target me all you want, Taijima, and I would have no issue with it. But you targeted one of mine. You tried to touch what was mine. Izuku stalked over to the man and slammed his foot down onto the man's hand. The crunch of dozens of little bones echoed through the alley, and the BLD-curdling scream that followed could have chilled the spines of the dead. Izuku brought his foot down on the man's elbow next, and then on his shoulder, leaving his arm dangling out of its socket. Each time the man screamed and whimpered, begging for mercy, begging for his life, and each time he did, Izuku broke a new part of him. Twisted a new part until there was the sickening sound of tearing muscle and shattering bone. Izuku had scared Darby before, and Darby knew to have a healthy respect for what his boss could do. But this made everything he had ever seen out of him look like child's play. The horrifying thought occurred to him that he hadn't ever seen Midoriya furious. He had only ever seen him at varying levels of annoyance. Izuku's eyes glowed a bright viridian, practically illuminating the darkness of the alleyway like demonic pits of Greek fire. His incisors had grown in his mouth, and he was making sounds no human should have been capable of making. A peal of barking laughter that was almost ecstatic erupted from him, such that one would expect from an animal caged far too long. When 𝐒𝐿 turned his gaze back to Darby, he had a psychotic smile that went from ear to ear, despite the man's BLD that was now spattered up his body, face, and hands. When he spoke, it was like nails grating against a chalkboard. A deep sound that resonated in the primal part of the brain, making your instinct scream at you to run as far and as fast as you could. "Hey Darby, tell me, is your quirk's name just for show?" Darby could do nothing but shake his head. He very well could cremate a body. Especially since his flames could now burn brighter, hotter, and without long-term repercussion. 𝐒𝐿 smiled happily now, and Darby decided that was even scarier. 𝐒𝐿 turned back to the man who had been systematically broken at his joints before having parts of his skin practically flayed off of him by 𝐒𝐿's bare hands. He managed to gurgle out several words, a choked, pained sound. "You won't get away with this. Someone would have reported the noise. A hero will be coming here right now." 𝐒𝐿's smile morphed back into an animalistic one now as he stared down at the man. "Oh no, I've spent months buying up the buildings around our headquarters and filling them with people I can trust. They won't report anything, because they are quite used to the noise of our experiments." 𝐒𝐿 pulled his sidearm once again from where he had holstered it to begin breaking the man. "Smile, you son of a bitch." There were several quick reports as the sidearm fired a bullet into his head and two into his heart. 𝐒𝐿 turned, then, holstering his sidearm and taking several steps away from the body before closing his eyes. It took several moments of ragged breathing before 𝐒𝐿 opened his eyes, now back to normal, and gave Darby a pained smile. In a soft voice, practically a whisper compared to before, he said, "I'm sorry that you had to see that, Darby. I really just can't stand RPSTS, especially when they touch one of my own. He's all yours now." Darby decided that the contented smile 𝐒𝐿 wore after he effectively turned a man into human plaster was the scariest yet. 𝐒𝐿 stepped into the lobby of Moonlit Industries to find a very tired-looking Mai resting her head against the reception desk. He didn't even have to ask the question on both his and Darby's minds before she was looking at the two of them and speaking. "Kyoko was pretty messed up. I cleaned her up, stitched up her lacerations, set her nose, and sedated her. She's asleep right now in the 104 since it's spare. Himiko moved over from 105 for the night to keep an eye on her. Has the BSTRD been dealt with?" Mai didn't need the confirmation. She could see clear as day the BLD drenching 𝐒𝐿. BLD that hadn't come from the undercover officer. She could smell the soot and ash on the two, as well, so that answered where the body went. But she still wanted to hear it, wanted to hear that the BSTRD had been dealt with the way he should be dealt with. It had taken a while for Mai to get used to having Kyoko around, as she wasn't an engineer like them. But even she had to admit that she had grown to be family. Darby nodded his head slowly, wary that 𝐒𝐿's bloodlust seemed to be rubbing off onto his partner. "Yeah, gearhead. Nothing left of him now, but Midoriya didn't let him get away with it." She stared for a long moment into his eyes before letting out a breath that she hadn't been aware she'd been holding. She tossed 𝐒𝐿 his phone before stepping towards the doors that led deeper into the facility. "You made the call to put him at contain rather than eliminate when you found him to be lurking around. Don't fret. You get to make the call to her parents." 𝐒𝐿 sighed and nodded. Yeah, he would make the call, even if it was going to be an unpleasant one. "What does she mean, put him at contain, boss? You said it before, as well." He moved from contain to eliminate. 𝐒𝐿 glanced over to Darby before peering back at his phone, looking for the gyro's contact information. "I run on a DCE protocol in both combat zones and in the information I gather. De-escalate, contain, eliminate. I gave Taijima a warning to stay away from mine about a year and some change back after he had followed Kyoko and myself to her home. Since then, he hasn't done anything other than occasionally follow her around. As such, I deemed the situation contained. I was evidently wrong. I don't know as of yet what triggered the escalation in his behavior, and frankly, I don't care. Once the situation has moved past containment, I'll eliminate it without hesitation. I won't be making that mistake again. Now if you'll excuse me, I need to make a phone call. You go ahead and clock out for the day, Darby. I won't be sleeping tonight." Darby nodded his head and was more than happy to get some sleep. His boss may have fixed up his body and given him some upgrades, but that didn't mean that he had the unending well of energy that Midoriya seemed to have. As he walked deeper into the facility, he contemplated Midoriya's DC system and wondered just how many people sat on the knife's edge of elimination and would never know it. It was just past midnight when both of the gyros came barging through the front doors of Moonlit Industries, wearing panic on their faces. Izuku wasn't surprised when Kyotoku was the first to speak, nor was he surprised with the sheer amount of alarm and downright fear that the man was acting with. "Where is she? Where is my baby girl?" Izuku wanted to sigh right then, because he knew this was going to be painful for them to hear. But he knew if he did, he would only set them more on edge than they already were. "As I said on the phone, there has been a bit of an incident. You didn't say much of anything on the phone. You just told us that something had happened and that we needed to get down here quickly." "What happened? Where is our daughter?" Luckily for Izuku, before he could be overwhelmed by the frantic father figure, Kyoka's mother stepped up. It was fairly evident that Mika Gyro was the more sensible of the two at this moment. She was clearly panicked but was, thankfully, retaining her senses and not giving in to the fear like her husband was. "Let Izuku explain, Kyotoku. I'm sure that if he's called us down here at midnight, then it isn't something we would want to be explained on the phone." Izuku gave a rueful smile to Mika before thanking her and continuing with his explanation. "Thank you, Mrs. Gyro. You're quite right, this isn't something you should hear over the phone. Around 11:30, my head of security and I were alerted by our security system that there was a man following Kyoka with what seemed to be the intent to attack her. As such, we both took off running to intercept. Unfortunately, we didn't make it in time to stop the attack." Izuku wasn't going to tell them that the shattered concrete outside had been from them taking off at full speed, but all the same, both parents scared in a breath as he continued. "We did, however, get there in time to stop your employee, Taiji Matoru, from doing anything more than just hitting her." Izuku let the implications of that sink in for the parents. It was a lot to process in one go. He could tell when it had sunk in, as both parents went deathly white as the BLD leached out of them. Before they could start asking questions, Izuku continued with the information dump, knowing it was better to get it all out in one go. "Before I say anything else, let me say that she is all right physically. She has a concussion, several stitches, and a broken nose. Besides that, though, she has no physical injuries. I stress the word physical because this is going to be HRD on her mentally. She is trying to be a hero, and yet she was placed in such a situation where she had to be rescued a second time. Kyoka is going to need you too when she wakes up." Kyotoku took a step forward and was going to take another towards Izuku when Mika placed a hand on his arm to hold him back. "You call that all right physically? What the F is wrong with you?" Izuku frowned now, because clearly it hadn't sunken in as deeply as he'd hoped. "Yes, I do. Compared to what could have happened to her, yes. She is all right physically. What happened to Taijima?" Izuku looked now to Mika as she spoke to him. Her eyes were hard, her fear having morphed into fury. "We terminated his employment last week because he was violating several rules. Do we need to worry about him again?" "Ah. There's the catalyst. She doesn't need to know that, though." Izuku's smile went from rueful to cold and sharp. "Oh no, Mr. and Mrs. Gyro. You won't need to worry about him ever again. I've made sure of that." The smile and tone sent chills up their spine. They had thought Kyoka had been joking when she had told them Izuku could be scary occasionally. Now they understood wholeheartedly what she had meant. "You'll find Kyoka asleep in apartment 104 on the top floor. You're all welcome to stay as long as she needs." It had taken a week for Kyoka to heal and go home, and though she bore no physical signs from the attack besides the new scar gracing her lips, she clearly wasn't all right mentally. She had tried to tell him she was fine, but he knew better than anyone the signs of trauma. He leaned back in his desk chair as he thought about it. He spent most of his nights here in his office, parsing through paperwork and other administrative tasks that needed to be handled, but tonight it seemed he had other issues pressing on his mind. They had 11 months until the entry exams for a university, and Mai had only just gotten through the worst of the attack on their headquarters. If Kyoka was going to be a hero, then he'd have to take a more active role in her recovery. Not that he minded, of course, but he'd have to be careful. These things tended to heal the best with time and support. Rushing it could cause the opposite of what they wanted. Mai had been right when it came to the wall thickness. It was an oversight. He should have had them soundproofed. Kyoka had insisted a couple days into her stay that they get back to their training regime, but Izuku had known that would have been disastrous. She was still jerking when people made unexpected movements around her, and though Izuku doubted she noticed it, her focus wasn't there at all. He had told her to rest for the rest of the month before they got back to it, and Izuku could only hope that she would be ready to get back to training when it was time for it. Izuku stood up with a snap out of his desk chair, bringing his weapon out of its holster in one swift movement to point out across his office. It took only a few moments for Phoenix to speak to him. "Izuku, what's wrong?" "There is nothing there, and I'm not picking anything up on the sensors." He grimaced, because that meant the sensors weren't picking up what he was sensing, and that meant only one thing he could think of. "Enough toying around. If you want to have a conversation, then come on out. Otherwise, get the F out of this facility." Izuku was beginning to get annoyed now. It was one thing to barge into their headquarters. It was another entirely to both barge in and be impolite when you did it. Seconds stretched into tens of seconds before finally, a purple swirl appeared in the middle of the room and all hell broke loose with their alarm system. An ear-splitting klaxon ripped through the facility and the defense systems engaged. Izuku wasn't worried about Mai and Himiko, as Phoenix reported to him that they had reached the panic room on the residential floor and she had full control of the 30mm turrets around the facility. He did decide he would have to bump the automaton project up on priority, though, if they were going to keep having these kinds of incidents. Darby slammed the door open, blue flames already creeping up his arms, as one large man stepped out of the purple swirl, the mist coalescing into a person. The purple mist of a man was standing behind the bigger man, so Izuku made the assessment of which was in charge. The moment he focused his attention fully on the boss, there were several details he took in. He was large, even to Izuku who had now reached 6'2". If he had to guess, the man was about 7'6", and while he wasn't huge, he gave the impression of power both with his demeanor and his presence. Both men wore well-tailored suits that, had the circumstances been different, Izuku might have complimented them on. It was when Izuku took in the man's face, or lack thereof, that he scared his tongue, cursing in his head. He recognized the man from the whispers of the underground. He put his sidearm back into its holster and sat down with a glare on his face. "Phoenix, Darby. Stand down. There isn't anything you can do about this one, and you would just get in my way. Darby, go get Mai and Himiko out of here just in case." Darby jerked. It was the first time Izuku had chosen to speak to him through his implants, but he quickly realized the gravity of the situation. As he moved away from the door and quickly towards the stairs, Izuku spoke. "And to whom do I credit the displeasure of a visit from the boogeyman of the underground? All for one. I see that you know who I am, young man. I must say that I am surprised you would be so blunt with me." The large man had taken one of the seats across from Izuku and crossed his hands on his left leg after laying it across his right. "But we can still have some decorum, no?" Izuku narrowed his eyes, wanting to curse. This was going to be a massive pain in his butt. "If you wanted decorum, then you should have made an appointment like a normal person rather than use." Izuku gestured to the well-dressed purple mist, a Church of Clarity teleporter. "Though now that I see you together, I suspect he's been more of a go-between." Though he couldn't see All for One's eyes, he could certainly read his body language, and it was displeased when he spoke of the 𝐭. "Yes, a failed experiment that has gotten very out of hand. I would prefer it if you didn't associate Kurogiri and me with them. I suppose you are correct, though, so I'll get to the point. You have something that is of interest to me. Or, should I say, several pieces of technology that you and your partner are working on. Please, go on. Because if you are simply requesting them, then you can leave." Izuku hadn't stopped glaring at the two men, and the tension in the room was rising. The atmosphere was suffocating with pressure, and if it had been physical, then sparks would have rained down around the room. All for One chuckled. He had to admit that he liked the spirit of this one, even if he wasn't crazy about someone not knowing their place. Of course I'm not asking for something without compensation. You are quirkless, are you not? How would you like a quirk of your very own? Or you could even join us. The League of Villains would always welcome someone as brilliant as yourself. Izuku sighed, closing his eyes and leaning back, as if giving it a moment's thought, before smiling. While All For One had seen the sheer animosity before and was able to keep from flinching, Kurogiri was not, and he involuntarily took a step back. I must say, had you come to me only a couple years ago with that offer, I may have just taken you up on it. But I have to say, I have no interest whatsoever in having a quirk now. I've made peace with my quirklessness. I've found a better solution, after all. As for your offer to join you, well, I'm going to have to decline. While I may not have any love for most heroes, I have absolutely no love for men like yourself who would inflict suffering on the innocent just for your own gain. I'm sorry, but I am very busy, and if that was your proposal, then the both of you can show yourselves out the way you came in. All For One glared now at Izuku, and if looks could kill, then they both would have been dead by this point. You misunderstand. That is the easy, friendly way of doing things. If it comes to it, I could kill you and your partner right now and take what I want. All For One may have been okay with the slightly crazy energy before, but even he could feel the pressure that was emanating from the boy now. The sheer bloodlust and fury on their own would have been enough to startle him in their amounts, but the presence he felt from the child now was on par with All Might in his prime. Izuku's eyes were glowing again as he growled his words at All For One. Lapus non timit canem latrantum. You are right, this is the easy way of doing things. You may be able to harm me, as I don't have my equipment, but do you really think that you'll get out of it unscathed, Munin Shigaraki? It was All For One's turn to JRK now. The boy, no, the beast that sat in front of him spoke his real name that should have been lost with time with such ease that it was no guess. A name he had believed removed from all sources. The shadows in the room seemed to darken as All For One was locked into those pits of viridian fire, and he could feel the eyes of a predator on him like he hadn't felt for a very long time. Or do you think that I don't recognize a respirator when I see one? Even if it is a fancy one made to look like a creepy butt skull mask. Even if you could kill me and get away, do you think the heroes wouldn't come in time? Wouldn't figure it out? That the government watching this facility wouldn't have something to say? You would so easily violate the treaties by attacking a Japanese asset. No, you are a lot of things, but stupid is not one of them, Shigaraki. You can't afford that. Let me make something clear for you right now, though. I have no interest in the feud you have going with the number one for some reason. I don't even particularly care why. But if you come after one of my own, I will make your life a living hell. I don't have the qualms that normal heroes have. I will hunt and kill anyone and everyone that chooses to associate with you. I wonder, how will you explain to Tomura in hell why his last moments were him choking on his own BLD? Make an appointment like a normal person, and come with a proper business deal. For now, however, last warning before I get impolite. Get out of my office. All For One could see now the danger that was in front of him. This was no mere boy, and he would be DM'd if he was quirkless. His eyes glowed like jade fire while his snarling sounded like the growl of a panther. His incisors had grown in his mouth as he got angrier, and the wood of the desk was cracking with the pressure Midoriya was placing on it with his hands. The Grim Reaper's blade was wrapping around everyone's throats, and it would seem he'd need to leave before this thing decided to take his head off. How disappointing. I suppose we'll have to see again in the future which of us will get what they want. Won't we? Kurogiri, we're leaving. It took Izuku far longer to calm himself than he would have liked. This was the second time this month someone had dared threaten those around him. He hadn't had problems like this controlling his anger since he first got spliced. His claw had been able to take care of themselves. Had been able to defend one another. Now someone dared to threaten the members that couldn't. It would appear that even he had some self-control training to do. He couldn't afford to go off on every villain that took a swing at Kyoka in the future. Izuku reached up to his ear, tapping the communicator under it and connecting to Mai and Darby. We're clear. But we need to talk. Izuku weaved left and right between the steady, controlled swings that Kyoka sent his way. Up until this point, he hadn't swung back, as he was still testing her focus. But he needed to know if she was up for this. She swung at him fast with several quick jabs that he was quick to step out of. And when she brought her last blow out towards him in a full-powered punch of where she believed he would be, he sidestepped, rotating his body and using the centripetal force to swing the back of his fist around towards her face. He stopped just before hitting her but could already see the effect. She stumbled back, gasping for breath, her eyes clouded. She stumbled and fell on her rear as she struggled to pull herself together. Izuku simply wrapped her up in his arms and cooed. "You're fine, Kyoka. It's fine, there is plenty of time. Focus on my breathing now, deep breaths." When she had calmed down enough that she wasn't panicking, she teared up again out of frustration. "God damn it." She punched the padded floor before continuing. "No, Izuku, it's not okay. I've been training for over a year with you and I still got my butt handed to me and had to be rescued. If that happened in the field, I would be dead or would have endangered someone else. Kyoka, you just turned 18, and you may have combat training, but you have absolutely no field training. You can't be expected to be able to deal with crisis situations yet. No one is judging you, and it could have happened to anyone. It never would have happened to you or Darby." She spit the words back bitterly at Izuku, but he couldn't blame her. She was right. It wouldn't have happened to either of them, but Darby had been surviving for a long time and Izuku was barely human. It wasn't a fair comparison her brain was providing her. She had a look on her face of revelation, though, and he didn't like where she was going with that train of thought. "That's it. How could I have been so blind?" Izuku simply started shaking his head, trying to cut her off there, but she just plowed right over him. "You just need to do what you did to Darby, to me. He got way stronger after you did whatever it was that you did. He can even land the occasional blow on you when he spars with you." "No. Absolutely not." Kyoka shot him a look that was mixed with betrayal and hurt. "Darby has years of field experience that you don't. You'll get there eventually. It's all a matter of time. Please, Izuku." She grabbed onto his shoulders and shook him. "I won't screw up again, and you wouldn't have to worry about me getting into trouble." "I don't worry about you getting into trouble, because I know that by the time we're through you that you'll have the field experience to handle yourself. You didn't screw up, Kyoka. You did nothing wrong. You were simply the victim of a crazy lunatic who ambushed you. And what if I get ambushed again, here? If you fix me, then I'll be able to deal with the situation." Kyoka had barely gotten the words out when Izuku shouted, and she jerked, fear trying to bubble up in her gut as she shoved the feeling down. "No!" Izuku winced when he heard how that came out and once again softened his voice. "I'm sorry, Kyoka. I didn't mean to yell. You don't know what you're asking me to do to you. You aren't aware of what you are trying to give up. I don't need to fix you because there is nothing wrong with you. Please see that." Izuku sighed and reached up, wrapping his hands around Kyoka's on his shoulders. "I don't need to tell you to keep this a secret, Kyoka, but I rewrote our genomes. We aren't human, Kyoka. Please don't ask me to chip away at your humanity for the wrong reasons." Kyoka's eyes widened as she realized what Izuku was telling her. "How much?" She choked the words out. Izuku looked at her quizzically before she clarified. "How much of yourself did you alter?" Izuku grimaced and looked away from Kyoka's questioning, curious, horrified stare. "Darby's genome is still 96% human. He's the least altered out of everyone I've worked on." "Izuku! That's not what I asked." Izuku shook his head, taking a step away from her and to one of the many weapon racks around the room. "It doesn't matter. But I'll make you a deal. We have just over 10 months until the entrance exams. I'll start training you in weapons, though it is a bit early. We'll revisit this topic after you've made it into the hero course, and if you still feel like you need it, then and only then will we speak of this again." Izuku was walking back from their local grocer with the ingredients he would need to make their dinner. Himiko had surprised them by wanting to try jambalaya, and he was more than happy to oblige, as Cajun was a favorite of his. That being said, while they'd already had the shrimp and rice, he'd still had to go get sausage and a couple spikis. He was walking back to the headquarters and through an underpass, checking off items in his head to make sure that he'd gotten everything, when his instincts started screaming at him. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 threw himself forward into a roll and sprung up into a crouch just in time to witness the manhole cover he had just been over fire out of its slot like an explosion had gone off. The gurgling sound of liquid trying to form words was enough to disgust anyone. A large invisibility cloak. I don't have time to find someone else with that freak behind me. Just behave and let me control you for a bit, eh? As the sludge lunged at 𝐒𝐭𝐴, he rattled off ideas in his head, time seeming to slow down. Knife. Can't see any vitals in the dark of this tunnel. Gun. Same issue. Brute force dispersal of liquid. Not elegant but the best solution at the moment. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 placed one hand out, sliding into a low stance as he prepared to scatter the liquid that was charging towards him. Both sides froze in place when a boisterous laugh began to echo from the manhole cover. Don't worry, young man. I'm here. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 had time to process that it was All Might that had come out of the hole when he realized his fist was pegged back. Oh hell, doesn't he realize that the wind tore down the underpass, causing the liquid abomination to be splattered across the walls and 𝐒𝐭𝐴 to get launched out the other side of the makeshift cannon that was the wind tunnel of an underpass. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 skidded to a stop after several feet and could feel the scrape up his knee from the asphalt. He took a moment to check that his knee was regenerating and looked up to find that the number 1 hero had found a bottle and, utilizing his speed, had shoved most of the villain into it. I'm really sorry that you got involved in this, young man. I've been chasing this villain for some time but almost lost him in the sores around here. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 waved off the apology. It wasn't a big deal, and no one ended up hurt, anyway. What are you doing here in Musutafu, anyway, All Might? Your office is in Tokyo. Sorry, young man, but I can't answer that question. It's a secret for now, after all. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 could understand very well the need for secrecy in their line of work, so that answer didn't surprise him at all. Now, young man, I must be going. I have to get this villain to the police, after all. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 frowned and his eyebrows pinched together. There were many things wrong here. Besides that, though, if he jumped with that bottle unsecured in his pocket, it was going to come out. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 reached into his grocery bag that had fallen to the side, pulling out some of the sausages and removing the twine from the butcher's packaging. All Might could use it to secure the top of the pocket over the bottle. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 placed his hand on the shoulder of the hero to suggest the course of action and was suddenly flying through the air while holding onto the number 1 hero. Here. What are you doing, young man? Let me go. You've got to be shitting me. Did he just suggest I let go of him while flying through the air? You know what? Let's see how he deals with his orders being followed. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 quirked an eyebrow and simply gave him an all right before letting go and dropping towards the nearest rooftop. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 stood up with a groan as All Might landed beside his impact site on the rooftop. The man looked panicked, and that look definitely didn't abate when he watched 𝐒𝐭𝐴 pop his own shoulder back into its socket. Are you crazy, young man? What if you had died? 𝐒𝐭𝐴 gave the number 1 hero a glare that told him he was having none of it. Am I crazy? I should be asking you that, All Might. First, you have the situational awareness of a god's 𝐷𝐴𝐻, in which you don't realize you've placed the bottle in your pocket in such a way that it will fall out. Which, might I note, it has, and you've now lost the villain. And when I go to suggest you a solution, you 𝐷𝐴𝐻 launch me into the stratosphere because you couldn't pay attention and realize someone had a hand on your shoulder. All Might took a nervous step back from the boy as he tore into him. Then, when we're in the air, you give the order to let go. Because clearly, that was a plan you'd thought out so well. What the hell were you thinking? He took another step back and coughed. I don't have any time left. Steam was beginning to pour off of him, and Midoriya hadn't missed the detail. You're trying to force your big form, aren't you? That can't be healthy, so drop the act, All Might. What dash? All Might took a hard step back now into the edge of the roof before deflating, coughing and spitting crimson all over the ground. How did you know about that, boy? Midoriya's cold glare bored into All Might and sent chills down his spine. He'd felt a gaze like that before, and it shouldn't have been coming out of a child, barely an adult. All Might, I'm shocked that more people haven't realized. You are absolutely terrible at keeping secrets. You've been caught transforming on at least half a dozen alleyway security feeds since arriving in Musutafu. The only thing I don't know is why. If it's simply a transformative augmentation quirk, then that would be one thing, but since you're literally spitting your BLD across the roof, I'm guessing that's not it. All Might sighed, rubbing at his face with his hands. Had he really been that careless with security feeds? Considering that you haven't been spreading around what you have found out, I can safely assume that you understand this is a major secret, yes? Midoriya nodded and All Might continued, pulling up his shirt. This is a wound a villain gave me 5 years ago. I haven't told the public about my 𝐭𝐴. All Might jerked again, cutting off his explanation when the boy rapidly closed the distance between them to examine his wound. He hissed between his teeth. Fing hell, All Might. How are you functioning as a hero right now? I'm guessing your left kidney, left lung, spleen, a large part of your intestine, and liver were all destroyed, yes. All Might was shocked he hadn't realized that the kid in front of him had medical experience. The symbol of peace must never show weakness and must never succumb to the forces of evil. It mustn't come out that I was injured this badly by a villain or that I am in a weakened state. Izuku gave him a critical stare before backing up, sighing, and sitting down in front of the hero. Obviously, though, I would point out that you are the one who put yourself in this situation. You've practically created the very system that doesn't allow you to lean on your fellow heroes for help. You're no god, All Might, despite what you would want villains to believe. Though knowing this happened 5 years ago brings up an interesting question. In an interview around 7 years ago, you were quoted saying that anyone could be a hero, even the quirkless. Do you still think that, despite the injuries that you've sustained? He didn't particularly care what All Might's answer was, but it would give him a good idea of what the man was like. Absolutely not. A hero is always laying his or her life on the line, and anyone without a quirk would just get themselves killed. Izuku's critical stare bored into All Might and shuddered from the disdain that now sat in that gaze. He scared in a breath, as he could practically feel the ghost of his nemesis behind this young man. I see, Midoriya was cut off when an explosion erupted only a few blocks over from where they were on this roof. Before All Might could even react and say something, he was startled when Midoriya threw himself off the roof. Just like when the kid let go of him in the air, his heart jumped into his throat, and he looked over the edge of the building just in time to see Midoriya hit the ground, roll, and sprint in the direction of the explosion, as if it was the child's job to run into danger. Izuku skidded to a stop at the wall of stupid, gawking citizens and tried to take stock of the situation. The slime villain had obviously escaped its temporary prison and, taken a hostage. The buildings around them were on fire somehow and lighting the alley up, as if a phosphorus round had gone off. From what he could see, there were 4 heroes on the scene currently. Backdraft, Mount Lady, Kamu Woods, and his favorite hero, Death Arms. To his horror, none of them were doing anything to save the hostage who was apparently struggling not to drown in the sludge. Izuku's mind went blank with white-hot rage at the 2 heroes standing there, doing nothing, letting an innocent life be snuffed out. Fine. I'll deal with it myself. Izuku took off running towards one of the buildings to the right and jumped upwards, pushing off the wall and propelling himself over the crowd and over the line Mount Lady had desperately been trying to use to keep civilians back. The silver lining of all the fire was that Izuku could now see the sludge's vital organs in its translucent body. He sprinted at full speed towards the villain, drawing the KA bar that he kept in the small of his back. The heroes shouted at him from the line to get back, because obviously, if their useless buttes hadn't been able to do anything, that meant that someone else couldn't. Izuku slid to a stop in front of the sludge before slamming his knife into what looked like a pancreas, causing a horrible, gurgling scream to rip out through the alleyway. Pulling his other arm back, he slammed it into the sludge, grabbing the arm of the hostage and ripping them out of the slime before tossing them back towards the hero line. The slime was cessed and reared back, preparing to crash into Izuku now that his hostage was gone. Izuku dropped into a low crouch, his knife once again running parallel to his forearm as he prepared to eviscerate the slime. Detroit smash! The world once again exploded into a flurry of air pressure as the slime villain was once again splattered against the walls. Rain began to fall on the audience, now in awe of the number one's sheer power. What the hell were you thinking, kid? You could have gotten yourself killed. You had absolutely no reason to rush headlong into danger like that. What would you have done if you'd gotten hurt? We should arrest you for vigilantism. Izuku's lips curled back at the two heroes that were taking turns chewing him out but smiled a vicious, sharp smile when he looked past them and saw the media. He had a perfect way to deal with them. Yeah, good luck with that, jackasses. I'm quirkless. The charges wouldn't ever stick. Izuku strode away from them and towards the media with a smile, fully aware of what he was about to do. The media shouted at him from all directions as he stepped in front of them. The quirkless wonder had been a favorite topic of theirs, and this would no doubt be great for their ratings. Izuku placed one hand up and waited for the media hounds to all quiet down. They knew the drill with him. He wasn't going to answer any question if they didn't have at least a shred of decorum. The heroes that still stood on the scene felt their jaws drop as they witnessed the media fall silent and raise their hands like well-behaved students. Izuku called on one of them and smiled because he was immediately confronted with the question he was expecting to hear. Midoriya. Why would the CEO of a major corporation jump into what was obviously a volatile situation? The heroes were on the scene, so why not let them handle it? You've stated on the record in the past that you plan on pursuing a hero license despite all of your achievements already. But you aren't a hero yet. Why would you jump into the already handled hostage situation? Thank you, Ms. Amada, for asking the very question that I wish to answer. First, let me say that I commend both Backdraft and Mount Lady for doing what they could in this situation. Backdraft was busy fighting the fires created during the incident, and Mount Lady was busy trying to keep the civilians on the scene safe and away from the incident. To them, I say thank you for doing their jobs. But let me assure all of you right now, the situation was very much not under control. Both Kamu Woods and Death Arms were doing nothing to try to save the hostage. The hostage was suffocating and would have been dead by the time someone had acted if I hadn't stepped in. I'm sure they'll tell you later that they didn't have the quirks for it. That they were waiting for someone with a more well-suited quirk to arrive. Izuku looked around the sea of reporters who were hanging on his every word and scribbling rapidly into their notepads. Pardon my French, but that excuse is bullshit. As you have all been so quick to point out, I'm quirkless. Yet, despite being quirkless, I was able to both injure the villain and rescue the hostage. This is the second time I have been on a scene where Death Arms would have gotten a civilian killed had I not acted. A quirkless was of more use than two of the on-scene heroes. But what you did was dangerous. How can you justify the threat to yourself and to the hostage if you had failed? Izuku nodded along with the reporter's outburst before answering their question. You are right. What I did was dangerous, and in no way am I advocating for people to get in the way of professionals that are doing their jobs. But in this case, I had the training, the knowledge, and the ability to save a life, and that isn't something I am ever going to be able to walk away from. The moment you become a police officer, a federal agent, a hero, you sign your life away. Until the day you retire, it is your duty, your obligation, your commitment and burden. You are the shield that stands between the innocent and those that would harm them. If sacrificing your life means that even one innocent person gets away from a horrible situation, if trading your life is what it takes to save another, then that is the contract that you made with the innocent by taking on the role of a hero. Everyone listening was enraptured by Izuku's words, and even many of the civilians that had stuck around to see All Might had gravitated towards him as he gave his speech. Izuku frowned now as his voice took on a darker tone full of reprisal. Kamu Woods failed in that duty today, and I hope that he can learn from it. Evidently, Death Arms hasn't or isn't interested in learning his lesson and is a prime example of what I consider to be a failure of a hero. Izuku had finally escaped from the media and was heading towards yet another grocery store to once again purchase the items he had originally set out to buy this morning when one of his least favorite people came running up behind him, yelling. It was just his luck that the hostage had been none other than Katsuki Bakugo. What? You think you're some kind of big shot now that you have your own company, Deku? You're not. I never asked to be saved and certainly not by a worthless, quirkless piece of SHT like you. Don't you ever do something like that again. Katsuki's breath hitched in his throat and his blood ran cold as Izuku turned to look at him. His eyes were cold, and there was no warmth in the smile that he was giving him. Katsuki's instinct screamed at him to run, and his eyes involuntarily focused in on the BLD that speckled the cuffs of Midoriya's shirt from where he had stabbed the villain. Bakugo, I wasn't even aware that you were the hostage, else I may have just left you to die as some form of twisted karmic retribution. But let me make something clear for you. Don't worry, I won't save you next time. Izuku had barely made it any further down the road when All Might in his skinny form stepped out of a crossing in the road in front of him. Get out of my way, All Might. I'm not in the mood for whatever it is you are going to say. All Might nodded solemnly. He had misjudged the young man heavily. I wanted to apologize for the hypocrisy of my actions. I told you that a hero is always laying his life on the line, and yet I very nearly didn't live up to my ideals. You almost had to handle a situation that I should have been the one to deal with from the start. For that, I am sorry. I also wish to make you an offer. Izuku sighed, and some of the tension he was holding in his shoulders released. At least the number one is capable of recognizing his own mistakes and growing from them. That's already better than most. What offer, All Might? What you said to the media resonated with me, and I couldn't agree more. It is our duty as heroes to protect the innocent, regardless of the cost to ourselves. Even though you were evidently quirkless, you were still the one to act. Someone without any power to call his own was the one to make all of the difference. You are worthy to inherit my strength. You are worthy to inherit one for all. And just like that, all of the tension that had leached out of Izuku snapped back as he felt his eye twitch. What? All Might nodded his head knowingly and rapidly as he continued his statement. Indeed, my quirk. My quirk is a power not unlike the sacred torch of legend that comes passed from one bearer to the next. You are worthy of inheriting this power and becoming a hero. When All Might looked down at the young man from where he had raised his arms to the sky, he froze. What he found was not what he was expecting. He had expected excitement, confusion, and a thrilled look as the young man took him up on the offer. What he was met with was absolute, unadulterated fury. You haven't changed your mind about the quirkless at all, have you? All Might shook his head, though to his credit he did hesitate slightly. Of course not. Like I said before, it's far too dangerous for someone without a quirk to be a full-time hero. Izuku wanted to rip into him right then and there. Wanted to take the quirkist but apart piece by piece until he could see that they weren't weak and powerless like he seemed to think. Instead, he stabbed his finger into the man's chest and snarled at him. Not only do you think that I can't be a hero without your power, but you are also offering because you need a successor. Well, All Might, congratulations. You found one person who wants nothing to do with you or your quirk. All Might's eyes blew wide at the righteous fury that was leaking out of the young man and being directed towards him. He tried to take a step back again but was confronted by the young man following him, continuing to stab him in the chest with his finger. You can take your quirk and ram it up your butt, you sack of poorly packaged horseshit. Now get the F out of my way, All Might, before I make you. All Might stood there for a long time in shock after Midoriya had stormed off. Of all of the reactions he had expected, that had not been one of them. He had been quirkless once upon a time, after all. He knew what he would have given for a quirk like what Nana offered him. Yet he'd found the perfect successor and messed up that conversation massively. Perhaps Nezu or Gran would have an idea of how to get through to the young man, especially if he were going to try to be a hero anyway. Perhaps he wasn't beyond hope. Much to Toshinori's surprise, it took only a few days for Nezu to invite him into his office. When he stepped inside, he wore a striped, mustard yellow suit that seared the eyes of anyone looking at it. He was struck by many things when he stepped inside. The first was that all of the curtains had been pulled back, leaving the big wall of windows to speckle the light coming in behind the president's desk. Dust floated through the air near the bookcases. Something he would never understand was the president's obsession with physical texts. You could never get rid of all of the dust when you had them. The second thing Toshinori noticed was that the president wasn't alone. One of his soon-to-be fellow professors sat at the corner of the desk, giving him a glare. He had no idea what he'd done to annoy Aizawa Shota, but he was certain it was a misunderstanding. He'd have to get to the bottom of it after the meeting. He couldn't start out on poor terms with one of the professors, after all. The detail he caught last, and in retrospect should have been first, was that the president himself, sitting behind the desk, was staring at him with a perfectly straight face. Now for most, this wouldn't have been a concern. But Toshinori had met President Nedzu on enough occasions in the past that he knew the man always forced a chipper attitude to distract from, well, what he was. "I am sorry about insisting on seeing you on such short notice, sir, but I have exciting news. I have found the perfect person to train. I just need some help convincing them. I was hoping you and the staff could lend your aid." Toshinori was so focused on the president and his request that he didn't see Aizawa stiffen at the corner of the desk, and didn't see the moment of anger that flashed across his eyes. The president remained straight-faced, but his tone was carefully soft when he spoke. "Oh, is that so? Please do tell, All Might. Who have you picked as your successor?" Toshinori jerked slightly before glancing over to where Aizawa sat, stiff as a board. Sir." Nedzu looked to where he was gesturing before looking back to the startled and wary number 1 hero. He maintained his stoic facade while speaking. "I've informed Aizawa of the reason you've come to you, All Might. I had intended to speak of this topic with you later in this week, but as I believe I was just speaking with the young man in question here, I felt it necessary to inform him that you would be attempting to train, as you seem to want to put it, one of his students. Hence we are speaking sooner rather than later." Of course, that wasn't entirely true. While Nedzu had known of All Might's reason for coming to you, and the rest of the staff had been informed of his skinny form, he hadn't intended to inform Aizawa of Toshinori's quirk. Unfortunately for the number 1, Midoriya hadn't had any qualms about sharing the details with Aizawa. Evidently, according to Izuku, Aizawa was privy to far more sensitive information than that. "But please, do continue. Tell us all about this perfect person you want to train." Toshinori was put off momentarily by the idea of another professor being informed without him being warned about it, but could grudgingly respect the decision. It would be better to have a professor that knew about it that could help guide his successor than for all of them to be blind to the changes their student would be going through. Besides that, the president was one of the smartest beings alive, and if he believed Aizawa could be trusted with the knowledge, then he would trust him as well. He excitedly bounced back to the topic at hand, not picking up on the tone of the room, and began rapidly reciting details out of the speech he had prepared to convince the president to talk to the boy. "And that's why young Midoriya would be perfect. He has the heart of a true hero." Silence fell on the room, but not the kind of silence Toshinori had been wanting and expecting. He had expected contemplation followed by an agreement to help. He had expected the president to be excited at the prospect of ushering in the era of the hero that would replace him. Instead, when he looked back to the president, he was confronted with the angriest he had ever seen the chimera. His muzzle was pulled down into a deep frown, while the crown of fur that rested at his ruff was standing on end. The president's eyes bored into him as he began to sweat under the gaze. "Oh, would he? Now I see why Midoriya wanted us to get your side of the story first. If that fantastical, sugar-coated fable of yours was as good as the situation gets, I imagine the reality of your conversation with him was far worse." All Might blinked and began to stutter out a response. "Sir, I must say that I am unsure as to what you mean. I've told you nothing but the truth. I don't know what — be quiet, All Might. You've clearly sat atop your perch for so long that it's made you blind as to what you've just done. You obviously didn't read the memo I sent out to the entire staff, either, if you have no idea who Midoriya Izuku is." All Might blinked and choked out the word memo before the president's eye twitched and he snapped at him. "Yes, you giant oaf, the memo labeled as Class 1 importance. The memo informing the staff that both of the founders of Moonlit Industries will be attending UA University. The memo that informs the staff that Midoriya Izuku is going to be in my personal program, because he is just as intelligent as I am, at the very least, and incredibly dangerous." Toshinori sank deeper and deeper into the seat he had taken and he could feel the BLD leaching out of his face as Nedzu tore into him. "So no, All Might, we will not be helping you in trying to convince someone who has already rejected your offer. Most certainly not when you've more than likely turned the topic into a powder keg by insulting him." "I didn't insult the boy. He's quirkless. He won't be able to become a hero safely." Toshinori sat up in his seat and tried to defend himself from that accusation, but the president pinned him in place with a snarl, showing the razor-sharp teeth he usually hid. No, All Might. That is the final answer on this topic. Now get out of my office before I decide the board can SCK it up when I remove you from this campus, regardless of what benefits your presence would bring to the university. It was a long moment after All Might exited the office before Nezu could lay his fur flat. Aizawa continued to glare at the door while muttering something about the #1 hero that probably could have gotten him arrested in some countries. When Nezu finally looked over to the empty couch he had against one of the walls of his office, he took a deep breath and spoke. "Well, Midoriya, do you have anything more to add to that train wreck of a story?" There was nothing for a moment before the air shimmered. Like a pane of glass suddenly shattering into 1,000 shards, the air rippled and pulsed before. As suddenly as it began, the effect ended, and on the couch sat a frowning Midoriya Izuku. "Honestly. Not really, I'm sure you can infer the rest. He doesn't think I can be a quirkless hero and effectively said it was impossible without his power. Speaking of, am I going to have an issue with the board getting into the college?" The president wanted nothing more than to open the hidden vents in his desk and office before lighting up a cigarette. But he had guests, so he settled for sighing heavily and reaching for the tea kettle that was omnipresent on his desk. "If you were entering the college normally?" "Probably yes. As much as the board flaunts its even the quirkless can be here policies, they would likely try to find some kind of nonsense reason to reject your application. But as you will be entering as my personal student, you get to bypass the normal vetting by the board and jump straight to acceptance." Izuku nodded and glanced at Aizawa when the man began to chuckle darkly. "That being said, why exactly are you insisting on taking the regular examination with the students? We both know how it's going to go." "Several reasons. 1. I don't want special treatment. If I am going to get into the college, then I am going to do so through the proper channels. Secondly, it's a chance for me to prove myself. I suspect the board is going to be looking for any reason to be rid of me. I don't need to start giving them ammunition before classes have even begun. I also expect our illustrious President Nezu has plans to make things interesting, and I wouldn't want to ruin them, right?" They both looked to the now pouting president. "Of course you know. Why wouldn't you know? Just for that, I'm making your testing area even worse. I hope you apologize to your fellow test takers for what you've brought upon them." Midoriya threw his right hand against his chest, grinning like an idiot, while dramatically sweeping the room with his other hand. "Oh, what am I to do? The president of the university is already against me. He even went as far as sending out a memo to his staff. Oh, woe is me." Aizawa snorted, which drew a mild stare from Nezu, before the Chimera rolled his eyes and responded. "Don't even try to tell me that you didn't know about the memo." Izuku chuckled and dropped the fancy stage act. "Oh, I knew about the memo, and even if I hadn't been aware, you made it fairly obvious what you thought of me when you put a sniper on the opposite roof during our first meeting. On that note, by the way, do me a favor, Eraser. Tell Snipe not to set up his nest on the roof of the target's neighbor. I don't know how any of you expected me not to immediately know about it." Aizawa rubbed at his eyes and agreed, even though a single thought was going through his head. He had found his class problem child. The months leading up to the entrance exams had been busy, to say the least. Hatsume had gone into overdrive perfecting some of her ideas for support equipment. According to her, she couldn't let herself get into the program with any less than 3 fully functional prototypes to work with. Izuku didn't have the heart to tell her that she wouldn't be taking the entrance exam, and most support corps students left with their licenses having 1 finished product at most. Izuku had been especially busy in these last few months. He had almost gotten Project Icarus into the testing stages, had Mark 1 of his hero gear complete, tested, integrated with his implants, and had submitted all of them to US support department after the patents went through. Nezu had informed him that he'd be allowed to use all of them once Powerloader cleared them. Besides his own projects, however, he had also been aiding both Kyoka and Himiko in preparing for the entrance exams. Kyoka had been pushing herself harder than ever these last several months, desperate to prove that she was capable of being a hero. After cycling through the army, they had eventually settled on Kyoka relying on her earjacks as her weapons when fighting in hand-to-hand. She didn't quite mind this decision, considering the number of times she had been struck by wooden rods. Himiko, in the meantime, had shown an absolutely astounding compatibility with knives and eskrima. While she hadn't been exactly happy with Izuku's decision to train her quirk, as well, after a bit of talking in conjunction with Vlad King, whom Nezu had indeed agreed to send over, they had been able to convince her it was necessary. What they found out was that while she couldn't mimic others' quirks, she did gain the physical abilities of whomever she transformed into. While it was funny the first time she'd plowed into a wall as Izuku, it did bring up a concerning question. Just how much of his power could she use? Was there an upper limit? If not, then she could very well be an ace up his sleeve that he hadn't been prepared for. It became evident as their training continued, and progressed into firearms training, that neither had anything resembling natural talent with a gun. Not that it bothered them. Izuku had only intended to teach them so that they would know how guns were handled, should they run into them. One unexpected event that occurred, though looking back on the incidental discovery, it shouldn't have been surprising, was that, evidently, Mai was terrifying with a long gun. Izuku chalked it up to her quirk literally enhancing her long-range vision, but that didn't mean he wanted to be on the other end of it. The sun was barely cresting the sky when the 4 teenagers arrived at the gates of Ua University. Izuku and Mai were, of course, used to being awake at obscene hours of the morning. Kyoka and Himiko, on the other hand, looked as if someone had personally offended them at a base level. Deep bags rested under their eyes, and they were desperately trying to wake up while grumbling about the ungodly hour. The difference in their clothing would have been striking to anyone that was walking by at the moment. Himiko wore a, in Izuku's opinion, horrendous banana yellow tracksuit, striped and outlined with black, while Kyoka wore her high school uniform for what she hoped would be the last time. Izuku wore a simple grey t-shirt and exercise shorts over what was a not-so-simple black gel polymer skin suit that covered his entire body up to his neck and wrists. Izuku felt a poke at his shoulder and turned to see an earjack retracting from where it had just been stabbing him. Not that I don't respect the whole be early to all meetings mentality that you've got, Izuku, but why exactly are we here so early? Testing doesn't begin until 9, and last time I checked, it was just shy of 7. Midoriya glanced back to the gate, waiting on the professor that was supposed to escort the 4 of them to Nezu's office, before answering Kyoka's question. President Nezu wants to speak with Mai and me prior to the beginning of testing, and had it been just that, I would have let you 2 come at the normal time. However, the president wishes to speak with you 2, as well. Both girls very quickly went ramrod straight where they stood and cried out a what in unison. After a moment of staring at each other, Kyoka started shaking Izuku furiously by his shoulders while practically yelling at the top of her lungs. Why would you not tell us something so important? Gah, stop. Why am I always getting shaken? It isn't that big a deal. He simply wants to meet you both because I was the one that trained you until this point and wish you good luck with the testing. You're always getting shaken because you neglect to tell us important SHT. It is the president of the Ua University. It may not be a big deal to you, but it is to us. Izuku managed to disengage from the distraught grip of his friend long enough to dip through the gate and past a rather surprised-looking snipe. Of course, that was perspective, Izuku supposed. He hadn't ever seen the man without his helmet on. Good to see you, sir. Is the president ready for us? I do believe so, though I am going to have to ask you to hand your sidearm over until testing is done. Izuku scowled but reached up under his shirt and pulled out the sidearm he'd been licensed on. He pulled the magazine from it, pulled and locked the slide, and handed the sidearm to Snipe with the barrel in his hand. Snipe took both the gun and the magazine before narrowing his eyes. Why do I get this feeling that this isn't all of them? Him, Midoriya. Izuku T-scared, the president smelled the diamond gunpowder last time we met, didn't he? Reaching down, he pulled a smaller clutch piece from his inner thigh and another from the small of his back. There, that's all of them. Snipe continued to stare at him, but all Izuku could do this time was insist. I swear, I only had the 3 on me today. Snipe nodded, storing the various weapons away before gesturing to the group to follow him. The group in question had entered as Izuku was pulling the first weapon from under his shirt. Their eyes had simply popped wide when they realized he'd been carrying no less than 3 firearms and none of them had realized it. You'll get these back when testing is done today. You just can't use them in the tests. Ah, Good to see you all this morning. Am I a mouse? A dog? A bear? Who knows? I'm President Nezu. I hope you are all excited for the testing today. Himiko and Kyoka were in awe of the chimera currently standing on his desk to greet them. Mai was fairly indifferent as, after Izuku, not too much surprised her anymore, and she'd had the pleasure of meeting the man before. Izuku, on the other hand, was desperately trying to keep a straight face. He had seen behind the chipper act that the president put on for his students, and it was both amusing and mildly disturbing to see how easily he flipped that SWCH. Oh hell, I don't do that, do I? He's so fluffy. I want to pet the fluff. Everyone was staring at Himiko after her comment. With the laser focus she had on the president's fur, followed by the president's very slight eye twitch, Izuku finally broke. He snorted and chuckled, still desperately fighting a losing battle not to devolve into tears. Please don't, Himiko. I don't want to have to tend wounds before the testing even begins. I'll have to agree with Midoriya on this one. Please don't, Miss Toga. I'm not fond of being touched, and I tend to react poorly when people do. But as I was saying, welcome to you. A university. I've heard that you both are going to be taking our hero course entrance exams today. Both girls nodded, and Nezu gave them a small smile, careful not to show his teeth. If that is the case, then I look forward to seeing how you both perform. I'm sure both myself and the panel of heroes that will be judging the exam are looking forward to seeing how you handle yourselves. Nezu turned away from the two girls to instead talk to the two founders. As for you two, I called you here for a very different reason than to wish you luck. You, Midoriya, have testing to do. Turning around and reaching into his seat, Nezu hefted a stack of papers up into his hands before moving them towards Izuku with a maniacal gleam in his eyes. Izuku took them, slightly confused, but very quickly paled when he realized what he was holding was a ream of paper with the words Midoriya's Super Special Entrance Exam on them. You can use any of the reference books on the shelves in this room. If you hurry and start now, you should just be able to make it to the support course exam to make the gear you wanted for the hero course exam. Midoriya lunged forward, yanking one of the pens off of the president's desk before pretty much diving for the couch and coffee table at the side of the office. Oh, and Midoriya. Midoriya looked up at him, clearly desperate to be left alone to get started. The pages are double-sided. Midoriya's eyes went wide, and he snarled an inhuman sound before his head whipped down and he started writing faster than any of the other three could even keep up with. Sir. Is he going to be all right? That's a lot of pages, Nezu chuckled darkly, turning to Kyoka. Oh, rest assured, he'll be perfectly fine if he hurries. He did ask to take the exam to get in, after all. Don't worry, your exams won't look anything like that. This is what he gets for trying to ruin my fun. The last part was muttered so low that only Kyoka caught the words and decided right then and there that she never wanted to mess with the president. Especially after more snarling ensued from their side. As for you, Miss Hatsune, this is for you. From what I've heard, you prefer briefs over a skirt, yes? Nezu reached back into his chair and this time pulled out a crisp new uniform. It was pitch black with gold trim. Where there would normally be tassels on the uniform's shoulder to denote the course, instead, there was a bright silver UA on top of a golden star. As you are taking my own lessons alongside the support course, you aren't required to stay in the campus dorms. You are welcome to commute from your headquarters for your courses. Here is your class schedule, as well. Mai nodded, taking the stack of items. Thank you, sir. I'll do that then. No offense, but I doubt your facilities have the specialized tools that we have back at HQ. Mai smiled at her companions then. If that is all, sir, I'll be heading out. Good luck everyone. I have babies to get back to. 𝐿oda had seen a lot of things in his life when it came to students. But watching Midoriya run around the testing workshop like a bat out of hell had been something new. The boy was brilliant, there was no question about that in 𝐿oda's mind. He hadn't had a chance to vet his hero gear yet, but if half of what he saw in the blueprints was functional, then he had no doubt that he was a genius. Midoriya had come into the workshop a little under 5 minutes late. Which, considering the president's warning, was a miracle in and of itself. He knew what kind of tests Nezu gave, so frankly, he was surprised that the kid had shown up at all. The next 40 minutes were spent watching Midoriya belt around the workshop before finally settling down at one of the benches. It was an hour and 10 minutes into the test that 𝐺𝐺 decided to check in on him and see what he was creating. There were 20 minutes left in the test, after all, and he hadn't done so yet, judging the frantic pace to be enough reassurance that something was being worked on. He deeply regretted not checking in sooner. No sooner had 𝐺𝐺 stepped up behind Izuku that he jumped up out of his chair, grabbing what looked like a pressurized gas canister and, was that a rifle? Midoriya. The boy glanced at 𝐺𝐺 for only a moment before grabbing a 6-inch thick sheet of steel and walking to the end of their testing range, placing it at the end before walking back. The entire time, even unloaded, the barrel of what looked like a rifle had been pointed at the floor. "What is it, sir? Why exactly did you make a rifle?" 𝐺𝐺 could only describe his feelings as a deep concern. He knew from talking to Snipe that the kid was, apparently, disturbingly good with a gun. "I'm making use of a rarely utilized part of the entrance exam rules. Technically, when taking the hero course exams, you aren't allowed any kind of gear except for that which is either necessary for your quirk or is produced by your quirk. However, there is a little addendum to that isn't used often, because people don't think about the crossing of fields enough. Anything I make in this exam, I am welcome to use on the other." 𝐺𝐺 nodded slowly, keeping his eyes glued to the long, sleek silver and black body. Something wasn't quite right about it, but he couldn't place it. That made him even warier of it. "I knew you'd be utilizing that rule, but why do you need ballistic weapons for the exam?" Izuku shook his head before gesturing back at the table he'd been working at. "The only ballistic weapon I created is the revolver over there and is chambered .357 Magnum. As it is, I did a bit of research into what this exam would contain, and as it turns out, there has been a heavy predominance of robots until now. No matter how much the president would like to mix things up to push me, he can't change certain aspects without it endangering the other test takers or making it unfair to them. I also can't assume, though, that it will only be robots because it's the president. Hence why I wanted to have at least one kinetic weapon on me, however rudimentary it ended up being." Izuku took the canister. He had and plugged it into what would usually be the magazine well on the rifle before flicking a SWCH on the side of it. 𝐺𝐺 scrunched his eyebrows underneath his helmet. Why would he plug in a gas canister? And are those capacitors on the side of it? What would he? Wait. No, now normally for something like this exam, I'd prefer to go into the field with a MAG weapon. The one I've prototyped back at base can accelerate a milligram's worth of metal to 0.3% of light speed. Not enough force to level a building, but more than enough that it would rip through the robots like paper. Sadly, I didn't have time to replicate that prototype. 𝐺𝐺 could only thank whatever god or gods were out there for that. I did, however, have time for this. Izuku yelled now, catching the attention of every struggling student in the workshop. Range is hot. Test fire in 1. The front of the rifle erupted in a plume of pink and blue plasma. Iridescent light painted the workshop floor, and the sound of the air itself being torn apart echoed around the large, industrial-sized room as the pink-blue missile screamed through the air towards its target. There was a flash when it made contact with the steel plate and then silence. 𝐺𝐺 was dumbfounded. The kid had made a plasma rifle. In an hour and some change. A weapon that, to this point, was only thought to be theoretical. It had cut through 6 inches of steel like it was butter. The memo had been right. This kid was dangerous. That was when he heard the boy click his tongue. There's a leak somewhere. The plasma shouldn't have had oxygen in it, turning it blue. While Izuku went back to his table to continue tinkering, 𝐺𝐺 quickly moved to his desk and, grabbing his phone, called both Snipe and Nezu. The students all continued to stare and murmur to each other about what they'd just seen. Kyoka and Himiko had expected the test to be difficult. That was a given, considering U was one of the most prestigious schools. Even knowing that, by the time they completed the exam, they felt 2 things in specific. First, they were really happy that they had gone through Izuku's grueling study regiment, despite their complaints at the time. The second was thank God they didn't have to take whatever hell test the president had slapped in front of Izuku. They both stepped into the auditorium they'd been directed to for the hero exam briefing and couldn't help but sigh in exasperation. Where on earth had Midoriya gotten a rifle? They took their seats next to him and stared at him to explain. What? Preparation is key. It didn't take long for the auditorium to fill up and for President MIC to begin his presentation. Hey there listeners. Who here is ready for the examination? Let me hear it. There was silence. Silence heavy enough that even crickets would have felt nervous about making noise. Keeping it mellow, eh? Well, I can get down with that. Let's explain the exam, shall we? There are 3 types of robots you'll be facing in the various cityscapes. 1, 2, and 3 pointers, respectively. As MIC rattled off information that everyone would need to know, the images to correspond with the information would appear on the screen. Izuku silently poked both of his companions and got their attention. When they looked at him, he pointed to a specific part of the information packet they had been given. Most of it was absolute nonsense. Most likely to test the students' ability to parse through briefing information given to them. Emergency shut-off sways were located just below a thin sheet of metal on the 1 through 3 point robots. Sir. On the printout, there are 4 types of villains. If that is a misprint, then you, the most prominent school in Japan, should be ashamed. Izuku wanted to snort at the preppy man's interruption because he could see the displeasure in MIC's eyes. Okay. Sit down, examinee number 7111. If you would sit down, then you might realize we were getting to the 4th type of robot. I was saving it for last. The 4th type is worth no points. It's an obstacle that will go berserk in narrow spaces. There is one in every test center, so try to avoid or get away from it since there is no reason to defeat it. With that, you have everything you need. Your battle center is on your guest passes, so head to the buses with your center on them. Good luck everyone, and remember the school's motto. Go beyond. Plus ultra. Shot of terror. Izuku wasted no time in retreating to the buses once the debrief had let out. It was sad that he wouldn't be able to watch over his friends in their exams, but Izuku had to begrudgingly admit that it might be for the best. Even if he knew the president was going to pull something, even he couldn't tell precisely what it was at this point. He settled into one of the seats towards the back of his bus. It was a newer model, but the more things changed, the more they stayed the same. The ugly yellow seemed to have caught on and never left, and as Izuku tried to force himself to relax, he let the faint rumble of the vehicle soothe his nerves. If it was necessary, he'd be able to escape out the back quickly or set up a stable position for his rifle out of the back emergency exit. He was certain that nothing of the sort would be needed, of course, but old habits die hard, and if he closed his eyes, it was almost like being back on a troop transport. Tight undersuit, rifle between his legs, the faint smell of diesel. The moment couldn't last forever, as it didn't take long for the rest of the students who had been flitting around the parking lot to find their respective buses and load up. He also, as much as he'd like to be, wasn't oblivious to the numerous nervous glances he was getting for his rifle. Izuku breathed deeply as the various buses took off on their short journeys to their group testing zones and did his best to steel himself for what was to come. He knew the test involved robots. He had double, and then triple-checked that information. He hadn't had good experiences with robots in the past. The Furians would send them into villages as shock units. They were expendable and would follow their orders to the letter. The issue was that the Furian High Command didn't care if the automatons executed their orders too efficiently. If they were given the order to eliminate the village, then they would perform the order with the decisive, inhuman brutality that they quickly became known for. Izuku stared out the window and did his best to ignore whatever student was attempting to glare a hole into the side of his head. He didn't know what he'd done to already make someone angry, but he certainly wasn't going to let someone so easily bothered get to him. The volume on the bus had crept into the upper decibels, and it would have been surprising that their proctor hadn't told the kids on the bus to keep it down. Would being the operative word, as their proctor, sitting at the front of the bus, was none other than present MIC himself, and if anyone was going to be used to the loud noise, it was him. The bus rolled to a stop in front of the large gates to one of the many testing zones under the ownership of UA University. Izuku stood once the bus had finally stopped, slinging his rifle up and over his right shoulder. The students were, for the most part, in awe, echoing the thoughts going through his own head. I wonder just how many of these 𝐬𝐻 has built. As much as I like to joke with the president, I've tried not to snoop around in the school systems too much. What must their budget be like if they can build a large number of these, repair them, maintain them, and that is considered normal? Izuku was snapped out of his thoughts by the sound of footsteps rapidly approaching him from behind. When he felt the person in question's presence come up behind him, and felt a hand land on his left shoulder, he took one large step away, turning his body to see who had decided they needed to speak with him. Just what do you think you are doing with a weapon? This is the 𝐬𝐻 entrance exam. Unless your quirk requires that weapon to function, you should not have it. If you are trying to throw everyone else here off by intimidating them, then Izuku narrowed his eyes and cut the man off by placing his left hand in the air. For as much as you seem to be a stickler for the rules, you clearly haven't read them very well. I am authorized to bring anything that I created during the support course exams into the heroics exam with me. I understand that it wouldn't be your first thought, but try to think of reasons beyond quirks before you decide to berate someone for something. Facial recognition complete. Ida Tenya, younger brother of the turbo hero, Ingenium, was brought in to take the recommendation exam a week ago but failed, leading to his participation in the general examination today. Izuku had to focus, lest he start smiling at Ida and give him the wrong impression. Silently thanking Phoenix for her timely information, he continued speaking. Now if I were you, Ida, I would go prepare myself for the exam. Wouldn't want to fail a second time, him. Izuku turned, leaving a sputtering, confused, and concerned Ida Tenya behind him. In the corner of his vision, he could see MIC climbing the stairs up towards his control room and braced himself for an imminent start to the examination. There were all sorts of students in the crowd with a plethora of quirks, from what he could see. None seemed like much of a threat. He would still have to keep an eye on a few of them with not-so-obvious quirks, but he was fairly confident that this wasn't where the president's surprise lay for him. One student stood out to Izuku, not because they set off any danger alarms in his head, but because she looked like she was about to have a nervous breakdown. She was surprisingly tall, probably just shy of his height, which had capped out around 6'4" after the last 10 months. Her slender build was feminine still, despite her height, and both her hair and her large, round eyes were a warm chestnut brown. The poor girl was muttering to herself and jittering in place, pressing her fingers together and taking them apart in a CYCL that only seemed to be getting her more worked up. DMN it. Why can't I just leave things be? Izuku took several quick steps to the girl. His voice was as soft as the smile he put on his face when he spoke. You seem to be worried. There is no need for that. I'm sure you'll do fine. The girl's head whipped around to find the voice speaking to her, and when she caught sight of him, she squeaked before chuckling nervously. Haha, why yeah. I guess you could say that. Everyone here seems to have some kind of really cool quirk that could help them with the exam. All I can do is make things weightless. The girl trailed off and Izuku laughed. How exactly that was possible was beyond him at the moment, but it certainly wasn't weak by any means. Oh, is that all? Izuku snorted out a mildly sarcastic comment before calming down and really smiling now. You'll be fine. Aside from the fact that you can just touch the robots and let them float away, effectively disabling them, your quirk is literally perfect for rescue situations. You'll do great. Start. The contestants all turned their heads to where present MIC was standing. He had somehow gotten on top of the control room and was yelling at them from where he stood. What's wrong? There are no countdowns in real fights. Run. Run. Everyone wasted no time piling through the gates and into the testing zone. Despite the crowding and desperation that was in the air, the girl realized two things while fighting her way in. 1, she felt a lot better, and 2, the guy that had been talking to her was nowhere to be seen. Okay, Izuku didn't even wait until the hero had finished his sentence before he had already taken off into the city. He had a head start on the others here in way of ability, intelligence, and even equipment. But he would be DMN'd if he didn't give every combat situation his best. That was how mistakes were made, how people died. His pride would not be going before his fall. Izuku sprinted up the main road, rifle in hand, scanning for any sign of Movement. It wasn't long before 3 robots had sped out onto the road, crossing into his path. Izuku dropped into a skid, legs grinding against the asphalt as he slid towards the robots. Taking aim, he placed 2 bolts through the eye sockets of the robots, forcing the steel constructions to have their insides torn to pieces before their back armor bloomed outwards with the force of the blasts. The third swung its arm at him, missing by a mile when Izuku launched himself out of his slide and up over the robot before slamming his foot into its head, turning the scrap metal into a cannonball as it careened down the road and into yet another robot that was making its way towards him. He could hear several of the faster students rapidly catching up to him from behind. "All right, Nezu, let's see what you've got." Himiko and Kyoka's lungs burned. Their limbs were sore, and they had lost count of the numerous cuts, scrapes, bruises, and mild burns they had. They had known the hero test wasn't going to be a joke. After all, not only was U one of the best hero schools in the world, but the university had an obligation to filter out candidates that wouldn't cut it in the field. Even so, this was overkill. The 2 girls had been lucky to get the same testing zone and had felt confident in their abilities, especially working in tandem. Izuku always preached working as a group to them, and thus they had practiced as such. Initially, they had been worried about the point distribution if they worked together. But it became increasingly obvious as they fought their way through the city together that, 1, it was no accident they had ended up in the same area and, 2, there would be no worries about point distribution. While the test had started out normally, well, as normal as heroics course tests could be, the exam had quickly devolved into them fighting for their lives in what felt like an unending horde. Robots had begun to crawl out of the alleys, off of roofs, and even out of the simulated source system that ran below the mock city. But if the numbers were an issue, then the robots using actual tactics was an absolute disaster. Kyoka dipped out of her cover, rolling under the swipe of one of the robots and leading the rockets from one of the 3-pointers into one of the 2-pointers that had engaged them close up. She came out of her roll only to have to lunge to the side, slamming her jacks into the body of a 1-pointer and pulsing her quirk through it to fry the circuitry. Off to her side, Himiko wasn't faring much better. Even if she'd been able to rip scrap off a couple dead bots to function as weapons, the robots were seemingly endless. Himiko rammed one of her makeshift screamer through the eye of a 2-pointer before she was forced to roll away from a hail of RBB bullets. Both girls dove for cover as the 3-pointers bathed their area in a hail of gunfire. Both were exhausted and wearing down. Himiko let out a slightly crazed laugh as the bullets rained down around them. "Isn't this fun, Kyo? And think. If this is what they are throwing at us, just imagine what they are throwing at Aizu." The look in Himiko's eyes sent a chill down Kyoka's spine. She was crazy. She was friends with a battle-crazy lunatic. She does have one hell of a point though. Wonder what they are doing to Green. 𝐒𝐻𝐼ma Higari was a lot of things. Inventor, licensed developer, professor, and when the occasion called for it, a hero. Today had called for him to shirk most of those roles. He'd had a student come in late and create a weapon that, while he, as an inventor, would like nothing more than to take apart, he'd had to let leave the studio and go into a field test without any safety precautions. He'd had to ignore his instincts screaming at him not to allow a firearm into a test with what were effectively kids, even if they were hero hopefuls. Then, to really put a cap on things, when he sat down in the room with the rest of the professors to watch the exams, their president had sat him down at a console to apparently micromanage a group of robots to target 2 young girls. Even if they were apparently trained before coming in, it was a bit much. 𝐒𝐼ma sighed as he leaned back in his chair. The girls had finally, after several long minutes, eliminated the last of the robots he'd been tasked to oversee against them. He didn't care what the president was going to say. He definitely wasn't about to go all out against 2 kids. That being said, he was distinctly worried they had overdone it. Not that the girls had failed. If anything, they had passed with flying colors. But if they got the idea that all of you was going to be like that from day one, they could lose 2 very promising students. The maniacal laughter from behind him caught his attention now. He'd been under the impression that the Chimera had been laughing at the girls being sieged by 24 robots. The fact that he wasn't made 𝐒𝐼ma very hesitant to turn around. When he did, he blanched at the scene unfolding before him. The other professors were weakly protesting but didn't have the courage, not that he could blame them, to interrupt the president when he got like this. The young genius from earlier was under an onslaught, the likes of which couldn't even compare to the two young girls. At least triple the number of robots were hunting the young man through the city, and that was after he'd already seemingly destroyed at least half of them. Despite this, the young man was easily weaving between the robots and their attacks while simultaneously dipping in and out of cover to avoid the veritable storm of ammunition and ordnance being flung his way. He wasn't just running, 𝐒𝐻𝐼 realized. He was actually counterattacking as he went, as well as trying to save his fellow examinees from the insanity, one of whom was actually trying to keep up with and help the poor man. A plasma bolt here, another there, each and every one hitting its target. His jaw joined the other professors on the floor when he watched the young man rip the tail clean off a two-pointer with his bare hands and use it to bat another robot through a building. The president smiled now, all sharp teeth and gleeful excitement. It's been so long since I've had this kind of a challenge. Let's see how he deals with this. The president hit the button for the zero-pointer and reached for his keyboard again when 𝐒𝐻𝐼 decided that he'd seen enough. Oh, hell no. He quickly stepped across the room and picked the president up by his collar. Of course, Nezu wasn't about to leave his station that easily. Flailing around like a petulant child, he yelled for 𝐒𝐻𝐼 to put him down while 𝐒𝐻𝐼 yelled back at him. No sir. I will not put you down. This is an entrance exam, not a goddamn dash. There was a loud beep and the room plunged into a horrified silence as the zero-pointer announced what button had been hit in their struggle. Final examination procedures engaged. All safety measures disabled. Izuku had found the something that the president had done to make his testing area harder. Or rather, it had found him. Initially, he had planned to carve his way through the extra robots and prove his point like that. It became readily apparent that wasn't an option. Tens of robots were coming out of literally every nook and cranny in the city, and they were all gunning for him. What should have been only a 20-minute exam had stretched seemingly into eternity. It was one thing for him to have to destroy all of these bots, he could live with that. Most of the examinees had decided that getting involved in the clusterfuck that was his exam was a bad idea. Occasionally, he'd get help from someone attempting to pick off one or two on the edge of the horde while the bots were distracted, but for the most part, he'd been trying to keep away from the other examinees to keep things fair for them. Izuku dove under another robot, slamming his fist up and tearing the wiring out of it before moving on. Aizawa had asked him before the examination to refrain from using Phoenix's aid during the exam. He'd agreed, because it wouldn't exactly be fair for him to know everyone and everything's location. Izuku was feeling intense regret at that decision, as once again, he had to dive in front of another person that got caught in the middle of the swarm before launching himself through a nearby window with the examinee. You alright? Izuku took a moment to wave dust out of his way and take a look at who he had just saved from getting trampled. The young man looked entirely done with his life. His hair, a mess of indigo with eyes to match, shook as the guy tried to stop the ringing out of his ears. Izuku wanted to snort at the comparison his brain made to Eraser when he caught sight of the exhausted expression and dark eye bags, but reminded himself about time and place. Yeah, I think so. Just a bit of ringing in the ears. Thanks for pulling me out of the way, I guess. Izuku quirked an eyebrow and wanted to ask what he meant by that when the rubble crunched behind them. Izuku spun in place, knee slamming into the ground as he stabilized and fired a bolt through the two-pointer that had somehow made it into the building. SHT, if one made it in then the others won't be far behind it. What's your name? Quirk. The young man gave him a suspicious look before asking why. Izuku couldn't help but roll his eyes at the suspicion. It wasn't a bad thing, per se. A healthy dose of suspicion could keep you alive. But it should be easy enough to figure out why, in this case. Because we need to get out of here before those DMN bots bring the building down on our heads. Shinso Hitoshi, my quirk is brainwashing. If you respond, I can take control of you. Shinso clearly hesitated before telling him his quirk, and Izuku felt his heart squeeze. He knew full well how a quirk like that could impact someone's life. Right, non-physical, and no use against robots. You've been going after the sways, I take it. Shinso jerked to look at Izuku with wide eyes. He hadn't left him here. He hadn't spit in his direction, and he had responded. Sways. Good going, Hitoshi. Respond like an idiot to the first person who doesn't immediately revile you. Izuku sighed before spinning on his heel to launch another bolt. I see why Aizawa said that this exam is unfair to non-physical quirks now. Yes, there are shut-off buttons on each of the robots under a thin panel. The button is in the same place on every robot of its type. Follow me, let's get you some points. What, why? Why would you help me? ♯♯ followed along behind Izuku, who was leading his way out of the building, thoroughly confused. Are you serious? We have 7 or 8 minutes left at best. You will fail if I don't help, and I'll be DM'd if I'm going to let a quirk that useful to hero work get rejected because of a PSS poor testing system. Now speed up. We've not got a whole lot of time. Izuku had made a mistake. Oh, don't get him wrong. Helping ♯wasn't the mistake. He'd do that again every time, and with the rate he was blowing the legs off of bots and ♯was finishing them off, then he was safe. The mistake was that he hadn't prepared to fight alongside someone against robots. He was overlapping memories now. It wasn't the same. Different robots, different people, different situations, different reasons. Izuku chanted it in his head as the buildings around them overlapped with the flames and ♯was replaced by his squad mate shoving a knife into the neck of an automaton. A RBB bullet from one of the 3-pointers connected with his ribs and snapped him out of his hallucination with a gasp. Thing hell. Even wearing the undersuit, that still hurts like hell. He heard ♯call out, asking if he was okay, and he managed to yell back an affirmative before the ground quaked. The robot suddenly stopped acting like they each had an AI controlling them and reverted back to what he could only assume was their default behavior pattern. It gave him just enough breathing room to look up and see a God's DM'd building-sized robot tearing a hole in the city. ♯'s eyes shot wide as the debris from the buildings was sent flying everywhere. Izuku was snarling, and ♯was struck by how goddamn scary the guy. Helping him was that he could see something like that and not be freaked out by it. That must be the 0-pointer. It's not worth getting involved with. Let's clean up these last few bots around here. It seems like whoever was hunting me has stopped controlling the final examination procedures engaged. All safety measures disabled. Both of them simply stood there in shock. While Izuku grimaced, muttering something about a DM'd rat, ♯could feel his knees wanting to give out. That can't be right. Surely the staff wouldn't endanger the examinees' lives by a cry of pain reached their ears as a young girl was trapped under some of the falling rubble. The 0-pointer drew its arm back, intending to slam it into the girl. Izuku could see it happening in slow motion. The fist making contact, the pile of meat that would be left over, the BLD and fire. A young girl draped over the body of her blooded mother crying as an automaton reached for her throat. Not again. Not again. The earth shattered around Izuku and ♯stumbled, looking over only to find his companion's rifle in the new crater where he had been standing. Okiko Uraraka had been having a fairly good time of it. Well, far better than she had thought it would go. As it turned out, while the robots were giant slabs of steel, they weren't nearly as heavy as she had thought they were going to be. The guy from before had been right. If she just floated the bots off and dropped them, they would be out of commission. On top of that, she'd been able to untrap several of her fellow examinees. Even if it didn't get her any points, it had certainly felt good to help out. When the 0-pointer appeared, it all went wrong. There were only a few minutes left, and she needed to get away, needed to find some more points before the exam ended. The debris raining down upon them was problematic, though, as she could feel her quirk's drawbacks piling onto her, and when a slab landed on the back of her legs, she cried out both in pain and because she knew that she wasn't going to be able to float it off of her. When she looked up and saw the fist hurtling towards her, she closed her eyes and cried. I'm sorry, Mom and Dad. Guess I won't be able to fulfill my promise, after all. The impact never came. Somewhere in Izuku, he knew that what he was doing was stupid, dangerous, and downright unsafe. He could have grabbed her and run. Could have simply avoided the situation he was in now by ramming the fist out of the way. Right now, Izuku didn't care. It was one thing for the president to endanger his life. He was fine with that, he had signed up for that. But there was no way he was going to stand by and let someone else get hurt. No one else was going to die when he was there. The voice still screamed in his head to save her. Not again. Izuku stood there now under several tons of steel actively bearing down on him. He had pushed himself hard to close the distance and block the fist that would have killed the girl, and he could feel the muscles knitting themselves back together in his legs from where they had torn. His body was evidently not as settled into its augmentations as he'd thought. Izuku turned his head, wearing a warm, reassuring smile as he looked down at the young woman that he had spoken to before the beginning of the examination. "Hey there. Looked like you could use a hand. Close your eyes and plug your ears for me, alright? This is going to be a bit loud." The girl stared up at him in awe as he held the fist back before snapping to and vigorously nodding her head. She clenched her eyes shut and plugged her ears as well as she could. Izuku let the smile shift into a snarl as he drew on the anger that he felt. His eyes shifted, glowing brighter as he turned his head back to the giant robot that he'd been holding in place. "You wanted to test me, Nezu? Well, here's what I think of your test." Izuku pulled the fist closer before launching it away from himself and dropping into a low stance. As the robot once again came hurtling down towards him, Izuku twisted his body, coiling, and slammed his fist into the robot's. The world was drowned in the screech of tearing metal and dyed in the orange hues of cascading explosions. Necessary subterfuge, the world bathed in the sounds of screeching metal as the zero-pointer was torn apart from the inside out. Impact force caused the metal to shear apart as it traveled upwards and internal systems overloaded and tore themselves free. Any examinee that could see the gigantic robot could do nothing but stare as plumes of orange-crimson smoke were discharged in a series of cascading system failures. Uraraka still had her eyes closed and her ears plugged, but even then she could hear the roar of explosions and see the flashes of light. The atmosphere changed, and she knew she was safe, that somehow the guy from before had dealt with the massive robot. She cracked one eye a bit to see what was going on. Suha, she was curious, and was blown away by what she saw. She could see the man's back from where he stood, broad and strong, coiled with tension and pain. He breathed heavily, releasing what looked like steam from his mouth, much like the fog of a winter morning. His arm hung limply at his side and blood dripped from his knuckles where the skin had been torn apart. His shirt was gone, revealing his holster and revolver, fitted over the tight black undersuit that was being worn underneath. Her eyes traced up his injured arm. The undersuit had been shredded and hung in strips around his muscles. Oh wow, those muscles. Okiko could feel her eyes being dragged almost against her will across his body. She couldn't help but wince when he simply reached over and grabbed his clearly dislocated arm at its wrist before pulling it forward and straight in front of him. Okiko unplugged her ears just in time to hear him hiss as the ball of his arm bone clicked back into its socket. Izuku took a deep breath before putting on a careful smile and turning back to the girl still trapped under a pile of rubble. "That was rather scary, wasn't it? Let's do our best to get you out of there." Izuku reached down, carefully picking the pieces of rubble off the girl and tossing them to the side. The siren indicating the end of the exam rang out through the arena, and Uraraka watched as the man's eyes flicked upwards towards the sound for the briefest of moments before he returned to his task. As the last of the rubble came off her back, she tried to move, only to be met with the man's hand keeping her in place. "Whoa there! Don't move yet. We don't know what kind of damage that debris landing on you might have done. Let me check you over before we move you. My name is Midoriya Izuku, yours." Okiko couldn't help but blush slightly and stutter out a response. "I am Uraraka Okiko. Thank you for saving me." Midoriya had been carefully examining her for injuries and, at this, rocked back on the heels of his feet. "Don't mention it. What kind of a person would I be if I didn't give someone help when they needed it? By the looks of things, you got lucky. No spinal injuries or lacerations. You did break your leg and you'll be sore, but that isn't anything the school nurse can't handle." Reaching out carefully, Midoriya picked Uraraka up and, despite her sputtering, began to carry her back towards the entrance where he knew Miss Shuzenji would be waiting to tend to the plethora of injuries that occurred during the exam. Okiko had prepared herself for a lot of things that day. Failure, success, giant killer robots, and even getting herself seriously hurt trying to get into the hero course. What she had not prepared herself for was to be carried in the arms of a 6-foot man. Much less a man that had the physique of a Greek god. Uraraka couldn't help her face when it heated up, and she certainly wouldn't have come out of her mental spiral if it weren't for Midoriya suddenly stopping and sighing. When she looked around, confused, Uraraka found one very tired-looking purple-haired body with Midoriya's rifle on one shoulder and the other hanging limply, much like Midoriya's had been before he resocketed it. Izuku chuckled darkly, the rumble of his chest transmitting to his companion. "You tried to shoot it, didn't you? What the hell else was I supposed to do? You suddenly disappeared on me." The purple boy glared at Midoriya while Midoriya glared back at him. Uraraka felt rather awkward being in the middle of this until both boys started laughing all of a sudden. Yeah, you're alright. Let's get you to Recovery Girl as well, shall we?" The walk was relatively short with the company. She learned the purple boy was one Shinso Hitoshi and once you got him talking was a pretty funny guy. Evidently, they weren't the only ones Midoriya had saved, because the moment they reached the medical tent, Recovery Girl had spotted them and started yelling at and beating Midoriya with her cane. Ochako was doing her best to not laugh, resulting in giggles slipping out, and even Shinso was struggling to choke down his snorts. "Do you have any idea how many students you bruised the hell out of? Stop making more work for me." Each word was accentuated with a smack of the small women's cane, and Izuku could do nothing more than try to shield his face as the blows rained down on him. "Gah! Just get out. Out. I will take care of your friends here. Nedzu probably wants to see you anyway, and I suspect after that showing, you're wanting to speak with him. He's in the observation room with the other professors." Izuku's eyes narrowed and everyone shivered. "Oh yes. Thank you, Ms. Shuzenji. I do believe I'll go do that now." Midoriya turned as if to leave and Uraraka called for him, remembering something. "Oh, wait. We should all exchange numbers first. That way we can talk." Shinso gave her a strange look before glancing at Izuku and shrugging. "Can't be worse than when my classmates got my number. Sorry guys, I've not got my phone on me right now, but here." Reaching into one of his pockets, Midoriya quickly produced 2 small business cards. "Stop by sometime. We'd love the company." Midoriya quickly exited the medical tent while Okako gave him a strange look. Wasn't his fist torn up? The robot on screen exploded as it was ripped apart from the force imparted upon it. The teachers watching had completely forgotten to observe the other exam sites, because all of their eyes were glued to the sight of Midoriya snarling and punching the 0-pointer. Nedzu was the first to snap out of his shock, although he was still shaken from what he had just witnessed. "I may have underestimated how dangerous young Midoriya is." Everyone in the room except for All Might turned to give their president the most deadpan stare they could before the silence shattered into a dozen voices yelling a variety of things. All Might was staring at the screen with a massive smile, and Nedzu made a note to keep an eye on him. Sekijiro was the first to speak up after Nedzu had regained control of the room. "He lied. No way in hell that was the work of someone who is quirkless." Much of the room agreed with him, while several others shook their heads. Both Midnight and Ectoplasm agreed with Khan, while Snipes sat very still. "I had to run him through a full check for his carry license. He was diagnosed quirkless at age 4 when it didn't come in, was tested for a quirk when he was put into a coma, and recently had it redone to give the disbelief in the media some closure after the slime villain incident. His quirkless. That isn't possible though," Kiyama chimed in now with a serious face. "Okay, sure, with the proper training and experience someone, even someone quirkless, could move like how he moved. Fight like how he fought. But he's only 18. Where the hell would he get that level of training or experience? That not even taking into consideration that he punched a building-sized robot to pieces in one shot. I don't particularly care either way." Everyone turned to find Majima NSNG a bottle of what looked suspiciously like whiskey. Where the hell had he pulled that from? "Do you know how much repair work I have to do now?" "God damn it all," Hound Dog rumbled from where he was sitting and watching the examinees filter out of the testing zones. "As much as I hate to agree, it doesn't really matter at the moment if he is or is not quirkless. What matters is that we have a student we need to keep an eye on. We don't know what he's capable of or how he's gotten like that. Besides that, we need to shelve this conversation. He's coming our way and he looks cessed. 𝐒𝐿 was indeed cessed, and when he literally kicked the steel door into the observation room off its hinges, Nezu couldn't help but scream in the back of his mind. A good number of the professors had filed out of the room, leaving the 𝐂𝐚𝐲 with Aizawa and Snipe, both of whom had stayed under the pretext of needing to speak with the boy for some reason or another. 𝐒𝐿's eyes glowed an unearthly green, and Nezu shuddered when he noticed the boy's pupils were shifting into slits. His face was twisted now in a grimace, and when he spoke, it came out a growl. "You have 30 seconds to explain what the F that was. You want to test me? Push me? Almost kill me? Fine. I signed up for your patent brand of crazy. Those other examinees didn't. You came entirely too close to killing them with your bullshit." Nezu could do nothing to refute the statements, as much as he would like to. It was a mistake. A rather egregious mistake, but a mistake all the same. The 0-pointer was never intended to have its restrictions rescinded, and we are truly sorry for any trouble it may have caused you during the exam. 𝐒𝐿 could feel his eye twitch at the canned response. "Oh, was it a mistake? Then I guess I'll have to go have a long conversation with 𝐺𝐺 regarding his programming of the bots then, won't I?" Nezu paled underneath his fur and made a mental note to send 𝐺𝐺 both a warning and a bonus for dealing with what he'd brought down on him. "And you're apologizing to me? The person you need to be apologizing to is the one in the medical tent right now who got her leg broken and very nearly got her god's DMN spine broken because of your mistake." Nezu winced as he realized his wording hadn't been great there. "All right, your point is made. That was a poor choice of words. What do you want to keep this quiet, Midoriya?" Aizawa's eyes went wide and even Snipe turned his mask-covered face to stare at their president. He was going to try to sweep this under the rug. Midoriya smiled a cold smile and took a seat now before turning to them and pinning them in place. "In this case, you'll be allowing Miss Uraraka into the hero course. You did, after all, ruin her chances in the exam. You will also be grading Mr. ₛ fairly, yes. No taking points off for me technically disabling the robots first." The teachers waited for more demands to come, and when none came, they were surprised. Hesitantly, Nezu spoke now. "Will that be everything, Midoriya?" "I do believe that is everything I'm asking for, unless, of course, you can think of something I missed. I also believe that I passed your exam, am I wrong?" Slowly, Nezu nodded, wary of whatever he wasn't quite catching. "I can accept those conditions. You did indeed pass. You can begin moving into the hero dorms in a week when we send out the acceptance letters." 𝐒𝐿 quirked his brow, and Nezu explained his question, already knowing what it was even before he was finished. All Hero Course students are required to live on campus. For the students in the Hero Course, this is more of a 4-year boot camp than it is a college. 𝐒𝐿 nodded his head. He understood full well and could appreciate that this wasn't some game to them. "All right. Snipe, may I have my gear back?" Hesitantly, Snipe pulled 𝐒𝐿's sidearms out of his belts and handed them over to Midoriya, surprised when the young man handed him his revolver. 𝐒𝐿 shrugged, "I don't need it. It's technically not legal as it has no serial numbers, and I figure you may as well put it in the army. It's an old model, but a sidearm is a sidearm. Could be useful for starting your 3rd year's firearm training." Snipe would have loved to take the plasma rifle, as well, if only to disassemble it and find out how it worked, but he had a feeling pushing that right now would be a bad idea. 𝐒𝐿 had made it most of the way to the university gates when Aizawa caught up with him. "Problem child." 𝐒𝐿 turned and raised his eyebrows, snorting at the nickname. "I'm hardly a child, sir." "Yes, well you're all children to the professors here, and until you've got your license, it'll stay that way. I've not seen the president squirm like that before. You could have gotten more out of him, and if I know that, then you know that. Why didn't you?" Midoriya began to shrug when he stopped halfway through the movement and sighed. The best deals are the ones where both sides walk away feeling like they screwed the other. Not that I wasn't cessed, mind you. I still am. But I got what I wanted from it, and anything else would have just been overkill. Especially when I plan on attending the institution. I'm guessing you didn't just catch up to me to ask that though. Aizawa shook his head. "No, I didn't. At the start of every year, I play a little game with the students. I need to know how capable they are and their potential. As you apparently know, I've expelled plenty and have no qualms with doing it day one. Izuku snorted because of the understatement. There was a reason there was no Class 2A currently. Yes, well. Considering how you react to these things, you'd just ruin my entrance to the class. So rather than have that occur, how would you like to play a little game with me? Izuku smiled now, an excited, sharp smile that Aizawa returned with his tired bloodshot eyes. He purred out his words now. Oh sir, you do really know how to cheer a problem child up. I have the perfect idea, too. Yorozu was excited and extremely nervous. She had put so much effort into memorizing everything from atomic structures to other countries' histories. She had even managed to get through the recommendation exam, much to her surprise. She had practically been certain that she was going to fail and have to take the normal entrance exam. Nervously, she pushed through the main doors of the dormitory. She'd never stayed with other people before. Would they like her? Was she good enough to be here? Momo shook her head. She'd gotten through the test, hadn't she? Maybe 6 steps in the door with her suitcase, she had tripped over the entry rug. Oh well, I guess that's a sign, isn't it? Momo braced herself for the impact of hardwood floors that never came. Hey, are you okay? Her eyes snapped open, and it took her a moment to realize that she was being held up by a pair of very masculine arms. Midoriya. Looking up as she regained her footing, she was met by a well-built man that most certainly wasn't Izuku. He was shorter, and his facial features plumper, without the stress lines that had already begun to ingrain themselves into Midoriya's face, despite his age. His eyes and hair were a shade of silver she'd only seen on her kitchen utensils, while black streaked through his hair, breaking it up. Why am I thinking about Mr. Midoriya at a time like this? I'm rather sorry for grabbing you like that. I just didn't want you to hit you or anything. Momo stared for a long moment as the young man descended into a panicked storm of words before she rapidly waved it off. No, I should be thanking you. It was a massive help, and you saved me what could have been a major injury. So thank you for that. Is anyone else here? The young man couldn't help but blush, and he shook his head. And no, we're the only ones here right now. I'm sure that plenty of people will start showing up by the end of the day though. We all have to be here before sundown or we forfeit our spot in the hero course. Momo couldn't help but smile at the young man who barely seemed to be keeping himself from descending into a nervous wreck. Well, I'll be sure to settle in before everyone gets here then, so I can greet everyone as they get here. I'm Yorozu Momo, and you are. She reached out to shake his hand and was surprised when he stared at her in awe for a moment. As in the daughter of the Yorozu Industries. Momo's laugh cut him off as he realized what he was doing again, and she watched as a blush spread across his face. Sorry, he took her hand in his and gave her a shaky smile. I'm Iwasaki Hiroki. I look forward to working with YU. Throughout Saturday, each and every one of the students trickled their way into the dorms. Each with their own quirks, both personality and otherwise, to bring to the dorm. For the most part, they all quickly relegated themselves to their rooms to unbox and adjust to the housing that they would be sharing for the next 4 years. That was, of course, if they could survive the classes. Izuku had smiled as each trailed into the dorm with their belongings and had made sure to pay special attention to several. While each of the students currently knew him by the bogus name Iwasaki Hiroki, and oh boy, Aizawa's reaction to his body shifting in front of him had been golden, Izuku had been very careful to lay inconsistencies in the ones he introduced himself to. This was a test of their perception skills, not a fake identity that he needed to integrate with for a long time. One moment, the boy was nervous, stuttering, scared of his own shadow. The next, he was the kind gentleman that made chests P&D and hearts yearn. He'd been trained as a ghost, and that training came in handy here. Himiko and Kyoka had recognized him for a fake very rapidly, and that pleased him as much as it would Aizawa. Izuku got to see his training pay off, and Aizawa got to have at least 2 students that paid attention to details. All the same, though, they wouldn't give up the game after he gestured for them to keep it quiet. Izuku stood at one of the many mirrors in the men's showers, the blue-bronze sun barely having crested the horizon, and smiled at the reflection in the mirror. Silver eyes and hair stared back from a face not of his own, and he knew he had one day before classes began and the ruse was revealed. It was going to be a fun day. Unsurprising for Izuku, the first one to filter into the common area for the day for 𝐶𝐻. The boy had spoken with Izuku about his insomnia over the week he had been waiting for his results. Hitoshi had found it strange that he was able to reach Izuku at pretty much any time of the day, and they'd gotten on the topic from there. While Izuku wasn't all that surprised, 𝐶𝐻 was very surprised to find someone up and moving around in the kitchen when he wandered down. He was even more surprised when he found that it was a silver-haired pretty boy bouncing around the kitchen, cooking what looked like a mountain of bacon, and oh god, that's coffee, isn't it? Out of the corner of his eye, Izuku watched as 𝐶𝐻 beelined straight for the French press and its fresh coffee, smirking in his head. That's one guard down. Oh hello, good morning. Did you sleep well? Iwasaki Hiroki. I hope the coffee is to your liking. I just made it and hadn't been expecting C company. Hitoshi looked up from where he had just poured a pot of the liquid gold to the doe-eyed boy that was now staring at him and his mug. 𝐶𝐻 looked back down to his cup before taking a sip. He barely kept his mug upright as his legs gave out from under him, and he let out a mmm that would have given anyone outside the kitchen the wrong idea entirely. That is amazing. Hitoshi could have sworn that if the word euphoria had a flavor, then he had just found it. When he told Iwasaki as much, he was blessed with a smile so bright and happy that it dulled the sun and an exuberant hug. 𝐶𝐻 tensed under the sudden grip, doing his best not to offend the happy boy when he extricated himself from his grasp. Nope, too early for this. After being told breakfast was to soon follow, 𝐶𝐻 squirreled away several pieces of already completed bacon and the coffee before escaping back out into the common room. It was barely half an hour before the early risers of the dorm were drawn down to the common room by the fragrance of food wafting through the building. Ida Tender was the first into the common area, though he wasn't alone. Most of the dorm was up and awake, so once they caught the scent, everyone started trickling down and into the common room slowly, confused as to where the smell was coming from. A smile came easily to Izuku's face. He'd had to fake them for years, even before he had become responsible for a unit of soldiers. Then, once he had, morale was important to consider, so the skill only got refined further. Ida had been surprisingly helpful. Once the man had learned Iwasaki was cooking for everyone, he had volunteered to gather everyone up. Izuku had desperately wanted to laugh when Ida began to look more like a robot than a human as he spoke and jerked his hands around. One of our classmates has been kind enough to go through the effort of cooking us a meal. As such, we should all eat it, and it is a perfect time to introduce ourselves. Perhaps his not the but he came off as. By the time Izuku placed the final platter on the kitchen island and stepped out into the common area, Ida had managed to gather the entirety of Class 1A into the common area, albeit some were far more awake than others. Izuku made sure to take note of several that were basically asleep on their feet. Thanks for getting everyone together, Ida. Izuku stepped up beside the tall man, sliding his fingernail across the side of Ida's neck before settling on his shoulder. Ida made another series of robotic gestures with a short speech on the benefits of camaraderie. Izuku beamed a smile at him as he turned to address the class, only to get cut off by the one person he'd prefer to not deal with at all. The F did you have 4 eyes get us all up for, here? It's Think Sunday and we have classes starting tomorrow, but... The room gaped at Bakugo Katsuki as if he'd just grown a second, and then a third, head. They were all adults here, of course, but when the first 2 sentences out of his mouth had 3 curses in it, well, it had startled them. Even Izuku was momentarily caught off guard. He had expected even Katsuki to show a little more decorum. Ida wasted no time in beginning a stern lecture on his language, while Izuku couldn't help but glare coldly at the man-child that he'd once had the pleasure of calling a friend. How to deal with him? No one was paying attention to Izuku, due to the now yelling powder keg in the middle of the common room. He let a cold, sharp smile ghost over his lips, because he knew exactly what he could do here to throw up red flags. If none of them act on this, they are probably doomed in this test. Katsuki was getting into Ida's face now, yelling profane insults as Ida cited regulations and rules. Yarozu was trying to get in between them and defuse the situation, while most of the class watched with a variety of emotions, from amusement to unease. Several were worried that the scuffle was going to escalate further when the air itself seemed to freeze. Momo was going to look over to Todoroki and see what was happening when the atmosphere shifted again, and it was like the air was scared out of everyone's lungs. Oppressive didn't even begin to describe what it was. The air itself was suddenly unfit for consumption. It prickled the skin with needles and was frigid on the membrane. Each L-bread, hitching breath felt like it was trying to flay their lungs from the inside. They could see it on each other's faces, the sudden abject terror that came with their own bodies rejecting their commands in favor of freezing like statues. Then, as quickly as it had come, it was gone, leaving everyone gasping for air, as if they had never had anything so sweet. Please don't argue guys. We're letting the food get cold. There is plenty for everyone. Please go ahead help yourselves. The room was still on edge from whatever that had been, but the mention of food got them moving again. The moment quickly passed once people began filtering through the kitchen and back out to the large, class-sized dining table that rested to one side of the room. Izuku narrowed his eyes once again and scared on his teeth, because nobody outside of his trainees and two others seemed to question what they just experienced. It wasn't long before breakfast was winding down. Initially, there had been some talking between people seated next to one another, and, occasionally, someone sitting across would break in with a comment or two. But that quickly died once the class started to taste the food in front of them. Izuku had prepared something of a continental breakfast that morning, as he didn't know all of their preferences. Izuku was a little concerned when Kaminari started crying, but the compliments he was paying Iwasaki in between bites made Izuku decide that it wasn't a bad thing. Izuku scanned everyone as they ate their food, looking for any signs of suspicion or question, but outside of his two trainees, seemingly no one was suspicious of the banquet that had been provided to them. Even when Izuku went around running his hand across their necks and shoulders, asking if everything was satisfactory. Appreciative, grateful, joyous, indebted, and obliged were all emotions he spotted, but no negative responses outside of Bakugo's plate being more Tabasco sauce than egg, but he was doing his best to ignore that. They've been at peace for a very long time. Izuku forced himself to remember. This world has been peaceful, as far as they know, since the Third World War. They have no reason to look for danger everywhere. No reason to check for poison in their food. Even with the reminder, Izuku had to force back the whispers in his head, telling him that it wouldn't last. That the peace was just a farce to cover the next move. Momo placed her utensils down and stood before turning to Izuku. Iwasaki, I have to say thank you for the meal. It was incredible, and despite what you had to work with, it was on par with the chefs at my home. A real, sunny smile came to Izuku's face now, and this time it was easy. He had learnt from the best, his mother, and any compliments for his cooking were inextricably tied back to her. Kyoka stifled a snort as she caught a muttered lucky beach from Kaminari before Yorozu continued. I do believe now would be a fantastic time for everyone to introduce themselves. Since we have everyone here. Katsuki let out a short, barking laugh before pushing away from the table and beginning to stalk off. I have no need for knowing you DMN extras. You're all stepping stones for me anyway. Thanks for the food I guess though. It wasn't a city. The table was stunned, but Momo, simply glad the situation hadn't devolved again, snapped back and continued with her own introduction. She cleared her throat, drawing attention back to her. My name is Yorozu Momo, and my quirk is creation. It allows me to create anything non-living, as long as I understand the atomic configuration of it. The class was quick to ignore the departure of Bakugo, several already pegging him as an unpleasant mess. Izuku's eyes narrowed in on Momo though. Kyoka and I had to leave before she told us her quirk. That is beyond useful, and not just for hero work. The pink girl, who had been bouncing in her seat since she'd stolen a bit of the coffee from Nshinso, jumped up now. I'm Ashido Mina, and my quirk is acid. It was great in the exam because I didn't have to worry about hurting someone. She twirled in place for everyone to get a good look at her. Several people laughed, and the atmosphere eased with the energetic pink girl's bouncing and comedy. The introductions eased out after that, and Izuku had to do his best to keep his character for now. As much as he wanted to play 20 questions with some of their quirks, it would have to wait. Ida Tenya, Quirk Engine, Asui Tsuyu, Quirk Frog, Ojiro Mashijiao, 𝐻𝐸𝐽 𝐀𝐠𝐫𝐞, 𝐻𝐸𝐽 𝐔𝐠𝐲 𝐷𝐸𝐴𝐚𝑠 𝐔𝐬𝐝 𝐻𝐸𝐽 𝐔𝐠𝐻𝐻𝑒𝐫𝐞, 𝐻𝐸𝐴𝐚 𝐔𝐬𝐚 𝐀𝐠𝐫𝐞 𝐀𝐠𝐕𝐴𝐚 𝐻𝐸𝐽 hardening. 𝐒𝐿𝐿𝐿 filed away the quirks under interesting but not anything out of the ordinary. He already knew everyone's names. He wasn't about to sleep in the same building without knowing that much, at least. Uraraka Okako, quirk zero gravity, Hagakure Toru, quirk invisibility. 𝐒𝐿𝐿 filed those two away. He'd had the thought at the entrance exam that something wasn't right with Uraraka's quirk. Not that he thought she was hiding something, nothing was indicating that, but it was like she didn't know her own quirk. Hagakure, in the meantime, could be the key to solving the issue he and Mai had been having with the cloaking tech. It worked as a stationary field, but a moving one. They couldn't get it to hold its integrity. Hagakure poked the girl sitting next to her, only to jolt back when the girl jumped up, looking startled. I sorry. It is still middle of night where I from. I having hard time with. Jet lagdish. 𝐒𝐿𝐿 chuckled a bit and threw her a bone. Jet lag, right? The girl's eyes lit up with recognition and excitement when 𝐒𝐿𝐿 spoke English. You speak English? I'm sorry, I'm still trying to fully learn Japanese. Momo stared at Iwasaki, because when had he learnt English? He'd been struggling with English last night when they were talking about their class schedule. How is he speaking it so well now? It's alright, just do your best. Either you're Ozu or I can help you if you need it. Pony nodded rapidly before turning back to the class at large. Tsunotori Pony, can just call me Pony. I from America and quirk is horn cannon. I detach my horns. Use as projectile. Pony looked now to Iwasaki and Momo and, getting a nod from them, sat down with a smile. Himiko stood next with a nervous expression. My name is Toga Himiko, and my quirk is transform. The class looked at her carefully and, after a confused question from 𝐿𝐿, I don't see anything odd though, she sighed. I guess I might as well get this out of the way. I can transform into anyone if I've recently drank their BLD. It honestly hurt when she saw several of the class stiffen, but others were nodding. Zu, as she'd told everyone to call her, was the first to croak out a response to it. Honestly, Kero, that would be amazing for stealth operations. Himiko gave her a smile and decided that she was going to befriend the hell out of the frog. ♀♀ stood right after Himiko sat down, rushing out his introduction, emboldened by the positive response to Himiko's quirk. My name is ♀♀ Hitoshi, and my quirk allows me to control anyone that responds to me. He waited, eyes clenched shut for the disgust, the murmurs, the jeering he was used to. Instead, he was startled when he heard a seat escape and his eyes snapped open to find Kirishima standing with his fists in the air. That's so cool. You could take down even All Might with that if he responded. Hitoshi couldn't help but blush. He still wasn't used to positive feedback and sat down muttering thanks. Truly, the darker the shadow, the harder it is to control. Hitoshi looked to his side and found the bird kid now standing. My name is Tokoyami Fumikage, and my quirk is -- his quirk is me. From underneath his shirt, another bird popped out, this one made entirely of shadow. I'm Dark Shadow, and Fumi was going to sit down without introducing me. Tokoyami sighed, pushing Dark Shadow out of the way so he could see the rest of the class. Yes, this beast of the darkness is my eternal companion. We truly thrive in the shadows. DMN, Fumi. Why do you have to be so edgy all the time? 𝐒𝐿𝐿 chuckled a little as he watched the two go back and forth. Even as he laughed, though, 𝐒𝐿𝐿 filed away a note to check into Dark Shadow. It seemed like they acted less as companions and more as MSTR and servant. That likely wouldn't work well as they moved forward. If there was something to convince him to see Dark Shadow differently, it would help. That leaves Todoroki and me. Abruptly, said man stood, introducing himself in soft, clipped tones. My name is Todoroki Shoto. My quirk is half cold, half hot. I can produce fire and ice from my body. I will never use my fire side. Well, that's concerning. Not that I don't know the reason for that hesitance, but that mentality is poisonous. 𝐒𝐿𝐿 realized everyone was staring at him and internally smiled. Alright, let's see if anyone catches the issue here. He stood and, making sure to shake a little, began to introduce himself. My name is 𝐼𝐬𝐽 𝐷𝐿𝐻𝐼. I can produce magnesium F fires from the magnesium S stored in my body. Izuku flicked his wrists, letting some of the magnesium powder he'd been clutching puff up into the air, and set off a light electrical discharge from his hands. Once again, Izuku was left sking on his teeth when everyone simply accepted that at face value. The sparks in the air had distracted them from what he'd done, and Izuku hid his hands in his lap. His fried nerve endings screamed as charred skin from the electrical current regenerated. Momo had been staring at him like he was strange for a while, but had been doing so since he spoke English, so he doubted that she'd caught what he'd just done. "Who are you?" Izuku turned to where he had heard the voice and couldn't keep the smile off his face. Todoroki Shoto stood glaring at him. What do you mean, Todoroki? I already introduced myself earlier. Shoto narrowed his eyes at him and got closer. I know what bloodlust feels like. I know a lie when I hear one, when I see one. You can either answer or I can take it to the faculty. Who? Ah. You. Midoriya couldn't help the cold smile that came to his face now. His eyes glared back into Todoroki's. Congratulations, Todoroki. You pass. Though, next time you suspect something like this, Izuku whipped his hand up faster than Shoto could register, nail dragging across Todoroki's neck, go to the faculty first. You aren't a hero yet. Confronting a potential security threat could get you killed without anyone any the wiser. Izuku patted Todoroki on the shoulder. But again, congrats. Be sure not to tell anyone else. The reveal will be tomorrow when class begins. Shoto stared, confused now, as the silver-haired man walked away, once again the nervous, stuttering wreck they were used to, while rubbing his throat in consternation. The next morning when Pony's alarm went off, she groaned and wanted to curl up into a little ball. Why didn't I come to Japan earlier and avoid this issue? Groaning, she dragged herself from her bed and began to get ready, pulling her uniform from its hanger and turning to her mirror. The first thing she noticed was the sweet scent of dark roast coffee. The second thing she noticed was the fresh cup of it sitting on the shelf next to her mirror with a little note. Pony, I figured you might need a wake-up call this morning, all things considered. So drink this, you should be good for the rest of the day. Iwasaki Hiroki. Pony smiled as she read the note, though she was confused as to when he had come in and placed the coffee there. It hadn't been there when she woke up. She took a sip and immediately had to fight back the GG as her spine ramrodded itself straight. Holy, that's strong. Wow, I'm awake now. That's some good asiti. One by one, Izuku watched as the students of Class 1A trickled into the classroom. He'd left that morning early so that he could report to Aizawa regarding his class inattention to detail. Pony's coffee that morning was only the tip of the iceberg. He'd spent several hours the previous day simply testing their individual awareness. He'd moved things around on Yorozu without her ever noticing his presence. Bakugo had nearly exploded when his curtains kept getting folded and placed on his bed, with him in the room. And Mina, Kaminari, and Zero had somehow managed to not notice that he cheated in their board games 6 Ways from Sunday, some of which he didn't even bother trying to hide. Everyone had found their seats in the classroom and immediately began speaking with each other. Izuku had the unfortunate displeasure of being seated directly behind the ticking time bomb that was Bakugo. Luckily, while Katsuki was a bully and a jackass, he was a massive quirkist, so he hadn't begun tormenting anyone as of yet. As far as he knew, Iwasaki Hiroki had a quirk. Ida spotted him shortly after yelling at Bakugo about his legs being up on the desk. Iwasaki, I believed you were better than this. We are students of this fine establishment. As such, we must act like it. Where is your proper uniform? Izuku glanced down and back at Ida. The thought of dropping the act now and telling him to pull the rod out of his butt occurred, but that would ruin Aizawa's surprise. What Midoriya was wearing was the proper uniform provided to him by the president for his class. Its briefs and suit jacket were pitch black with gold detailing. Where one would expect the tassels for the hero course, you could instead find a bright silver UA resting atop a golden star. WHB. This is the proper uniform, Ida. This is the one I was provided by the faculty. Then I am very sorry. Ida bowed to Midoriya, and over his left shoulder, he could see the yellow caterpillar that was Aizawa inching his way across the ground towards his podium. He could also see that, outside of himself, only Yorozu and Todoroki had noticed it. Oh hell! If you are all here to socialize rather than learn, get out and don't come back. The class whipped their heads around to find the rather terse and very annoyed voice at the front of the room. 11 seconds to quiet down. Almost all of you are already disappointing me. That needs to stop. My name is Aizawa Shota, and I'll be your homeroom professor while you're here at UA. Kaminari was the first to speak up after that, indignation thick in his voice. Sir, it's the first day, and we didn't even know you were there. How could we have disappointed you already? Several of the students nodded, seemingly agreeing with the sentiment. Who said that it's your first day? You've been part of a test since you arrived, and so far, you are all lacking. Midoriya, go ahead. Momo couldn't help but WHP her head around. Midoriya. Where is he? Iwasaki stood and spoke now with a voice that made a vast majority of the class stiffen in their seats. His voice was deeper now, richer, more confident than they had heard from him before. Oh, I'll gladly do so, sir. He stepped towards the front of the room, and it was as if their entire perception of him shifted. He carried himself with absolute certainty now, and as he ran his hand through his hair, the silver shifted and darkened, returning to a verdant green while the hair itself elongated. Izuku turned, pulling his hair back into the ponytail he was used to having. The class watched as the silver in his eyes melted like spring snow and fell into a deep viridian that glowed with the shift. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I apologize for deceiving you all, but it was a necessary test. My name is Midoriya Izuku, and I'm quirkless. He gave a small stage bow with a blankly courteous smile. Bakugo practically exploded in his seat, snarling. I should also note. The lights clicked and the room was bathed in the purple-violet light Yorozu recognized as ultraviolet. They all had crimson marks and streaks across their skin. She could feel the BLD leach from her skin growing cold and clammy, as she realized that each of them ran over vital locations. Across throats, nicking jugulars, across eyes, and across their spines. You are all currently failing. Aizawa watched as Midoriya changed from his cover identity back into himself. He watched as the shock leached into their eyes, followed by anger and confusion. Aizawa watched as that shock transformed into cognizance, as the lights changed to violet and then into fear as they looked at one another. Yorozu was the first to realize what she was seeing, and it showed when the BLD drained from her face. It wasn't long before students began muttering uneasily as they looked around at their fellow classmates' simulated wounds. It was an even shorter PA before the class zeroed in on the two members of their class without any wounds at all and would have returned their gazes to Midoriya to ask questions were they not all caught off guard by the glow stick in the middle of the room. Tokoyami was doing his best to shy away from his classmates' eyes but found it quite difficult when he glowed like he'd been dipped in a vat of fluorescence. That is enough of that, I think. Everyone take one and meet me out on the grounds. You all have 10 minutes. Anyone late is expelled. The class blinked as the lights flicked back into the normal spectrum and stared forward at their apparent homeroom teacher as he walked out of the room without another word. The moment the door closed behind him, chaos erupted. Questions rained down on Midoriya at varying pitches. Calmly, Izuku picked up a uniform in his size and, turning to the class, raised one hand to the wall of noise. It took a few moments, but eventually, the cacophony settled and Izuku was able to speak. I am sure that many of you have questions. Many of them will be answered in this coming test. Others I'll be happy to answer myself later. But now isn't the time. Aizawa wasn't saying that to scare you all. He will expel you if you are late. The class was shocked. Someone they had thought they'd known had turned out to be someone else. Their teacher was evidently more than happy to expel them on the first day, and Midoriya had dropped that on them before calmly turning and walking out of the room. It wasn't long before everyone was scrambling from their seats to find their outfits and head for one of the many training grounds of Yu. Izuku watched for a moment from the doorway as the situation sank in and everyone began to scramble. As he walked down the hallway, he reflected on the seething crimson eyes that had been pinning him since he revealed himself. Well, Bakugo, have you changed for the better? Or has all the counseling simply made things worse? Don't you think that might have been a little overkill, Midoriya? Izuku couldn't help but quirk his eyebrow at their teacher. Both of them were standing alone on the field, waiting for the class to finish changing. You told me to scare them, didn't you? Aizawa sighed heavily and shook his head. I swear, the more time you and that DMN rat spend together, the worse you both get. We both know they aren't failing, nor did they need to be exposed to the idea of death on the first day. We both know you could have spurred them into trying harder without the dramatics, problem child. Izuku gave a small, grim snort before shaking his own head. I could have, you're right. But the fact of the matter is that too many of them clearly don't understand what they are getting into. I'm not expecting them to know how to pick out a spy on the first day. I'm not expecting them to be all right with the idea of dying. I'm not even expecting them all to have perfect reasons for being a hero, sir. But I'm damn well not going to stand by and let one of them get killed because they treated this as a game. That's my job to worry about, Midoriya. Not yours. If they don't have any potential, then they won't be staying. But if they do, then there is no reason to eliminate them in their first year over their convictions, most certainly not on the first day. Even then, it isn't your decision about what happens. Do I make myself clear? The two were still staring each other down when the other students all trickled out onto the field. The tense atmosphere did nothing to calm their nerves, and when Aizawa glanced down at his watch, the feeling didn't abate. 2 minutes left. I expect that to be cut down to taking 2 minutes by the end of this year. Now, let's get started. Uraraka wasted no time snapping her hand up with a confused expression on her face. What about the entrance ceremony, sir? Or the guidance sessions? Aizawa glanced at her before looking back down to the clipboard he had. A waste of time. You are all here to become heroes, not play around with school ceremonies. UA is known for the freedom it grants its teachers to create their own lesson plans. Today, we'll be repeating athletics tests you've been given yearly since middle school. Softball toss, standing long jump, 50-meter dash, long-distance running, grip strength, sit-ups, push-ups, and your flexibility. This time, however, you'll all be using your quirks. At this point, the Department of Education is just procrastinating the inevitable, and it's illogical to not allow people to know what they are capable of. Midoriya, you are dismissed. The class had been relatively silent throughout their professor's explanation. They hadn't said a word when he'd called the opening ceremonies a waste of their time. They had only made some excited rumblings when he had told them they would get to use their quirks. Now, it would seem, the peanut gallery had found a reason to speak up. That isn't fair. Why doesn't Midoriya have to do this as well? Aizawa quirked his eyebrow at Zero and responded as if it were the most unreasonable question he'd gotten all day. Because I can't accurately gauge his abilities with these tests, obvious. Bakugo snorted and interrupted Aizawa, causing that quirked brow to become furrowed. Isn't it obvious, soy sauce? It's because Deku's a thing useless quirkless. The DMN invalid wouldn't be able to keep up with those of us that are proper people. Aizawa felt his eye twitch at the blatant quirkist attitude. He'd barely opened his mouth to reprimand the behavior when a chill went down his spine and he saw Midoriya smile sharply from the corner of his eye. Oh, Bakugo. I see that you've still not grown out of that quirkist bullshit. I wish I could say I'm surprised, though I'm not, since you live in a god's DMN echo chamber of mindless drivel. Izuku practically purred his words as he stepped out in front of the students' line. Let's settle this right now. How many of you think that the reason I was dismissed was my quirklessness? Go ahead and be honest. I won't be angry with you. It is a fair guess, after all, even if it could be phrased better. About a third of the class raised their hands, and Izuku couldn't help but feel a warm spot in his chest because, except for Katsuki, the rest at least seemed bashful about their assumption. Izuku nodded. Like I said, fair enough of a deduction. I think it would be best if I participated, sir, if only so they don't think I'm getting special treatment. Aizawa rolled his eyes and sighed. How utterly illogical. Fine then. Throw the DMN ball and get back in line. And no, I don't need to keep it. I have a bag of them. Do whatever as long as you don't leave the circle. Aizawa tossed a slightly larger than average baseball to Midoriya as the two passed each other, one heading to the sidelines and the other to the painted circle on the ground. He's about to do something dramatic again, isn't he? At least Nezu might get some accurate data out of this at least. Kyoka, do you have your sound dampers on? The girl looked confused for a moment but nodded an affirmative. She didn't tend to go anywhere without them. Izuku nodded and gave a small, pointed smile, showing off his sizable incisors. I'd plug your ears, everyone. This may be a little loud. For the most part, the class complied, albeit a bit confused and slow on the uptake. Izuku took a traditional pitching stance and scanned the sky, as if he were looking for something special, and then smiled, muttering a single word with a genuine grin this time. Kyoka bit down on her lip, letting out a surprised snort before she could help herself. The class hadn't heard, clearly, else they'd be confused. Nothing they imagined did the actual toss justice. Izuku snapped his arm forward towards the sky faster than their eyes could see, and mere moments later, the air sundered apart with a boom that shook the earth where they stood. Even through the earplugs Momo made herself, her ears were still ringing as if a bomb had just gone off next to her. Several of the other students had fared even worse, as they were seemingly gesturing that they couldn't hear a thing. The most startling to her, however, was that Gyro hadn't even flinched. Doesn't she have heightened hearing? Himiko was startled, because what the fresh F was that Izuku. But Kyoka hadn't taken her eyes off of Midoriya. He might be good at masking the pain, but she'd known him long enough that she saw it behind his eyes and in the way he held his right arm. Dumbass overdid it again. It wasn't even a minute later when Mina popped up from her place on the ground. That was amazing. This is going to be so much foo dash. She didn't even get through the words before her own voice was being overshadowed by the inane screaming of Bakugo and the repeated admonishing hand-waving from Ida. So this is what set Midoriya off. A glint of red flashed in everyone's field of view, only to be followed by Aizawa's angry voice telling everyone to be quiet, danger practically seeping from him. Please, Ashido, go ahead and finish that statement. Several moments of nothing followed and Aizawa continued. No. Well, that is likely for the best, because this is not supposed to be fun. We have only a few short years here to turn you all into respectable heroes. The people whose job it is to stop the many injustices in this world. Aizawa was, frankly, impressed with this batch of first years. Most of this was owing to Midoriya and his cohorts, but he was mildly impressed all the same. The 50-meter dash had been dominated by Tensai's younger brother, and the similarity in their speed was there, even if Tenya was younger and less experienced than his older brother, clocking in at almost 16.5 meters per second. What surprised the man, however, was that both Himiko and Gyro clocked in just behind Bakugo. They continued to impress him in their other examinations, as well, with Himiko transforming into Shoji to excel in grip strength, Gyro using her Ajax as an atlatl for the ball toss, or just by their general fitness, which as was proven in the sit-ups and push-ups. They were already far ahead of their peers. That isn't to say that there wasn't potential in the rest of them. Yorozu had taken second while Todoroki had taken third, firmly showing off exactly why they were recommended students. Ida had been consistent across the board. Tokoyami had worked decently well with his quirk to pull into 7th place just ahead of Himiko. Though, considering that Gyro had evidently been training with Midoriya longer, it wasn't surprising that she pulled 6th and Himiko 8th. Even the ones that had fallen into last place as the tests went on seemed as if they were giving it everything they had. Whether it was fear or determination, Aizawa couldn't tell, but for now it didn't matter. Even if they didn't have training coming in, it didn't matter. They'd get it here or drop out of the course. All of this, of course, wasn't even mentioning Midoriya. Frankly, Aizawa didn't even want to rank Midoriya because it was such a bad test of his maximum capability. Cleared the long jump, maxed the grip strength machines, had literally blurred in the side steps, had folded into a DM-end pretzel during the flexibility tests, and had kept up with Yorozu in the long-distance test. She had made a motorized scooter and he'd kept up with her. While holding a conversation. All of that didn't even touch the DM-end ball toss number that came up or the fact that he beat Ida's time by almost 2 seconds, clocking in at 41.5 meters per second. Honestly, Aizawa was starting to get worried that he was growing numb to Midoriya's bullshit. With that, the testing is over. For those of you in last place, Try harder. If you're in front of the class, good. Don't let your training slip. This is the starting line for each of you. I expect you'll improve heavily from here. Here are the results. 1. Midoriya Izuku 2, Yorozu Momo 3, Shoto Todoroki 4, Katsuki Bakugo 5, Tenya Ida 6, Kyoka Gyro 7, Fumikage Tokoemi 8, Himiko Toga 9, Shoji Mizo 10, Mashijiao Ojiro 11, Ahiro Kirishima 12, Mina Ashido 13, Okako Uraraka 14, Koji Koda 15, Tsuyu Asui 16, Pony Tsunotori 17, Hanta Zero 18, Denki Kaminari 19, Hitoshi Shinso 20, Toru Hagakure. Go pick up a syllabus from the classroom and head back to the dorms. You're all done for the day. He hadn't expelled anyone today, but it had been close. If Hagakure hadn't put in the effort she did, he wouldn't have hesitated. I'll need to keep an eye on Bakugo though. Aizawa could accept stupid. He'd worked with quirkist assholes before, just look at Endeavor. But there had been too much anger in his eyes for that, and if Aizawa wasn't wrong, a hint of fear. The atmosphere when Aizawa left was notably relaxed. Many of them didn't realize just how much tension there'd been until the man had left. Mina couldn't help but sink to the ground with a cry. I can't believe we all survived. I could have sworn one of us was going to get kicked out. You know, after Midori's stealth operations and our teacher apparently being so scary. Obviously it was a lie. Didn't take much to figure that out. There's no way Aizawa would expel anyone on the first day. Everyone that hadn't trickled back to the locker rooms turned to Midoriya as he gave a mirthless laugh. I wouldn't be too sure of that. Last year, he expelled his entire class in the first week. There is a reason there is no Class 2A. Besides that, there are only a handful of students left in Class 3A. He wants to see that everyone has the potential and drive to succeed. That's what our little game was about. Bringing the best out in everyone. Izuku had no doubt that would startle a few of their less serious classmates once it got around to them, but it didn't really matter. They would either survive the course or not. I just remembered. Uraraka, Hagakure, could I talk to you two for a moment? Both girls nodded, or at least as far as Izuku could approximate with Hagakure, and gestured everyone to head on without them. What's up, Midori? Izuku arched an eyebrow at Hagakure when she bounced up to him. Seemingly sensing his question, Hagakure rapidly explained, the embarrassment evident in her voice. Oh, sorry. I just heard Mina call you that and she said it was the least you could do since you marked us and all. Izuku chuckled and waved her off. Don't worry about it, Hagakure. I'm used to being called by my first name, so call me whatever you want. It won't bother me. Now, I wanted to talk to you two for separate reasons. I'll start with you, so you can get going. My partner and I have been working on technology that is very similar to your quirk, and while we're able to get it working for a stationary target, we're having issues with a moving version. Your quirk may just hold the key to us solving that issue. As such, I'd like to ask for your help. Of course, you'd be compensated for your time. Hagakure was silent for a long moment. Long enough that Uraraka got a little concerned before a soft whisper came out of the girl. Can you get rid of it? Uraraka barely caught it, but Midoriya had certainly heard her if his hiss of a breath was any indication. Can I what? Hagakure started waving her arms around wildly in panicked motions, having realized the implications of her phrasing. No. I don't want to get rid of my quirk. I mean, like, if you can make something to replicate my quirk, couldn't you make something to both Uraraka and Izuku were looking at her with concern now, and that almost made it harder for Toru to get it out. Could you make something to make me visible again? I haven't been able to see myself since I turned 4 and I just want to dash. The girl choked on her words now, and she could feel the warmth of tears on her face, even if the others couldn't see them. Uraraka pulled the shorter girl into a hug, and Izuku couldn't help but feel pity for the poor girl. Both of the girls jumped when a new voice spoke from their side. Yeah, I believe we can do that for you. Right, Aizu? The girls whipped around to find another girl wearing the same black uniform as Midoriya. Her hair was tied back, much like Midoriya's, but instead of the green, it was bubblegum pink. Yeah, we can, Shouldn't be too hard. We'll talk about this tomorrow, though. Go ahead back to the dorms. Shakily, 𝐔𝐸𝐽 bowed before heading back to the locker rooms. Both of the young CEOs then turned to Uraraka, who was smiling nervously. I'm guessing that you also want my help with some kind of project. The nervous smile turned to one of shock quickly when Hatsune spoke up first. Nah, why are you using your quirk so wrong? Izuku could do nothing but facepalm. It took a few moments for Momo to orientate herself in the locker room. It was their first time using them, and the girl she was looking for had slipped off into one of the corners with Himiko as soon as they'd grabbed their clothes. It took her a few more moments to walk over and call out to Gyro. Both girls turned to look at Momo, and although Gyro seemed wary, Himiko tensed rather rapidly. Momo looked at both girls and had to resist the urge to hiss when she saw dozens of white lines and welts trailing down Himiko's otherwise blemishless skin. Are those WHP scars? Kyoka stepped in between the two and Momo did her best to stutter out an apology. She didn't want to be rude and hadn't meant to stare. She got halfway through that apology when she found herself heating up. She had been staring again, but instead of old injuries, it was Gyro's fit and toned body. Suffice it to say, she was sufficiently mortified of her behavior when Kyoka's now concerned face became the focus of her vision. I just wanted to ask, you seemed to not be affected by the shockwave earlier. How is that? Oh, and did you catch what Midoriya was saying before he threw the ball? Kyoka blinked before chuckling. Oh, that. Izuku and Mai made me these for my birthday a few years back. Kyoka brushed her hair back, revealing the small silver discs she always wore. They filter and dampen sounds above a certain threshold so I don't suffer from my heightened hearing. As for what he said, she couldn't help but smile now as laughter bubbled up in her throat. He said Hawaii. It wasn't long after Aizawa finished his paperwork that he found himself sitting in the president's office, trying not to scowl. How is the investigation into Midoriya's past going? Anything new? Calmly, Nezu placed his tea back into its saucer before shaking his head. Nothing new. Or that is to say, nothing at all. I take it that the glowering you're doing means that you didn't get anything out of Midoriya. Aizawa let the frown come now because, evidently, he wasn't doing too well at hiding it. Oh no, I got something out of him. He threw the ball really far. Nezu just raised his eyebrows at Aizawa, prompting him to elaborate on what he meant by really far. Aizawa, in response, simply put his device down with the distance on the screen. Oh dear. Nezu couldn't take his eyes off the blinking number, because that was outside of his calculations. Well outside, in fact. On-screen blinked a red number that should have been impossible for someone that was quirkless. Hell, with a few exceptions, such as young Uraraka, it should have been impossible for someone with a quirk. On-screen blinked 6,625,669 meters. Hanzai Shogoro had prepared for any number of things that could go wrong. He had to. Drag dealing wasn't a safe profession by any means. Someone could threaten him for a fix, someone could decide to use the trigger that he sold them and try to take the rest of his stock by force. Hell, a sale could even turn out to be a setup. That's why when he returned to the gang's warehouse, he immediately noticed that the guard, who should have been on duty, was missing. It's why Goro noticed that the door was ajar, and right then and there he should have walked away. His instinct screamed at him to run, to get away. The door screeched, the sound of disjointed metal on metal, as he pushed it open, and his breath hitched as he looked down the hall. The guard laid against the wall, glassy eyes staring into him, questioning him. He wanted to GG as he took in the scene. BLD and grey matter dripped down the wall behind him and the scent of iron clung to the entryway. He'd been ambushed, clearly, didn't even fight back when the assailant had put a bullet through his forehead. The lights flickered and the air hung heavy with the oppression of death. Goro stepped carefully now down the hallway. What once was neat and organized was chaotic and lawless, and much like the state of the building, he found his second fellow in worse shape than the guard had been. His elbow was snapped cleanly through his forearm and the wound still leaked crimson from the severed artery. The hole in the back of his head told him that it was an execution. Looking around, Goro spotted his associate's blade kicked just inside a side passage, the weapon bent uselessly now into little more than scrap metal. His instincts screamed louder and louder as he made his way into the main storage of the warehouse. He knew he should turn around, should run away, should slip into the night and never come back. But some sick curiosity tugged him forward. Forward, through the escalating carnage of his peers. Forward, through the bodies and BLD, past the men who'd had their legs broken as they tried to crawl away. At some point, whoever, or hell, whatever, had done this had stopped using their weapon. The clean bullet holes were replaced by long gouges and deep lacerations. It wasn't the work of man any longer but that of a beast. Then 𝐤𝐻𝐻 stepped into the main storage and the entire world shifted as he retched and vomited his lunch onto the concrete, slick with the arterial BLD of the rest of the gang. Where the room would normally be lit by the bright overhead fluorescent lights, now the area was lit only by the flaming barrels they kept for when the power went out. The fire cast the room into deep, broad shadows, providing a stark contrast to the pieces of men strewn around. Some men laid, terror still in their eyes, with their throats torn from their bodies, their fingers curled around in desperation, trying in vain to stem the flow of their lives. Others had been luckier in that they had simply been bashed into the ground until their faces were unrecognizable. Lucky only because they would have been unconscious for their untimely demise. But the thing that struck 𝐤𝐻𝐻 the moment he had walked into the room, the thing that had first caught his attention and the very act that made even his hardened stomach lose its contents, was the body of their gang leader. The others had it easy. The others had gotten away clean. Hanging from the rafters was their leader, strung up by his own intestines, eyes bulging out of his head. Then the purr echoed around the room. Oh, so the fifth decided to come back home to play. Don't worry about your friends. You'll be joining them soon. There, sitting on the rafters, just above his boss body, sat a man barely older than a boy. Yet, in the dark, the man's eyes glowed like viridian fire and the shadowed firelight glinted off of teeth too sharp to be human. The man dropped to the ground with that horrifying smile on his face, while two black dress shoes made a disgusting sking sound as he stepped forward in the pools of BLD. A little off 6 feet tall, this demon strode towards 𝐤𝐻𝐻, his smile perfectly calm and razor-sharp, wearing an outfit that should have reminded him of an old-fashioned detective, with its high-rise breathes, trench coat, and fedora. Now the outfit only made him see the devil himself. 𝐤𝐻𝐻 did the only sensible thing a man would do at this point. He pulled in a deep breath, screamed, and ran. The hallway was the same as it was before. Logically, he knew that. Yet the walls seemed, impossibly, to close in on him, to creep closer with every twist and turn of the warehouse halls. Logically, 𝐤𝐻𝐻 knew that the rest of the gang was dead and that he was alone. He couldn't help but cry out for help, anyway, to scream his throat raw as he tore back towards the door. Couldn't help but see the grinning faces of corpses now where they had been pained and scared before. Laughter trickled down the hallway toward him as the footsteps continued at an unconcerned, leisurely pace. Screeching filled the air as claws were dragged across metal support beams and the man whistled a happy, jaunty tune. The doorway was there in front of him. Yet, curiously, it wasn't empty. A man stood there now, staring him down impassively, as if none of his screaming meant a thing to him. I need help. Surely this guy'll save me from the lunatic butcher behind. The last thing 𝐤𝐻𝐻 saw was a flash of green and the glint of metal as his head rolled to a stop at the feet of the man at the door. Darby T scared as the drag dealer's head rolled towards him before stopping it with the sole of his combat boot. Jesus Midoriya, what the hell did you do in there? I can smell the BLD from all the way out here. I don't have any pity for drag peddlers that use their clients' debt as an excuse for child trafficking. Certainly not when they decide to move across the country from Kagoshima to set up 3 blocks away from an elementary school. Izuku's eyes hardened before he sighed and rubbed his face, smearing his bloody hands across his eyes. I will admit that I lost my temper a little bit when I found the cage of kids, though. Sorry for the extra work. Make sure they get out of the holding area without seeing the bodies, please. They don't need that added to this experience for them. Darby's face hardened when he heard about the kids, and though he didn't look forward to what his boss temper had wrought, he wasn't quite sure he cared at the moment. That's all right. Go ahead and get back to the dorms. You have the costume party, right? I'm sure they'll miss you if you're out any longer. Izuku gave Darby a weary smile before stepping past him into the night air, while Darby stepped into a nightmare. The first one to greet Izuku at the door of the dorms was, unsurprisingly, a rather distraught-looking Yorozu. There you are, Izuku. You're almost late. I was worried you'd somehow gotten yourself lost. You said you were going out for a short walk, not for a dash. Momo cut herself off when she caught sight of the BLD staining the edges of his coat, both at the wrists and the bottom, as well as the hemming of his breathes. What happened? He'd cleaned up, of course. It wouldn't do to arrive at a class party looking as if he'd just come from a massacre, but a crime scene fit the look well. Izuku took in her appearance as he waved her concern away. Her black, silk cocktail dress clung to her curves, while her high heels put her taller than Midoriya for once. Elbow-length black gloves reached for him, while the concern in her eyes drew a stark contrast to the curled, billowing jet black hair occluding half of her face and the crimson lipstick that sat like BLD on her lips. The BLD makes the costume better. Makes me look fresh from a crime scene. Izuku smiled now, letting some of his madness leak through into his eyes and smile. Now come on, dame. We have a soiree to attend. Izuku linked his arm with Momo, and she let the concern slip away as she purred. May as well play her part. Yes, darling. Let's do just that. There are many things that go bump in the night, just as there are 3 certainties in life: death, taxes, and the stupidity of one's casual acquaintances. Izuku and Momo walked back into the dorms to find Mina neck-deep in a bucket of ice water and apples. The shriek they'd heard upon entering the dorms came from their classmates not having informed the Pinkette that the fog billowing out of the apple cauldron was actually because of the dry ice they'd placed in the bottom of it. It was almost time for the festivities to begin, and the last of the guests would be arriving soon. Izuku couldn't help but smile as he observed the room. Everyone had gotten into the spirit of the season, from Mina in her kitty cat outfit, all the way to the usually stoic Shinso with his imitation eraserhead goggles on his forehead and capture weapons settled haphazardly on his shoulders. Ojiro was wrapped in just enough bandages to show hints of the skeleton suit he had on underneath. Tenya had taken the time to meticulously paint himself into Frankenstein's monster and was doing his best to converse with the blushing Shoto. It made sense, really. It was the first real Halloween he'd been able to take part in after getting away from his family, and he still wasn't used to the attention. Attention that he was getting a lot of because of his meticulously put-together noble vampire costume. The sound of Kyoka calling his name brought his attention above himself just in time to catch her as she hopped off the broom Okiko had been flying them around on. Kyoka was doing her best to play the sly demon succubus with Himiko, while Okiko had dressed in the purples and blacks of a witch. Laughing, Izuku was going to ask what on earth she thought she was doing when he caught sight of Mai behind her. The BLD drained from his face when he saw what she was wearing. Her costume was by far the scariest there. It was the only one that made Izuku feel very real fear. She had modeled it after her Diamond Roombas. A hero called out from the front of the room that their special guests had arrived, and some students lined up behind the couches, others behind the pumpkin carving tables. Kaminari and Zero had finally been caught by Mina, only to get dunked into the ice water themselves. The 3 stood by the bucket of freezing water, giggling their heads off. Pony and Setsuna turned from where they were conversing at the cocktail bar, clearly waiting for Midoriya to make his way over and take his position behind it. Asui climbed upside down into a visible area next to the dorm stairs in her track dress, while Fumikage and Toru conversed at the foot of the stairs. The chime of a clock, the toll of a bell, and 2 little girls stepped through the front door with Mirio and the rest of the Moonlit Industries group behind them. One girl was taller than the other, braver than the other. Gold eyes and blonde hair like her elder sister, she stepped through wearing a costume similar to Todoroki, though her fangs were all natural when she smiled at the waiting group of students. The other girl was still shy, still scared from her ordeal. Younger than Hiromi by only a year, the girl had red eyes with sleek, silver hair trailing across the deep black and silver plaits that were a replication of Midoriya's hero costume. Izuku could see the curiosity in her eyes as she took in the room, and when her eyes finally landed on Izuku, her smile could have melted the white snow her hair reminded him of. As one, the students of 1A gave a mighty cheer. Happy Halloween! I'm what? Okiko couldn't help but stutter out a half response. There were a number of things that could have come from the pair, especially after Izuku's offer to Hagekure, but she hadn't expected to be insulted within the first sentence. Izuku sighed, Because, of course, the first thing out of Hatsum's mouth had been utterly blunt to the point of degrading. Taking his left hand off his face and carefully placing his right arm behind him, Izuku gestured to hold back the string of retorts that were brewing in Uraraka's eyes. What she meant is that we notice some discrepancies in your quirk usage versus how you described it to us. If you don't mind me asking, what exactly does your quirk do? In your doctor's words, please, if you can remember all the way back to your examination when your quirk manifested. Uraraka tilted her head and scrunched up her eyebrows, arms crossing in front of her. Well, I can't really remember the examination. That was years ago, you know. But I do remember I didn't spend a whole lot of time there. There were a whole lot of people, and I remember it because I remember thinking that it felt like we got rushed through. I didn't really think much of it at the time. I was too excited to try out my quirk, after all. I think they said something about me altering the gravity of what I touch with my finger pads, thus making them weightless. Uraraka held her hands up, making grabby motions towards the two as Izuku grumbled and rubbed his left temple. Of course they did. My own quirk specialist determined my quirklessness with an X-ray rather than a BLD test, but I had hoped they all weren't that inept. Considering how bad the HPSC is, I shouldn't be surprised. But this is on another level entirely. Uraraka couldn't help but be startled by the sudden hostility. What does the Hero Commission have to do with this? Besides the fact that they are a bunch of corrupt, quirkist assholes. Mai snarled the words out before Izuku shot her a look and a low warning with her name. Please forgive her. We've had some, negative experiences in the past with the Hero Commission. It isn't anything you need to worry about. But to answer your question, most people assume that quirk specialists are employed through the government. Which, I suppose, is true to some extent. But most of them are employed through the HPSC, rather than running their own practices. It's one of the ways that they track quirks, but again, besides the point. Izuku took several steps to the side and pulled what appeared to be a small metal cube from the rolling cart Mai had brought with her, while Mai herself opened her laptop at the end and began to boot the software she'd need. He continued as he rolled the cube around in his hands, as if it were a child's plaything. Since Mai has already been blunt, I'll go ahead and continue that trend. What that doctor told you is likely either complete bullshit or not even remotely the full story. Gravity is one of the 4 fundamental forces in the universe. The weakest of the 4 forces, but a fundamental force all the same. If a body has mass, then it is going to have gravity. The force attraction between 2 bodies is directly proportional to the product of the masses, of course, and Midoriya, you're going to lose her if you keep babbling science at her. Mai couldn't help but interject, worrying that Uraraka would be zoning out by now, but the girl seemed rather attentive. Is inversely proportional to the square of the distance between them, right? Both of the CEOs quirked their eyebrows at her, and she shrugged. I ended up studying the subject a bit, trying to improve my quirk, and it always confused me how I could just nullify gravity, but since I didn't really have the money to get any tests done, right? Well, it's your lucky day then. Izuku tossed the steel cube to Uraraka, who caught it, nearly dropping it from the sudden weight. Use your quirk on that. Are we ready to go, Mai? Mai nodded, and Izuku gestured to go ahead. Shrugging, Uraraka used her quirk on the cube and let it float in front of her. She waited nervously for a few seconds. Then a few seconds more. She had been getting steadily more nervous as they'd been talking. If they were right, then she had been completely wrong about her quirk and that wasn't a pleasant feeling in her gut. That feeling only made itself further apparent when Mai's eyebrows shot up and she snorted. She gestured for Izuku to take a look at the screen, and after a moment of concentrated reading, he shook his head and grabbed what looked like several small pads and a plate from the cart. He planted the plate on the ground and walked up to her, signaling her to deactivate her quirk, and began placing the sensors on her. Once more while standing on the pressure plate, please. It took all of 10 seconds following the reactivation of her quirk for Midoriya to start cursing again, before he began leading her through a series of tests and exercises from moving the cube around in the air to simply letting it float along. One moment she'd be working with 1 cube, then juggling another 3 or 4. Each step of the way, Midoriya seemed to become more agitated and Hatsum more straight-faced. Wow, The doctor wasn't just wrong. He was a f***ing idiot. Uraraka was still attempting to fully reconcile the extremely timid Iwasaki Hiroki with Midoriya, so this reaction was jarring. You aren't negating gravity at all. You are doing something equally stupid that I have no explanation for right now, but it isn't gravity-related. What exactly am I doing then? Uraraka deactivated her quirk for what was hopefully the final time, while Mai approached her to collect the equipment. Mai was staring at her, completely deadpan, and while Uraraka didn't know it, Hatsune was doing her best to not expose the girl in front of her to another rant about the incompetence of the current system. What you are doing is in two parts. First off, you are directly affecting the momentum of an item. I tap the cube to the right, and it starts going right. I then tap the cube left, and it starts going left without anything more than a tap, regardless of how fast it was going, its mass, anything at all. The second thing you're doing is moving mass around while your quirk is active. Wait, if that was the case, how are things floating? Because your quirk is evidently doing the heavy lifting right now. If I had to guess, and this would need more testing to be sure of, your mental image is it floating. Your quirk is picking up on that and reflecting it externally. To be exact, let's take the first test as an example. The cube was floating, correct? That isn't exactly true. There was a constant 9,807 meters per square second pressure on it from below it. Your quirk was quite literally matching gravity vertically in order to make the cube float there. Midoriya had taken to pacing now in his frustration while gesturing with his left hand as Hatsune carefully placed equipment onto her cart. The second part of this is that you perceive things that float as lighter, which is perfectly reasonable, but it causes you to miss the second part. When you activated your quirk, a large amount of the mass from the steel cube moved from the cube into you. It's not telekinesis, though it is similar, but you theoretically don't have to worry about an object's inertia. You are also able to theoretically shift mass around at will, and that just shouldn't be possible. Objects that have large amounts of mass and can be moved with little force shouldn't exist. If you combine those two abilities, it means that you have Izuku. Midoriya had steadily been getting faster in both his pacing and muttering when Hatsune called his name, snapping him out of his spiral. Come on, you're going to confuse her if you don't tell her clearly. Yeah, you're right. Izuku turned back to Uraraka, who had just been watching what looked like a nosedive into insanity with a wary expression. Sorry about that, but the implications of this are startling, to say the least. You appear to have the ability to manipulate both mass and momentum while disregarding inertia, and I have absolutely no idea how that is possible. Are none of us going to bring up how DMN unsettling Midoriya is? Or how absolutely fed up it is that he simulated killing us for God's sake? The exhausted class had barely trickled back into their dorms and begun heading their separate ways when 𝐒𝐿 decided to speak up. Though it surprised no one when Todoroki continued towards his room or Bakugo did the same after telling them to F themselves, a large quantity of the class were paying attention to 𝐒𝐿 with concerned expressions. Right. Even if Aizawa-sensei asked him to do it, wasn't that too much? Kaminari couldn't help but rub his neck as he muttered agreements with 𝐒𝐿. Ashido, on the other hand, bounced in place beside Hagekure, feeling mildly indignant. That's hardly fair to him, isn't it? We'd do the same thing if our professor asked us to, and Iwa Midoriya isn't even here to defend himself. He even offered to help me, despite not having to. Toru's response was softer, but had an impact all the same. But how are we supposed to trust him now? He's already deceived us once. What if this is just another trick? What else does he plan on doing to us? Kaminari jumped at Midoriya's offer to help Hagekure, and even Ida seemed like he was nodding his head along. I don't want to say that you made a mistake, but how are we supposed to trust Aizawa-sensei and Midoriya if they open the semester by lying to us? Ida's robotic chopping was evidently the last straw for Toga, because she bared her teeth and started growling at the three who were speaking against Midoriya. I think that it's kind of manly. Look at how easily he was able to do it. He'll be our classmate, after all. Think about how much we can learn from him. Kirishima was doing his best to diffuse the situation with his sharp smile and happy-go-lucky attitude, but was being met with limited success. That's enough. J.I.R.O. sighed. She'd had enough of this, and as she snapped out an order for silence, everyone turned to her, while Toga grumbled and stepped away from 𝐂𝐿, who she appeared to be ready to strangle with his own tape. First off, Himiko has a point. Izuku isn't here to defend himself, so do try to have a little bit of decorum. It is the first day of class, and except for a handful of us, none of you have had any actual interactions with Izuku to base these accusations off of. That being said, behave yourself, Himi. Izuku wouldn't approve of you throttling 𝐂𝐿. If you have questions or accusations to make, point them at him. I'm sure he'll be happy to deal with them. Of course Midoriya's guard dogs would defend him. They probably knew it was him the entire time. 𝐂𝐿 muttered it just loudly enough that Toga, without J.I.R.O's enhanced hearing, could hear him. The only thing that kept Toga off of him was J.I.R.O wrapping her earjacks around Toga's arm while her hand was placed on her shoulder. Come on man, that was a little far, don't you think? Kaminari took a step away from 𝐂𝐿 with that comment, if only to distance himself from Toga in case she got loose. She looks pissed. What? You think nobody noticed how he talked to you back at the training field? Or that you only had a couple non-lethal marks on you? You two clearly know him. You're right, 𝐂𝐿. We did know the entire time, because he trained us to notice these things. We also weren't the only two to pass, as Todoroki did, as well, but if that is the only thing that you took away from this, then you truly did fail. J.I.R.O had remained rather placidly calm throughout all of this, or had at least done her best to appear as such, but her tone chilled when she finished her sentence. It's like Aizawa-sensei said. This is our baseline. What Izuku did was to show you where your baseline was. Breakfast could have had any number of things in it. Botulinum, ricin, tetrodotoxin, cyanide, strychnine. He cheated through his games with you, and none of you noticed. He cut everyone into simulated ribbons in a hope that you would learn an important lesson early. This is not a safe field of work. Every day, we could get targeted. Every day, we could get injured or killed. J.I.R.O couldn't help but touch the scar trailing down the right side of her lips as she thought about how dangerous it could be, even with training. We have to be vigilant, or else everything we've worked for could come crashing down. You didn't answer the question, though, Kiro. How are we supposed to trust him? J.I.R.O couldn't help a sad, rueful smile now, because she knew that he'd have to earn that. I'm not asking you to trust him. I'm asking you to tolerate him until you can. It wasn't long before Uraraka was walking back to the changing room, both bewildered and feeling a bit of trepidation. Midoriya and Hatsune could understand that well as they watched her walk away. Her quirk wasn't what she thought it was at all, and that would take a bit to adapt to. The moment Uraraka had stepped out of both visual and audible range, Hatsune turned towards Izuku. So, you're going through with your plan after all? Izuku frowned but nodded. We're going to need allies that think as we do. Vigilantes and favors are only going to do so much. You could have told her about my experience with quirk specialists, then, or about the trouble the HPSC has given us. Hatsune had her own opinions regarding Izuku's plan, but in the end, he was her partner. If this is how he wanted to do things, then she would stand by the decision. She didn't particularly have any kind of stake in hero students, anyway. Izuku just shook his head. My reveal, my quirk tests and Aizawa's gambit in general, her own quirk revelations. Any more and she wouldn't be able to process it. I'll drip feed her information later, once she's acclimatized a bit better. Hatsune narrowed her eyes, but with this kind of thing, he knew best. She was more than happy to drop it, because he'd also brought up another point. Stepping quickly and closing the distance between them, she smacked her hand against his right arm, which he'd had tucked behind his back the entire time. The rapid dilation of his eyes and the scream he trapped in his throat told her everything she needed. You overdid it again. How bad? Midoriya hissed curses between his teeth as he glared at her. Yes, obviously I overdid it. Thank you, Captain Obvious. Did you have to smack my arm? How? Bad. Bakugo sessed me off, and I threw the diamond ball to Hawaii. I didn't ask what you did, I asked how badly you hurt yourself. TSK, fine. Shredded every muscle and practically atomized the bones. I'm only moving it through the augments, and even that is fairly limited. It also hurts like all hell, so don't hit it. 𝐻𝐸𝐽 closed her eyes, took a deep breath, released it, and hit his arm again. You dumbass. How many times do I have to tell you to stop overdoing it? Just because you can, doesn't mean you should. You might be barely human, and you might also have more mechanical augmentation than is healthy, but that doesn't mean your body can keep up with it. Phoenix, how long is it going to take to fix? Izuku's natural healing, in conjunction with the nanobots in his bloodstream, should have his body repaired early tomorrow morning, though it will take considerable materials to do so. He should take at least one round of standard GDS5 before he sleeps, lest he experience symptoms of deficiencies. Izuku grunted out a thank you before turning to 𝐻𝐸𝐽. Shall we go get the supplement and prepare the testing equipment for Uraraka's quirk, or shall we stand here and smack my arm some more? Fine. Fine. 𝐻𝐸𝐽 threw her hands in the air in a sign of defeat and exasperation. One of these days, you're going to learn your lesson, but evidently that isn't today. Izuku smiled. She knew him all too well. It had taken longer than Midoriya would have liked to get Nezu's permission to use one of the gyms for testing. Oh, not because the DMN Chimera didn't want him using the facility to aid his classmates, quite the opposite. The confounded Ratwolf hybrid had wanted to know all about this new development in his classmate's quirk. By the time Izuku entered through the front doors of the dorms, he was exhausted and his arm ached, despite the painkillers 𝐻𝐸𝐽 had insisted on with the general deficiency supplement. He'd fought her on that initially, but right about now, as he was wearing down, he was really DMN thankful for them. Dealing with Nezu was always taxing. Where most groups had a distinctive goal and objectives to go with, the president wasn't like that. He was a web of plans, contingency plans, and contingency plans to the contingency plans. Navigating conversations with him was a war of wits and ideologies, and although they fought with different weapons, it was probably the reason the two had a begrudging admiration for one another, bordering on something akin to friendship. There were only a few of his classmates in the common area now. The sun was going down, and most of the students had trickled off to bed. Not that he could blame them. Aizawa had pushed them to their limits, and he'd be surprised if they weren't exhausted. Izuku stood behind the couch for a minute, just taking in the relaxed nature of his classmates. It was a breath of fresh air after his day. ♀was in the corner, nsng a cup of coffee, while Yorozu studied something across from him. What she was studying was beyond him, as classes hadn't even begun. But he of all people wasn't going to criticize her for learning something new. He chuckled at Mina, once again taking Kaminari's money when he landed on the boardwalk space. She was disturbingly good at games that have an element of luck to them. All heads whipped around and found him standing in the room, their expressions ranging from shock to displeasure, but the most concerning was the anger and fear coming from 𝐂ero's glare. To my recollection, I haven't done anything to him. Phoenix, did something happen while I was out? There was a fight amongst a part of the class regarding whether you could be trusted, considering your rather violent introduction. I see. Any threat? No, I don't believe the hostile elements will make any move against you or yours at this time. Roger, keep me apprised. I'll let them sort it out themselves unless something comes up. Mina smirked when she realized Midoriya was there. Iwasaki had been so fun to tease, so it begged the question if that had been an act, or if he was actually so easily flustered. Yomomo has his attention. I wonder if I could. Yorozu had been the first to greet Izuku, and she and ♀had pulled his attention to their conversation after realizing he was there. Carefully and slowly, like a cat creeping up on its prey, Ashido slinked her way across the common area before pouncing onto Iwa Midoriya's back. Hey there, Midori. It's good to see you're back. Midoriya had flinched slightly when she landed across his shoulders, but there was none of the immediate freaking out like she had seen the previous day. Well, I guess he is a different person now, kind of literally. He wouldn't act the same. Hello, Ashido. As I was telling these two, I'm about to head to bed, so if you're wanting me to join in your gaming, I'll have to decline. Nah, figured you'd be tired after that showing, though you're always welcome to take me with you. Mina leaned into Midoriya's ear and lowered her tone as she tried to provoke a response from the green boy. Mina wasn't ready, however, when his body rumbled lowly from barely contained laughter. Nor was she mentally prepared when he set her down, leaned into her ear, and purred his next words. "Oh, darling. My door's always open." 𝐼𝐺𝐸 couldn't help the violet flush that bloomed across her skin, nor could she help hiding her face in her hands as he laughed while walking up the stairs. No, he wasn't the same person at all. Midoriya stood now in front of his mirror, carefully observing his appearance as it shifted and changed in the reflection. One moment, he was looking at Iwasaki Hiroki, and the next, he was looking at himself. For the briefest of moments, he could see the shy, bright-eyed boy he once was, could see a person that had been beaten down by the world and was dreading his next day because it would only bring more people doing their best to crush his dreams. Izuku shook his head to clear his thoughts. It didn't matter any longer. He wasn't the same foolish young boy he'd been, and no matter what he did now, he couldn't get rid of what he knew, what he'd seen. Or for that matter, liberate himself from the BLD on his hands. His regular appearance settled into place as Izuku studied his features. He supposed he'd once have been considered plain, but with his hair pulled back and the faint glow in his eyes casting a shadow around his eyes, he couldn't exactly be called that any longer. His fingers deftly knitted his tie into place around his neck, and he was eternally thankful for Mai's help when he was learning to tie it in the first place. He hadn't had to wear one in a very long time, and it showed. Izuku punched his code into the weapons cabinet that Snipe had installed prior to his arrival. Evidently, Nezu had expected him to bring more than just his sidearms with him. The cabinet had space for a couple long arms on top of his sidearms and enough ammunition that he could probably start the Fourth World War. Not that he would, but it was certainly a thought. He had finished loading the live ammunition into his shoulder holster and was slotting RBB bullets into another magazine. This would be going into the drop holster on his right thigh. He couldn't just kill everyone, after all. As much sway as he had with the police force, he doubted he'd be able to gloss over killing someone in broad daylight. A knock resounded through his room, strong and steady. He only had to offhandedly call out that it was open before Ida walked into the room, stiff and formal. "Good morning, Midoriya. It is good to see you are already up and about. I hope you slept well. We must get ready for classes, it is our first day after all." Izuku looked up, eyebrows furrowing, while loading the magazine into his sidearm, racking around, and sliding the sidearm into its holster. "I slept fine, thank you. Is there a particular reason that you are acting, somehow, stiffer than usual, Ida?" Ida looked at Midoriya now, the first time he'd really stopped and examined the man since his transformation. He was tall, taller than even Tenya, and he came from a family of fairly tall people. Well, tall for the Japanese. He wore his uniform with few imperfections and stood with a ramrod-straight confidence that contradicted the stuttering, shy boy from before. The major difference, though, was in his eyes. Of course, the dark bags under his eyes belied his own comments, but where there had once been a boyish innocence, there was now a sad wariness. A weight that spoke of actions past and events untold. Not to be a stickler for the rules, but are you supposed to have those? Izuku looked down at his two sidearms. His shoulder holster would be covered by his uniform jacket, but in the meantime, both sidearms were in plain view for Ida. I suppose that would be mildly disconcerting for anyone that isn't used to guns. At least he seems to be learning to question first. Don't worry about it, Ida. I have permission from both the president and from Snipe to carry on campus. I also have all of the relevant licensing and training. His interlocutor relaxed slightly, though still tense. Then I suppose I don't have anything to say regarding the firearms. I need to wake the others. I'll see you in class. The man spun on his heel and stalked out of the room, leaving Izuku chuckling. Welcome back. It's good to see that you all aren't completely hopeless. Aizawa had stepped into the classroom to find that, shockingly, all of his students were already in their seats. Not only that, but they had noticed him and quieted down in only 6 seconds, compared to the first day's 11. They had cut that in half, and whether it had been from a drive to do better or from the fear of not knowing their surroundings that Midoriya had instilled in them, Aizawa wasn't going to look a gift horse in the mouth. Especially not when that horse had done months of work in one day. As you all have probably gathered already, the hero course curriculum here isn't quite the normal curriculum for a college, nor is it average for a hero course. We only have a few short years to make you all into respectable heroes, and as such, we won't be wasting time like the other courses. The mornings will be your academic classes. During the afternoons, you'll be drilled in your hero courses. This begins right now, and as I don't have any announcements to make, we'll get started right away. Midoriya, you're dismissed. The class didn't know how to respond to that last line. Some mumbled amongst themselves, others outwardly cried out. It was when 𝐤𝐸 called out to Aizawa, Izuku almost to the door, that they both knew this would need to be addressed. The reason Aizawa is dismissing me is that I'm an attach from the president's personal course. I'll be back in the afternoon for hero training with all of you, but until then, I have a different course load and different responsibilities. Most of the class willingly accepted that explanation, Yorozu especially. There wasn't any point in Midoriya relearning everything, and she highly doubted that someone with multiple degrees would need lower-level courses. I'll have to look into that myself. This, of course, didn't stop the usual dissidents from grumbling under their breath. It didn't stop Aizawa from glaring at them and telling everyone to shut up. And it certainly didn't stop one explosive blonde from glaring suspiciously at Midoriya as he left. Nezu was a smart creature, even without his quirk. When you added high specs onto his natural intelligence, to most people, his intelligence came off as preternatural, precognitive even. But Midoriya knew the truth of it, just as Nezu did. He could make connections, could make astounding leaps in logic and piece together brilliant plans that would make others think he was crazy. But he couldn't do any of that without information. And thus Midoriya found himself sitting in front of a pile of weaponry with snipe. One might expect Izuku to have been tasked with using that weaponry, showing what he could do, thus giving them the information he needed. This wasn't occurring at all. Instead, he, alongside Snipe, was putting the finishing touches on the maintenance of the weapons in preparation for the first day of classes. As it turned out, while the first years had their academics in the morning and heroics in the afternoon, it was the opposite for the second and third years. This was done so that the first years could learn to control their abilities and didn't have to worry about the condition of the training facilities. The door clicked open, but when he looked up, it hadn't been the door from the hallway, even though the second and third years should have been arriving at any moment. The door that had opened was the one leading to the small simulation course. Even more surprising was that it was his partner who stepped out. "My, what are you doing in the simulation course?" Izuku saw the look on her face when she turned to him and blanched, because that look always spelled out trouble. "Izuku, the president okayed me upgrading the simulation course for our resident cowboy. He said that anything that can be done to help students learn should be done. Of course they just want to use my babies, but I can't complain because this means that they get tested." The technician's eyes had shifted away from her relatively calm, analytical self into her inventor mode. It was times like this that Izuku had learned there was only one thing he could do. Go along with the flow if he didn't want to be dragged down into the depths with her. "Oh. And what did you change, my?" Izuku couldn't help but feel the nervous sweat drip down his spine. His partner was absolutely wonderful, but when she got like this and was left to her own devices, she tended to make things that no normal human being could deal with. The image of her Roomba army flashed into his mind, and as quickly as it came, he pushed it down. That was one memory he would not be reliving if he had any say in the matter. "Oh, not much. The structures and stuff didn't need any changes. The course itself is pretty good. I just added the same holo targets that we have back home." The BLD drained out of Izuku's face fully now, because the holo targets she spoke of were AI-driven simulations that he used to train. Please, tell me that you implemented the safety features." "Of course I did. These are students, not you." Mai looked incredulously at Izuku, as if she couldn't believe he would say something like that. "There is nothing unsafe at all about these precious babies, even if I did make some changes to the higher difficulties. Not to interrupt your little lover's spat here, but my students are set to be arriving here real soon. Is there anything about the course I should be worried about now?" Snipe spoke up now as he put down the tools he was using. Hatsune blushed a little but scowled at the professor. "No, there isn't. It's perfectly safe, and Aizu will be more than happy to teach you the system. Now, if you'll excuse me, the president promised to teach me how to make bombs out of sink cleaners." Mai wasted no time in bolting from the room and leaving two very pale men in her wake. Izuku continued his work, even as the class trickled in and Snipe began his explanation of the course to the second years, as well as welcoming back several third years. Very few students would even attempt to get firearms training while at U, and even fewer would be able to pass the lethal armaments examination at the end of their third year. The concept of the test, of course, is a good one, but in practice, it's kind of questionable. Who cares about a gun when the second-place hero is a walking war crime? Sensei. Who is the first year, and why is he armed? Midoriya looked up from his work, setting down the revolver that he'd made for the entrance exam. It was happily getting used as a range weapon. That first year is Midoriya Izuku, one of the two students in our president's personal course and my assistant for this course. The third year that had asked the question accepted it, as did his fellow third years. Anyone in their president's personal course was likely better than even they were in academics, and if the Chimera had decided to place him here as an assistant, then he was more than likely better than them with a firearm as well. A second-year student snorted before speaking. Why the hell would you accept a first year as your assistant? Any of us would have gladly taken the position and been more useful. We don't need some freshie as our student teacher. He probably can't do anything yet. Snipe frowned under his mask. Kurihara had always been a foul mouth, but he hadn't taken him for someone to make baseless accusations or assumptions. He was prepared to reprimand his student when he caught Midoriya in his peripheral, holding up a hand to speak. Kurihara Kenta, second-year student in Class 2B. If I were you, I would be careful with your assumptions. Assuming makes an butt of you and me. You have no idea what I am and am not capable of, and yet you assume that you are better because you are older. Assumptions will get you or someone else killed if you even get that far. Oh yes, Midoriya had met people like this before, had trained people like this before. People that only obeyed the strong. Those that saw everyone as below them unless they proved they were better. He'd had to train an entire squad of people like him in officers' training, after all. What did you do? Shut up. You're letting your pride dictate your actions. Snipe, do we have time in the schedule today? I had planned on letting them get out early, but we have time for whatever you're planning. Izuku smiled and turned back to the Kurihara. He knew exactly how to deal with people like this, and the most expedient way was only a door away. I'll make you a deal, Kurihara. We've just installed a new simulation software into the CQC course. I was going to display it for our illustrious cowboy, but we'll do something a little different. I'll go through it first to display its capabilities to everyone. You'll go after me. If you can do better, then we'll give you the position, and I'll go work with another class. Snipe smiled under his mask as he watched Midoriya load the simulation weapon and prep the settings. How it was explained to him, the guns would fire specialized training ammunition. The ammunition was evidently a collaboration project between Hatsune and Midoriya, a bullet that would feel like the real thing without any of the damage. Almost like an extremely painful paintball. The science of it went over his head, but he hadn't planned on letting anyone outside of the third-year hero course students use it. Too many psychological implications from the ammunition for anyone that wasn't mentally prepared. From what he'd seen at the range all those years ago, there wasn't a chance in hell Midoriya was going to lose. This would also get him some footage for his boss. Snipe decided to catch his students up with the new installations while Midoriya finalized the preparations. This air facility is the first one of its kind on campus and was constructed at the behest of our good friends over at Moonlit Industries. As you third years likely remember, all we had was our shooting range and the dummy weapons. Now we have this facility and two off-campus facilities. This UN is a CQC specialized shoot house. The walls are 11 inches of pea gravel. They'll stop 7.62 by 51, and while the plan was originally to use bullet traps and live ammunition, the company again pulled through with the new simulated ammunition and live holo targets. The students looked at the live camera footage and saw a household sitting inside of a warehouse, surrounded by various objects, fake trees, and astroturf. The doors and walls are all interchangeable and movable inside as needed, so either myself or any of the other faculty can change the layout for the simulation. The other facilities are similar but have different purposes. breaching simulations, sniper training, squad-based war games. Snipe stopped explaining as Midoriya braced himself against the door leading onto the fake lawn. Signaling to the students to pay attention, Snipe found himself getting excited. He realized only moments into it that this wasn't like any kind of simulation he'd seen before, and those weren't the type of holograms he'd been expecting. Izuku took a deep breath in the preparation hallway, in front of the door leading into the live-fire facility. Even if they weren't real bullets, he still didn't want to get shot. He'd put the difficulty a step above his training back home and knew for a fact that this was going to be hell. He also knew for a fact that the uppity second year wouldn't go through with the challenge once he'd seen Midoriya go. Though if he did still accept, Izuku would be more than happy to see him get riddled with the simulation rounds. Izuku pressed his left hand against the door and braced his rifle against his right shoulder, taking one last deep breath before breaching. Immediately, he was diving down and to the left, slamming his back against one of the fake trees placed inside of the warehouse. Gunfire rained down around him, slamming into the tree and the ground. 3 gunmen, one behind the SUV, one by the building's corner, one upper window with a high-powered rifle. Izuku counted in his head and spun around the tree, leveling his sights with the upper window first. Squeezing the trigger, Midoriya didn't wait to see the holo target's head explode into dozens of fractals of light. It was 3 steps before he was to the SUV, another 2 before he rounded it and placed 3 rounds into the holo target's chest. Midoriya ducked down and dipped behind the corner of the SUV when a hail of simulated gunfire slammed into the side of the vehicle. The weapon reports had barely stopped when Izuku spun the corner and placed another 2 rounds into the final holo target. While he had been dealing with the prior 2, the third had moved from the corner of the building into the fake forest in an attempt to flank him. Wasting no time, Izuku stormed up the front steps of the building and kicked the front door inward, nearly tearing it off its hinges. 7 rounds gone, 13 remaining. Izuku took the first room hard and fast before the simulated men could realize he had breached their perimeter. The first didn't even have time to turn from the window before a bullet passed through its skull and its body began to fall to the ground. The second was bringing its sidearm up when 2 bullets ripped through its body, one through its left lung and another through its throat. The third decided to charge him. Midoriya caught the simulated blade between the barrel and mag well of his rifle before twisting the knife from its hands, kicking it in the side of the knee, and placing another round through the side of its head. 9. Izuku stepped out into the entryway again before placing 5 more rounds into 2 holo targets coming down the stairs. 4. Midoriya swept the 2 remaining rooms and made his way to the stairs. 2 more targets waited down the upstairs hallway. 1. Room to room, Midoriya cleared. None of them contained the last target. Then he heard the scream. He was out of the room at the end of the hallway before the screaming stopped and had his rifle leveled at the final target. Its left arm was wrapped around the woman's throat while the other pressed a handgun to her head. Bile rose in his throat, even as memories of dead hostages rose to the surface of his mind. Men and women that he had let die for the greater good. The target was speaking, he distantly realized. The woman was crying as the man spoke to him. Gave him an ultimatum. The final bullet in his magazine ripped through the target's head before it could get out the last of its words. The female target slumped to the ground now, sobbing even as Izuku could faintly hear the ding and the synthetic voice stating that the simulation had been completed. The simulated humans faded from existence. Snipe and his class were silent in the observation room. Some were in awe, others stood there with mixed feelings of horror and fear. But none of them could take their eyes off the time clock. 49 seconds. His students might not have caught it, he wouldn't expect them to. He'd be worried if they did. But he'd been in those kinds of situations, and even through the cameras, Snipe saw the reaction when Midoriya had seen the hostage. He hadn't missed it. No, the program had made him miss it. The holograms hadn't been created until Izuku was sweeping the final room. When he saw the targets, Snipe had expected shock, maybe anger. Instead, he saw guilt and sorrow. Snipe took in a quiet, shuddering breath before, without thinking, simply saying, "Well, F." Midoriya stepped out of the preparation room with his face carefully blank. He scanned the class, gauging their reactions, gauging whether or not he would have to give a speech or some other kind of inspiration to them. Gods know he didn't want to do that right now. Instead, he caught the eyes of Kurihara, who immediately bowed to him, expressing his apologies. Nothing Midoriya hadn't expected. People like him always regarded strength as their ultimate truth. Fine then. Snipe, I am going to go speak with my partner regarding her upgrades. Snipe let him go. It wasn't his place to speak with him, and he knew the boy wouldn't appreciate being forced to speak even if Snipe could make him. It wasn't long after that Snipe let the class go for the day. They all had things they needed to do, and they all needed to ruminate on what they had just seen. Somewhere inside him, Midoriya knew that he would have to apologize to Mai by the end of the day. He recognized he'd gone too far, said too much. It wasn't her fault that he had reacted so poorly to the surprise. It was her fault she hadn't warned him, of course, but objectively it wasn't a bad way of testing unforeseen circumstances. He needed time to get his emotions in line. Images of past hostage situations kept flashing behind his eyes, and it hadn't been fair of him to take that out on Mai. Hadn't been fair of him to take his own failures to protect civilians out on her. Midoriya stepped back into Class 1A and began moving towards his desk while his face maintained its carefully blank mask that he had been cultivating since the simulation. Orozu spotted him at his entrance and stood, excited. She had been wanting to speak with him about the president's program all day, especially after she had experienced the classes and found them to be lacking. Orozu found her arm wrapped in one of 𝐔𝐬𝐽, and when she turned, confused, to the young woman, Orozu found her wide-eyed and frowning. If you're thinking of talking to Green, I wouldn't. It's been a while since I saw that look on his face, but he's in a foul mood. Midoriya sat down at his desk with the large duffel he had been carrying over his shoulder. Only a few of the students in the class noticed his entrance, and since he hadn't been stealthy in the slightest, he was once again struck with the feeling that they needed to pay better attention. Bakugo was being, all things considered, better than Midoriya had expected. While he snarled every time he looked at Izuku, and Midoriya could feel his eyes constantly tracking and glaring at him, he was at least not trying to blow him up. Progress of a kind, I suppose. The thumping in the hallway was the first thing that indicated his day was about to get more difficult. He had been forewarned by the president that the oaf was going to be their professor. The president hadn't quite ignored his warnings about the man, and in this specific case, Aizawa had been on his side. Unfortunately for both Midoriya and the school's unofficial vice president, Nezu had decided that giving the board its way on this one was for the best. Besides that, the man was never going to give up on Midoriya becoming his successor if he didn't find another. I am. The class whipped their heads around to the door as the loud, proud, and passionate voice came from the other side of the door. Coming through the door like a normal person. Most of the class let out an excited rumble and began muttering various comments ranging from his costume to his atmosphere. A select few had other reactions and stood out compared to their classmates. Himiko was indifferent. Sure, she knew All Might was the #1 hero, but in her mind, what was he in comparison to her own hero? Todoroki openly glared at the man in front of the class, as if he had somehow personally offended him and Midoriya. Midoriya slid down deeper into his chair, rubbing at his temples and the oncoming headache he could already feel forming behind his eyes. I teach hero basic training. It is a subject where you all will learn the basics of being a hero. Today is the first class, and while I've been cautioned to take it slow by my fellow professors, where would the excitement be? As such, let's get right into it. What we'll be doing today is none other than dash. The entire class watched as the man spun around, impractical cape twirling, and revealed the card in his hand. Combat training. Midoriya couldn't help the groan. What the actual F is he thinking? His groans were drowned out by the excited screeching from the rest of the class, clearly too willfully ignorant to think of the issue with having combat training on the first day. The small crackles and smell of nitroglycerine filling the air was enough to tell him who was the most excited out of the entire class. And to go with the training are these. All Might pressed a button on the teacher's station at the front of the room and, with a small hiss, drawers containing 19 costumes slid out from the wall. Kirishima was the first to call out and question why Midoriya's costume was missing. Izuku sighed, hefting the duffel up into plain sight when the class turned in his direction. My costume hasn't been fully approved by Power Loader yet. I'll be using basic gear, as well as a few pieces that have been approved. The changing room buzzed with chatter as the students all filed in and began to stop. Some congregated in groups, others slipped off and found their own corner. Midoriya was taking stock of what he had been allowed to bring along with him to this first exercise. "Hey, Midoriya." Izuku quirked his eyebrow at the approaching form of Kirishima. The man was loud enough that the entire changing area had quieted down and tuned into whatever question was about to be asked. "You said your costume wasn't approved. What did you --?" If anyone hadn't been paying attention before, they were now when Kirishima cut off mid-sentence in a choke. Izuku turned fully now to face the man. Had something happened? He couldn't imagine the boisterous young man stopping his question for no reason. When he turned and Kirishima choked again, Midoriya stopped to study him. His eyes were wide, pupils blown out in shock, and his pale face provided a stark contrast to the bright red of his hair. Midoriya followed where Kirishima, and now the rest of the class, was looking and found his own scarred chest. Mentally, he swore. He had grown too used to the people around him not saying anything that he forgot how the scar tissue would look to someone unaware. Across his back and chest still laid the network of scar and burn tissue. It was getting better, certainly. The scars with their once angry, almost fresh, appearance were fading to a ghostly white that, Izuku knew, would be gone entirely in a couple years. They likely would have already been gone if he hadn't been pushing himself as hard as he had been for the last several years. The scars were by far the lowest priority for his body to heal. What the hell happened to you, Midoriya? That's a handprint scarred into you. Izuku just sighed and waved it away. They are all old scars and don't mean jack anymore. If you really want to know how they happened, then ask your other classmate, Bakugo. He was the one that put them there, after all. Was it petty to throw him under the bus? Absolutely. Did Midoriya particularly care? Not in the slightest. Everyone's heads snapped around to stare in horror at the explosive blonde, not wanting to believe that someone in their own course could do such a thing. When he did nothing but flip them off and give his usual spiel about the worthless Deku deserving it, they grimaced and shook their heads, turning away from him. Bakugo had made his bed and would have to overcome his past if he wanted to be a hero. Besides that, it was a quick way to shut everyone up. The headache was still there, despite the blocker he had taken for it. Mercifully for him, and suffocating for everyone else, there wasn't another word as they all finished changing and stepped out into the tunnel. Midoriya stepped out several moments after everyone else, as he needed to arrange his gear into their respective pouches for the first time. It took him all of 3 seconds to slam a hand against his forehead in absolute disdain for his classmates' costumes. "Oh, Midoriya, you look so professional. I should have been more specific in what I wanted." It ended up as a skin-tight bodysuit. Uraraka chuckled nervously at Midoriya as she spoke and he took a good look at her outfit. Black and skin-tight with pink trim, Uraraka had very little actual gear outside of what appeared to be a series of bands and chokers wrapped around her body. In contrast, it would appear that Midoriya was carrying everything that she wasn't. He stood tall in the grays, blacks, and whites of urban camouflage. Simple steel-toed black combat boots with the standard cargo breathes and long-sleeve shirt of a soldier marked him from head to toe as meaning business. The bulletproof vest he wore held simple but effective NIJ-4 plates, and while he didn't figure he'd need them with his classmates, he felt better with it on. The weight of familiar comfort. A series of pouches rested on the vest, providing him with ample space for supplies. On his left leg rested a soft pouch with a red cross, while a drop holster sat on his right with his slim, sleek sidearm resting inside of it. 2 silver lines traced each side of his jaw, while on his arm was only a single patch, one of a black cat atop a silver moon. Not for the first, nor, he suspected, the last time, Midoriya sighed. "I like the idea behind the suit. Space theme, right. I'm also guessing that the bands are for pressure points. Come talk to me after the exercise, though. If the school won't fix the glaring issues, then Mai and I will be happy to do so. Besides, as we work with you on your quirk, it'll need changes, anyway." Uraraka smiled and agreed quickly. She wasn't a prude by any means, but that didn't mean she was comfortable in what felt like a skin-tight suit a size too small. It wasn't until Midoriya zeroed in on someone behind her that she realized how many of them might have questionable designs to the engineer. Midoriya excused himself before stalking his way across the gathering area to place one of his calloused hands on the shoulder of Hagekyu Toru. Ashido, Yorozu, Hagekyu, all three of you are coming with me to the support department after today's exercises to get your costumes sorted out. Midoriya, still holding Hagekyu in place by her shoulder, cut them off with his other hand. No arguments. While there are issues with other costumes, you three have the most glaring issues. Ashido waved her hands in the air. Oh, come on. There isn't anything wrong, especially with Yamomo's. She looks great in it. Yorozu blushed lightly at the Pinkette's compliment, but since she appeared to second the sentiment, he shook his head. You're right, she does look good. So do you. Both women flushed but sensed a but coming. But, Yorozu, your designer should have known better. Not only is there no need for massive unguarded holes in your costume, as there is such a thing as self-healing fabric, but there is absolutely no need for you to carry around a book. Midoriya turned now to Ashido, who was looking at him warily. Midoriya merely smirked before saying one thing. Your costume isn't acid-proof, is it, MNA? The lilac flush told him everything he needed to know, though he did catch her faintly muttering something about how only her shoes needed it. He leaned down into the ear of Hagekyu, whispering to spare the poor woman the embarrassment. Do I even need to explain why with you? Midoriya felt Hagekyu shake her head silently before he let go of her very naked shoulder. Midoriya turned, satisfied with their silent concessions, and was met by Ida, who began to vigorously chop his hands and attempt to lecture Midoriya regarding the perceived rude behavior of immediately trying to change others' costumes. Midoriya shut him up with a glare, looked him up and down, and began to speak again. Make that 4. You're coming, as well, Ida. Do the words Crumple Zone mean nothing to you or your DMN brother? It was All Might's interjected cough that pulled everyone's attention, and it was All Might who funneled everyone into the observation room before explaining the exercise they would be performing today. Apparently, the DMN Mooncalf thought it would be a good idea to skip the actual training step and throw them straight into combat simulations. The situation is that the villains have hidden a nuclear weapon somewhere in their hideout. The heroes are going to dispose of that. His reading from a God's DMN script. Midoriya couldn't help but deadpan at their utterly inept teacher as the man read from note cards to explain the exercise they would be taking part in. The heroes need to either capture both villains or recover the bomb. The villains, meanwhile, need to either capture both heroes or defend the bomb the entire time. Oh yes, let's just ignore the scenario where the villains detonate the bomb because they know they can't beat the heroes. Teams and opponents will be determined by drawing lots. They're being decided so haphazardly. Ida chopped his arms and attempted to question the randomization of the teams. Midoriya felt his eye twitch, but it was actually Gyro that spoke up first. Nah, this is the only sensible part of this so far. We don't know who we'll have to team up with out in the field. It simulates that. Pride is what Midoriya felt now. It was good to know that not only was at least some of the training sinking in, but Gyro and, going by the look on her face, Himiko felt that this was ridiculous, as well. Izuku smiled a bit, remembering the first few training sessions with the both of them. They knew firsthand why training was important before running simulations. Midoriya's smile persisted all the way through the picking of teams. Frankly, out of the class, he didn't really care who he ended up with, as long as it wasn't Bakugo. But Uraraka had been nice thus far, and he could use this time to observe her quirk a bit more. His smile slid off his face, though, when he saw the first two teams picked for the exercise. Team A, Uraraka Okako and Midoriya Izuku vs Ida Tenya and Bakugo Katsuki F. The first thing Midoriya did was approach All Might while shaking his head. He liked Uraraka, but after the day he'd had, he didn't need to be going against the ticking time bomb. It was when he called out to All Might that he discovered he was in for yet another surprise for the day. Ah, young Midoriya, I'm glad you came over. I was needing to speak with you before your match. As was I. You need to either swap me with another team or Bakugo. All Might scrunched up his eyebrows and looked at the boy, confused. I have no intention of doing that, young Midoriya. Why would you ask for it? I have a bad reaction to explosions and fire. I am generally fine, and normally I wouldn't have an issue with this matchup, but today has been trying. That's the word we'll use. I planned on talking to Hound Dog about it sometime this week. All Might shook his head but gave Midoriya a soft smile that Izuku was sure he intended to be comforting. I see. We can't always choose what enemies we go up against. I'll have to ask that you bear with it. Trust me, if things get out of control, I'll step in and stop it. So not even remotely listening to the fact that I plan on dealing with it. F you too, All Might. F you too. Fine. If that is what you think. I am going to also have to ask that you surrender your sidearm for this exercise. All Might began to reach for Midoriya's weapon, completely oblivious to the eye twitch or the fury sparking in his gaze. Before his hand could get halfway there, Midoriya's hand was clamped down on his forearm. Over my cold, dead thing body, All Might. Young man, I cannot approve of you having a firearm during a first-year training exercise. I don't really give a SHT what you approve of. Snipe has already signed off on my use of training ammunition during training exercises. Young man, I don't want to do it, but if you don't turn over the firearm, I'll fail you on this lesson. Another eye twitch and Midoriya was snarling and pulling his weapon from its holster. But rather than hand it off to All Might, he spun on his heel and handed it over to Gyro. Fine. But there is no way in hell I am handing a loaded gun to you. We're also going to have a nice, long discussion with the President and you, A's resident firearms expert after this exercise. Thank you, young Midoriya. Midoriya simply walked out of the room without another word. Uraraka let out a long sigh and a bit of a pained Geez, memorizing the building's floor plan is a lot of work. Important work, though. You'll never want to go into a situation without information. Though inevitable sometimes, it is still a danger to do so. Looking over, Uraraka found Midoriya working with some kind of holographic projection originating from a band on his wrist. And got it. The holograph sputtered for a second before a projection of what appeared to be the security feeds arose in the air with detailed correlation to a projected map beside it. As I said, no information is a bad thing. This'll make things easier. Uraraka shook her head, startled, and nervously stuttered out a question on the legality of his actions. Izuku merely quirked an eyebrow while he continued to study the projection. There was no rule against hacking into the security feeds. Or if you're asking about the literal legal ramifications of me hacking into a US system, then don't be. The President and I have a kind of game going on to see which of us can succeed. Can he stop me? Can I get past him? It entertains us. But regardless, I've got a plan. Interject if you feel the need. They've set up the bomb here, in this room. Izuku gestured to the map, and Uraraka simply shook her head. I've only known him for a couple days, and already this is starting to seem normal. In all likelihood, Bakugo will abandon Ida to fend for himself and come straight for me. I sessed him off earlier by throwing him under the bus, and we have a past that he'll most certainly take this opportunity to settle. So we take him down and move on to Ida quickly. Set up an ambush for Bakugo. Izuku scratched his cheek with the hand not currently projecting, thinking, and finally shook his head. If this were a real mission, I'd say yes. But the fact of the matter is that this is still a training exercise, even if All Might has screwed up royally by throwing you all in without actual training. You aren't up to fighting Bakugo yet, and that isn't disparaging you or your quirk. He's a natural fighter and is particularly vicious. I'd like to think he wouldn't take things too far, trying to get to me, but who knows. You split off from us, and I'll handle Bakugo. Ida will likely clean up the room so you can't do anything, so pick up some ammo along the way. Ida's fast. I'm not sure I can take him in a straight-up fight. Izuku tilted his head back and forth before shaking it. You can do it, it just depends on how things go. If you need help, then just call for it on the comms and I'll come right up. I thought you just said it was a training exercise and nothing would be learned. Izuku chuckled. That I did, but knowing when to ask for help is also a good thing to know how to do. Aizawa had a bad feeling. That wasn't anything out of the ordinary, of course. He was always tired and overworked. But this particular bad feeling was because of their new professor for hero training. The man may have been fantastic as a daylight hero, and never would anyone hear him say that, but he was utterly incompetent when dealing with people. So rather than sleeping peacefully in the teacher's lounge, like he wanted to be doing, Aizawa found himself slinking into the observation room after not finding the class doing any kind of basic training. If he'd had a bad feeling before, then he felt queasy when he saw what was going on. The oaf had decided to throw them into combat simulations rather than teach them to fight. The queasy feeling graduated to nausea when he saw Midoriya breaching through the front door of a building that Bakugo, of all people, was in. While he trusted Midoriya not to take a training exercise too far, he couldn't help but be worried after he'd witnessed him, a teenager at the time, practically liquefy a man against a wall for a flash grenade. He decided that he most certainly wouldn't be leaving this to All Might. Aizawa stepped forward, startling everyone in the room, including the mountain of a #1 hero. "Hey Aizawa. I wasn't aware you planned on attending the course today. Turn on the audio." "But what about their privacy?" Aizawa side-eyed All Might with as much derision as he could possibly muster at that moment. If the students decide to say something stupid or embarrassing while on comms during a simulation or a mission, they deserve what they get. Turn the audio on. Midoriya loved being right. Bakugo spun around the corner, roaring as he did so and clearly aiming for Midoriya. He was met with a steel-toed boot into his gut, sending him practically skipping back down the hallway. Uraraka hesitated for a moment but nodded resolutely and started sprinting for the stairs. Izuku turned then, meeting Bakugo's glare and snarl with his own Cheshire smile. "It doesn't matter who the F you are. I'm going to beat you into the fin ground and make you spill your guts." Izuku scrunched his brows at the comment. "What the hell are you talking about, Bakugo? Oh, don't give me that bullshit. You aren't Deku. I don't know what the hell happened to him in that alley, but you aren't Midoriya Izuku. I don't know if you killed him and took his place or what. Hell, maybe you killed him in the hospital and took his place, but you sure as F aren't him, and that makes you a goddamn villain." It clicked into place, and Midoriya couldn't help but laugh. You think? Oh god, that's too good. You are the stupidest smart person I've ever met, Bakugo Katsuki. You are so close and yet so far, it shouldn't be funny. Bakugo lunged at him, swinging wide with his right fist. Midoriya simply sidestepped it before smacking him on the back and sending him stumbling. "You don't get to make fun of me, UF. Because of you, the old hag spent years sending me to therapy where some worthless extra would spend hours picking my goddamn brain for shitty bullshit excuses. Deku would never have done the things you did, so I'm going to kill you and expose your whole plot to the world." Izuku rolled his eyes and continued deflecting, twisting here and jabbing there. Katsuki was a natural, but even with Midoriya's flinches from the explosions, he couldn't even get remotely close to landing a blow with his untrained brawler fighting style. "I know you won't understand this, Bakugo, but there are more important things in life than your approval. I don't give a single SHT what you think. Midoriya, I could use some help up here. Ida's too fast, and I can't really do anything, even with the ammo I brought up." Sure. Don't worry, I'll be right up." Izuku smirked again as Bakugo stumbled back from a knee strike to the ribs. "Looks like our time is up, Bakugo. Be sure to book another session with Dr. Midoriya. I thought we were making some real progress here." Bakugo screamed and lunged for Midoriya again, using his own explosions to propel himself forward. Midoriya twisted around the blow and lashed his leg back and up to where Bakugo was attempting to maneuver over him. Izuku's foot made a clean connection with Katsuki's sternum, dropping him to the ground, gasping for breath. Izuku wasted no time in twisting Bakugo's arms behind his back and wrapping them in capture tape. "Honestly not bad, Bakugo. Need to work on the anger issues and get some proper training in you, but you might just make a half-decent hero one day. Good fight." Aizawa couldn't help but rub his temples as he watched the fight occur. What Bakugo was spouting was concerning, to say the least. He wouldn't have believed any of it if it hadn't been for Midoriya's partial admission that something else did happen in that alleyway. But outside of even that, what was more concerning was Midoriya's actions during the fight. Something wasn't right with him. The shift was right when Bakugo started throwing small-scale explosions at Midoriya. It was subtle, enough so that Aizawa barely noticed the change. Midoriya covered it well with taunts and jeers, with little slaps and shoves, but his eyes told a different story. They'd glass over or go unfocused for just a moment. But a moment was enough for him to see it. He caught Midoriya altering several moves that, if they hadn't been altered, could have been severely debilitating, if not lethal, to his opponent. Oh come on, Midoriya. This isn't manly at all. Just finish him off, don't toy with the poor bastard. Kirishima was the one that finally broke the stunned silence after a particularly brutal punch to Bakugo's kidney. Aizawa was sorely tempted to admonish him, were it not for his own nerves wanting Midoriya out of the fight before he could lose a student. It was Himiko, instead, that said something while shaking her head at Kirishima. His not toying with him, his trying to teach him. Watch and listen carefully. Bakugo wouldn't take constructive advice if it bit him in the butt. I've known him for all of a couple days and I can already tell that much. Every time Midoriya dodges, he strikes Bakugo in some way, but listen to what he's saying when he taunts him. It's all designed so that the bastard can learn from it and not think that Midoriya is teaching him something. Kirishima shook his head. Why would he want to help his opponent? It's a competitive exercise. There is something to be said about not giving your opponent any chance in a friendly match, Kirishima. I find it to be rather admirable that young Midoriya is going out of his way to try to teach during the exercise. Aizawa couldn't care less as to the why and was mostly concerned with the result. He wasn't fighting seriously, and it could have very well been keeping Bakugo from becoming a meat paste. Aizawa couldn't help but feel a sense of relief when Midoriya tied Bakugo up with the capture tape before walking away, and when All Might called Bakugo out of the exercise. The relief was short-lived when Bakugo, in his anger, snapped the capture tape. He felt his eyes nearly bug out of his head when he finally realized that the gauntlets weren't just aesthetic and that Bakugo was pulling the DMN pin on one of them. Hell let loose as Bakugo smiled like a madman. A flash was all they saw before the side of the building was blown apart by a massive gout of orange-red flame that turned the building itself into shrapnel. You son of a bitch! Aizawa jerked at the curse from Himiko, and it took him a moment to realize it was directed towards All Might. You wouldn't let Izuku have his sidearm, but you okayed a god-demon bomb. Aizawa was watching the smoke clear while hoping beyond hope that everything was going to go better than his gut was telling him it would. That hope died when the smoke cleared enough to show Izuku in a crouch. The silver lining on the edge of his jaw had snapped out into a mask of some kind, covering the lower half of his face. Aizawa didn't need to see his entire face to see that he was absolutely furious. He only needed to see his eyes to realize that Midoriya was somewhere else right now. What they had thought had been rubble shifting turned out to be Midoriya growling at Bakugo. For just a split second, Aizawa held onto that hope as he reached for the microphone to call the match. That split second of hope was all he got as Midoriya blurred on camera. One moment he was almost to the end of the hallway, and the next, he was slamming his fist into Bakugo's gut. Bakugo practically doubled over from the force, retching as he went, only to be met with an armored kneecap to the face. His head snapped back and Midoriya clapped his hands down hard over Bakugo's ears, grabbing and pulling his head down for another knee strike to the face. Bakugo tried to swing back, tried to get Midoriya away from him long enough to get his bearings, but the attempt was futile as Midoriya batted his arm aside and slammed Bakugo's head into the wall. Aizawa activated the microphone and prepared to call the match to an immediate halt when Izuku grabbed Katsuki by the throat and slammed him into the ground with one arm, drawing his knife in the other. All Aizawa could do was scream for Midoriya to stop as the blade veered towards Bakugo's face. Midoriya sat, straddling Bakugo's chest, breathing, doing everything he could to mentally pull himself from the pit of memory. Pull himself from the broken buildings and ruined structures of battlegrounds past. To wipe away the image of dead civilians because he'd been too slow to stop this god-demon bastard from killing, not a soldier. Bakugo. Not a soldier. Bakugo's eyes were blown wide from fear and panic. Midoriya glared down at the boy who had clearly learned absolutely nothing. He wasn't worried about the man trying anything further. No, being pinned into the ground by a knife through your left ear tended to have the effect of fear-driven paralysis. Midoriya groaned as he felt the adrenaline wearing down. His right leg had been singed in the explosion, and while most of the fabric had been blown away, he could feel other bits that had been melted into his skin. The smell of burnt flesh had been the tipping point. The explosion was bad enough, but add in the heat. The destruction. The smell of cooking skin. He'd rushed the perceived threat without a second thought, and he had utterly fed his muscles doing that. Oh, nothing had been obliterated like with the ball toss, but he'd moved too quickly and torn the muscles in his legs again. Then he'd blitzed Bakugo in a series of strikes that tore the muscles in his chest and arms. It wasn't enough to stop him from moving around by any means, but he was going to be sore as hell momentarily while his body fixed the little tears. Midoriya surveyed the hallway around him. Well, he attempted to before realizing that the blast had been far larger than either of them had realized. Most of that floor had been practically obliterated, and the building itself was making an ominous creaking sound that didn't endear him into staying inside of it for much longer. Damn it all to hell. I warned All Might I shouldn't be in this match. This exercise is officially over. All of you back to the observation room. Now. Oh goody, Aizawa was watching that. What else have you got for me, Day? What other absolute bullshit have you got for me to deal with? Izuku pulled his knife from Bakugo's ear, eliciting a small grunt of pain. Izuku rolled his eyes before standing up and getting off of Bakugo, who rolled over, coughing and doing his best to press himself to his feet. The building creaked again, but this time, there was a crunch, followed by a snap, a scream, and the building collapsed. Aizawa was in a dead sprint out of the observation room before the building could even finish settling. Logically, he should have given orders first. Logically, he should have ordered All Might to stay with the students and for everyone to stay calm. But Shota wasn't thinking logically, and he most certainly wasn't calm. He fought to shove down images of his late friend's broken body, but as he stepped out onto the street, Shota froze. The air was thick with the grey dust and ashes of the crumbling building. Half of it still stood, albeit heavily damaged, while the other half had practically collapsed inward before spilling out onto the street. The fake vehicles parked alongside the road had been crushed inwards from the debris landing on their roofs. Aizawa could hear the shifting of the building from where he stood. The main collapse may have finished, but the building creaked ominously and the subtle shifting and grinding of concrete implied a following collapse was well within the realm of possibility. Faint footsteps grew louder until they were behind him. Oh, Jesus Christ! Aizawa glanced back to find his entire class standing with all might, staring at the absolute wreckage of what had once been their testing building. Ojiro hadn't been the only one to have a shocked reaction, Aizawa noted. A vast majority of the class had grown pale and wide-eyed as they took in the carnage. Even Asui, known already for not showing many emotions, was visibly worried. Aizawa closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Now isn't the time for this. Later. I'll deal with this later. He turned, opening his mouth to take control of the situation, and the sound of shattering glass ripped through the air just as the shards did. All Might hastily threw himself in front of the class, catching the blonde, bloody package that came flying out from the window. Bakugo. Now that Aizawa got a good look at the boy, he looked far rougher than he should have come out of their first day looking. Small glass shards peppered his costume, and a few of the larger ones had pierced the fabric, leaving small pools of BLD bruises already littered his skin from Midoriya's strikes, and his nose was very clearly broken. Bakugo's eyes were dilated and stared through him at the building that had finally settled, leaving the world an uncomfortable quiet. It was because of the quiet that every one of them heard the cursing and crunching of glass as a second figure came out of the window. Aizawa's eyes traced the path from Bakugo, who was clearly going into shock, to an equally rough-looking Midoriya. BLD dripped down his face on one side where he'd taken some kind of blow, likely from the collapse, while his right calf had been completely exposed to the blast that caused this mess in the first place. The skin was black with carbonization, and the muscle was clearly visible in patches. It confused Aizawa, though, that there were patches of angry, red muscles and even patches that he could have sworn were regenerating. How the hell is he even walking on that? Both boys were pale, and the dust caked to them and in the air gave them the appearance of ghosts of the Diamond. Izuku snarled when he saw All Might but shook his head and retracted his mask before spitting BLD onto the ground. What's the status, sir? Ida and Uraraka out yet? Aizawa could see the fury in Midoriya's eyes, could see the urge to lunge at the number one hero. He had to respect the self-control needed to prioritize, but that level of animosity was concerning. Something beyond simply having had his gun taken from him. He'd get to the bottom of that later, but for now, Midoriya had the right idea. Prioritize. No, you two are the first out. Midoriya cursed and shot another hateful glare towards All Might and Bakugo, who had been set down on the ground. He'd deal with them later, when the situation permitted it. Midoriya reached up to his neck and tapped the communicator embedded there. It was less than a second before he was connected. Phoenix, we have an emergency situation. Building collapse during training. Alert the paramedics we have wounded and contact the president, as well as recovery girl. Roger that, Izuku. Paramedics have already been alerted and are on their way. Relaying the situation to the president and recovery girl now. Do you want me to alert Mother? Midoriya. Who are you speaking with, young man? All Might took a few wary steps towards Midoriya, concerned that the hit to his head had been worse than it seemed. Aizawa stepped in front of him and pinned him in place with a look. Aizawa knew exactly who Midoriya was speaking with, he just didn't know how. Yet another question for a later time. Alert her. She'll be cessed with us both if you don't. Thanks, Phoenix. Midoriya turned back to Aizawa and studied his face for a moment before nodding. Paramedics are on the way and the president's been alerted. I'm considering this a rescue operation now. I'm going in for them. Absolutely not. You are injured. The building could collapse again at any moment and needs to be cleared first. And you have no idea where they are in there. All Might moved to take a step around Aizawa before the smaller man once again stepped in his way and put one finger into the middle of his chest. You are sure, Midoriya? All Might brings some valid concerns up. I am. You couldn't stop me even if you wanted to. I'm not leaving another teammate behind in this SHT. Midoriya turned to the class next while Aizawa muttered to himself about something concerning. Izuku scanned the class, looking for one person in specific, and when he found them, he barked out their name, both to get everyone's attention and to try and snap them out of their frozen states. Kaminari. Hi. The boy jumped nearly out of his skin when Midoriya called his name but turned his attention to him all the same. Can your quirk only emit electricity, or can you absorb it, as well? Kaminari tilted his head, confused, as he didn't see the relevance at the moment, but answered, anyway. I can absorb it a lot easier than emit it, but only up to a certain point. Why? Midoriya jerked his thumb at the collapsed building. Good. Go around the back. There is a mainline power junction to every building. It should have automatically disconnected when the collapse occurred, but I'm not risking it. Pull the power if it hasn't. Kaminari wanted to argue but thought better of it, not only because of the situation and the fact that Aizawa wasn't stopping Midoriya from taking control, but because the look in his eyes and the tone of his voice demanded obedience. Midoriya turned from Kaminari back to the class and began to call names out. Shoji, Kyoka, Todoroki, Yaozu. You four are coming with me. Shoji, work with Todoroki to identify weaknesses in the structure, then reinforce them with his ice. It'll buy us the time that we need to evacuate everyone. Kyoka, you focus on finding them. You can pick out their heartbeats better than any of us could. Yaozu, will undoubtedly need medical supplies. Be ready to make whatever is needed once we find them. And why exactly should I help you, Midoriya? You are going to get us all killed. Yaozu was horrified at Todoroki's rejection of Midoriya's plan and opened her mouth to argue that he would be letting two of his classmates suffer and possibly die if he didn't help. Before she could, something snapped. The air was suffocating and heavy. Every one of the class members' nerves suddenly felt as if they were on fire as Midoriya growled. Everyone took a step back, and All Might's head whipped around to Midoriya as his side clenched. They couldn't breathe, they couldn't make a noise. If they didn't do exactly as he said, there would be reprisal. Of that, they were certain. It was a promise of pain and suffering for disobedience. Midoriya's eyes glowed, and his lips twisted in a snarl as he bored into Todoroki with his vision. Then, as quickly as it came, it was gone. Midoriya's eyes were closed, and he took a deep, shuddering breath. When he spoke, it was sad with a tinge of pity. I see. Well, I suppose that is all right. Our classmates were counting on your ice to keep them alive, but I'm certain we can achieve something of the same effect with Zero's tape. Not as effective, but we can make do. I do wonder, though. If you want so badly to be different from your father, why are you behaving exactly as he would? It was a low blow, Midoriya knew. He'd spend some time apologizing to Dabi and Natsuo for using that against their younger brother. But later. That could come later. Izuku could see it got the desired effect the moment he said it. Fury blazed up in his eyes, quickly followed by the realization and abject horror. He bowed his head as if to apologize before turning to Shoji and agreeing to work with him. Himiko, take the other students back into the observation room. It's safe there, and they need to calm down. But Himiko. Midoriya cut her off and shook his head. I know. But look at them. They need to get away from it. Toga turned now to see what Izuku was seeing. Toru clinging to Mina, Shinso doing his best to talk Asui down from rushing in without his quirk, Pony still as rigid as one of her own horns. Clear enough what Midoriya wanted from her. Let's go, everyone. We're working on borrowed time here. You can't be serious, Aizawa. They are students, and they aren't trained for rescue operations. It doesn't matter if Midoriya has medical experience. He isn't ready for something like this. All Might, you might just be one of the most oblivious people I've ever had the displeasure of meeting, much less working with. Nedzu and I don't know how or why, but clearly Midoriya is trained in a lot more than just rescue training. All Might watched as the students entered the building, Midoriya giving directions as they went. His hand unconsciously went to the hole in his side, and he grimaced. Clearly, Aizawa. The kid is dangerous. I've not felt pressure like that since I faced off with All for One. But they are barely 18, Aizawa. Most of the students in the class aren't even 19 yet. One of us should at least be going in with them. I'm not going in there because I would be a liability, and we both know it. You are being blinded by their age, and what do you mean clearly? Are you telling me that you realized what was happening was dangerous, and you didn't step in to stop it? All Might was quiet when he responded. His face was serious as the students filed back inside the observation room. His trademark smile was missing. I wanted Midoriya to see that, without a quirk, he'd have to deal with overwhelming force at some point that he couldn't handle. I didn't expect things to get so far out of hand. I certainly didn't expect young Bakugo's reaction to young Midoriya, and I didn't expect things to escalate like that. What the hell do you mean you didn't expect things to escalate like that? Both professors turned to find Toga standing behind them, practically radiating rage. He told you this would happen. He told you he needed to speak with Hound Dog, and you ignored him. You did what? Aizawa whipped his head around to All Might. He had already been angry that the walking disaster let this happen. But now hearing this, that two of his students being possibly dead or horrendously injured was completely avoidable, he was ready to come undone. You are going to explain. Now. It didn't take the team long to find Ida. The moment they had called out for the two missing students, the speedster had started calling back, trying to direct them to him. That isn't to say there hadn't been several close calls. Even if he would feel bad for how he went about getting Todoroki to help, he didn't feel bad about the end result. The building was unstable and just waiting for an excuse to collapse again. When they'd worked their way past the last of the rubble between the two parties, what they found could have been better. Ida had been pinned underneath a larger piece of rubble by both his right leg and his chest. How are you feeling, Ida? Can you tell me what happened? Do you remember the collapse? The boy's throat was dry as Shoji looked for handholds on the rubble resting on Ida's chest before, at Midoriya's instruction, carefully shifting the rubble off of Ida. Ah, yes. Aizawa suddenly yelled that the exercise was over. I pulled off my helmet because we were confused as to what had happened. Uraraka and I were getting ready to exit the building at the end of the exercise when there was suddenly this loud crash. Then all I remember is waking up trapped under that concrete. Midoriya carefully checked over Ida while he listened. Initially, he tried to sit up when the rubble was removed, but a gentle hand on his shoulder kept Ida from doing that. Midoriya pulled a small penlight from one of his waist pouches before checking Ida's pupils. One's half dilating. Any fuzzy vision, Ida? When the speedster affirmed as much, Midoriya clicked his tongue. Midoriya! I've found her over here. Kyoka's call had Midoriya's head snapping around and his eyes zeroing in on the limp form across the room. Alright. Ida's got a concussion and his armor got shot to SHT from the rubble. He's got shards of it in both his leg and chest. 3 broken ribs. Shoji, carry him out, but be careful. Recovery girl should be showing up soon or has already. Relay what I just said to her. Yorozu. The girl, who had been bandaging Ida's leg after peeling back the armor, looked up from what she was doing. Her face looked haunted by this. The only light any of them had to work with were the LED neck lights she'd created, and in that sharp, washed-out light, she looked like she was going to be sick. Which, honestly, Midoriya couldn't blame her for. Ida's armor had been a grisly sight, a sick bending of metal penetrating and lacerating flesh. We need to move. With me. Shoji picked Ida up, despite the boy's insistence that he could walk now, and carried him from the room while the remaining 3 made their way to Kyoka, where she was sitting with the freshly uncovered Uraraka. It took only one look before Yorozu was stumbling off into a frozen corner to empty the contents of her stomach. It took only one look before Midoriya was clenching his fists and taking a deep breath. Shitfuck. Moving quickly, Midoriya moved to Uraraka and started his examination with Yorozu bandaging as they went, making confirmations. Multiple broken ribs, multiple lacerations, bruising around her eyes and behind her ears. Clear fluid leaked from her nose and ears while her skin was chilled and clammy. Hissing, he took note of the rebar piercing through her right lumbar and sticking out through her left side. Yorozu, Midoriya called out to the sick girl while taking Uraraka's pulse. We're gonna need a brace, stretcher, and bolt cutters. We need to get her out and into an OR as quickly as possible. Bolt cut dash at this point, Yorozu couldn't have gotten paler but focused herself on the task at hand while Midoriya ordered Kyoka to make sure they had a clear path back. Yorozu passed Midoriya the bolt cutters and followed his orders to place the brace around Uraraka's neck. Midoriya placed the bolt cutters at the base of the rebar before snapping them closed and shearing the rebar apart. Quickly, he discarded the tool and, signaling Yorozu, carefully shifted Uraraka onto the rudimentary stretcher that had been created before picking it up and beginning to move out of the space. Todoroki, use your fire to try to keep her temperature up. We're leaving. If the rooms collapse behind us, it's fine. I told you all on day 1, I'm not going to shut the F up, Todoroki. Right now, I don't give a flying F about your personal feud with your shitbag of a father. I'm not going to have Uraraka die of hypothermia because of your daddy issues. Do it. Midoriya and company rushed out of the hole they'd entered through back into the daylight to find both Recovery Girl and the paramedics on scene. All 3 were fussing over their respective patients. The paramedics with Ida and Shuzenji with Bakugo. It was 2 steps out the hole, one to adjust to the light, when Midoriya opened his mouth and yelled for them. We've got critical here. It took no more than another second for Shuzenji to come running for them while the paramedics grabbed a proper stretcher and their medical equipment. She might have been getting on in her years, but she could still certainly get around just fine. Especially if it were for her patients. Shuzenji had barely begun her own check when the paramedics skidded to a stop beside where they'd set Uraraka down and Midoriya began reporting faster than the students could keep up with any longer. Broken ribs, lacerations, both raccoon eyes, and battle signs. CSF leaks from nose and ears, as well as hemotympanum. The paramedics took over quickly, transferring the broken girl to their stretcher and beginning to move towards the ambulance. Midoriya continued to rattle as they moved. Rebar through her right lumbar. Paced intestine and lower left kidney. Stage 2 hemorrhagic shock, and we're moving towards 3. The ER is expecting you. Get her there quickly. The sound of the ambulance's siren wailed as the vehicle took off, and in the stark silence of the aftermath, the echoing shriek bounced from wall to wall long after the ambulance had left their field of vision. Midoriya took a deep breath now and shuddered while looking down at his own hands. Once again, he was covered in the BLD of one of his teammates. Midoriya turned to the waiting, expecting to find at least one of his professors. Instead, he found Shuzenji checking his rescue team and realized that it wasn't just him that looked like 𝐒𝐻𝐻 was pale with deep bags under her eyes. The comparison to Aizawa would have been funny here if the circumstances behind it weren't so incredibly messed up. BLD that should have blended in with her hero costume instead stood out starkly against her skin. Todoroki wouldn't look him in the eye, but if that was because he was angry with him, or because he had realized something during their arguments, Midoriya wasn't sure. At that moment, he also wasn't sure if he cared. When Midoriya found the two professors to report the situation, he found the president with them. To say Nezu was furious would have been like calling the surface of the sun warm. His fur was standing on end, and he stood at full attention. His ears were flat back against his head, and his full array of razor-sharp teeth were on display. His paws flexed, his claws aching to tear into something. It was when his eyes moved past the number one hero and saw Midoriya in the doorway that the fury gave way to abject horror. Midoriya was fully aware of how it looked to anyone else. The military gear he wore had been practically coated in his own BLD, as well as the BLD of his fellow students. His leg was still in a state of half repair, and his eyes were flat as he stared at the number one hero. President Nezu. Good to see you, sir. I was going to come get you before I left. Uraraka Okiko has just been transported to Musutafu General in critical condition. I'll be contacting her parents from there. Would you like to come with, or will you stay here? Young Midoriya, you can't go anywhere yet. We need to dash. Izuku's legs slammed home between the number one's legs faster than any of them could even register that he had moved. The crunch that followed, as well as the soulful wail of the hero, made Aizawa blanch and even Nezu shift uncomfortably in place. Neither, however, moved, because that flat look had transformed into one of pure, distilled fury. Shut up, All Might. You have done enough damage today, and so help me, by any of the gods, if Uraraka doesn't make it, I'm coming for you next. Midoriya spun on his heel before striding out the door without another look back towards his professors. I'm going with him. I'll need to be there when he contacts Mr. and Mrs. Uraraka. Aizawa, you know what to do. Yes, sir. The president rushed from the room quickly to catch up to Midoriya while Aizawa did his best to pat the back of the now vomiting number one hero. If Aizawa was hiding a smirk behind his capture gear while doing so, well, no one needed to know that. Life is a precious thing. All life. You may laugh, because isn't that obvious? It's something we all hear from the moment we are born until the very moment we die. Not because we all have some kind of higher purpose, or because we are all pawns in the games of a benevolent God, but because there is the capacity for good in every being. Even if we were the play toys of something cosmically greater, I would still say every life is precious and hold to that ideal. I have taken lives. Too many to count, and each weighs on me greater than the last. Not because of guilt, but rather regret. Every life's value is priceless. Excerpt from the memoirs of underground hero Shimura Nana. The walk towards Midoriya's waiting vehicle was strained. The atmosphere once Nezu climbed into the back with him was just shy of purely venomous. Nezu was surprised to find the head of security for Moonlit Industries behind the wheel, as well as his other student in the passenger seat. It shouldn't surprise him, of course. Hatsume had known somehow even before he had. Nezu had expected to see the head of security. An incident had occurred with one of the CEOs, and Darby was dedicated to the two heads of the company in a way that made the Chimera shiver. That level of loyalty was dangerous. You didn't have to come. Midoriya's voice was still rough, but not entirely from the fury that was practically radiating off the man like heat radiated from the sun. You're right, I didn't. Mai tossed back what appeared to be a pen of some kind before turning back to the front of the vehicle and silently signaling Darby to take them to the hospital. Midoriya stared at the back of her head for a long moment as the car got underway, and if the eyes were a portal to one's soul, then the emotions in Midoriya's could have been told as an epic. The anger melted away, leaving only a weary thankfulness towards Hatsume. Midoriya let out a long sigh before slumping down in his seat and resting his head in his hands. Midoriya coughed now into his hands before taking the pen that Hatsume had given him and pressing it against his neck with a hiss. Nedzu's eyes widened in shock. Pressure syringes and coughing BLD. Yet another conversation I'll have to have. The 4 members of the vehicle went their separate ways once they were in the parking garage. Midoriya had asked Hatsune to show the president to his office once they'd stopped, and Midoriya wasted no time in turning to Dabi once they'd been alone. "Sir." Dabi stood in parade rest with his back to the sleek black 4-door sedan they had arrived in. "I do believe I've told you before how weird that is coming from you." "Stop that." Midoriya shook his head and shuddered a little. That was just so utterly wrong coming from Dabi. "Thank F. I just thought I'd be a bit more professional, all things considered. It's weird for me too. What do you need?" "Phoenix has already brought you up to speed on what happened. Gave me the basic outline. All Might put you into a matchup that shouldn't have happened, and SHT got ugly. All 4 of you were wounded with one going critical after a building collapse." Midoriya frowned but nodded slowly. "Close enough. Here's what I want you to do. Get filled in fully, then contact our agent embedded with JNN. Get her up to speed and make sure her story gets through. Mobilize whatever assets you need to within reason." Dabi scowled and shook his head. He still wasn't fond of the media even if he weren't a wanted criminal anymore. "Why do we need to get Ms. Imada involved here? It's not like this won't be the front page of the next CYCL. UA is the preeminent hero college in Japan, as well as part of the Big Five. Besides that, it involves All Might of all people. It's precisely because All Might is involved that we need to contact Ms. Imada. There is no way the HSPC won't step in to do damage control, and they have both NNN and FNN practically in their pocket. We won't win this, of course. Even for all the influence I wield right now, I don't have any particular way of beating them in a media war. But we don't need to. All we need is the other side circulating. Effers keep glossing over Endeavor's messes, and if they can do that, then this won't be any trouble for them. We also need to talk about your brother later." The words were barely out of Midoriya's mouth when Dabi's head snapped around to him and his hand froze from where it was trying to fish a cigarette out of his pocket. Natsuo. Did something happen with him? Logically, Dabi knew that wasn't the case. Phoenix would have alerted him the moment something happened to the man. But Midoriya could tell logic wasn't ruling his mind right now. Not if the panic in his piercing ice blue eyes was anything to go off of. "No, no. Not Natsuo. He's fine, as far as I know. He's probably in class about now. No, this is about Shoto." Dabi let out a breath he hadn't known he'd been holding before shakily resuming his search for his cigarettes. Okay, what about Shoto? He's refusing to use his fire." Dabi looked up while placing a cigarette between his lips and lighting it with his fingertip. He merely quirked one eyebrow at Midoriya. "Yes, I know. I still plan on letting you handle your own family's affairs until you want to involve me. But I almost had to force him into using it in a rescue setting." Dabi sighed, blowing smoke from his nose and tilting his head back to rest against the roof of the sedan. His right hand rested against the door with the still-burning cigarette, a low orange glow in the dim lights of the hospital's parking garage, smoke wisping away towards the ceiling. "I understand the spite all too well. If I had his quirk, I doubt I'd use my fire either, but during a crisis like that. Hell," Midoriya sighed. His head of security might have had a raging murder nerve for Endeavor, that he might have encouraged to a degree, but he knew right from wrong. "Yeah. Hell about sums it up." Midoriya took only one step into his office before he wanted to turn around and walk back out. The president of U was sitting in his office, one of his feet dangling out of the 5th-story window. Smoking a cigarette. What the F must every chimera smoke? The world might never know. Him. "Oh, Midoriya, I didn't hear you come in. Sorry about the smoke, but I needed to settle my nerves after everything so far. While I was waiting on you seemed like a good time. That isn't even remotely what is bothering me about this situation. Where did my go?" Izuku pulled open the drawer to his desk, pulling out an ashtray and handing it to the president, before pulling out medical supplies for himself. Nedzu crushed the cigarette in the ashtray before setting it aside and hopping off the ledge, back into the room. She said she was going to go check on some of her babies. I wasn't aware she had any in a hospital. That kind of technology seems like it's more up your alley. Speaking of which, why is your office about as far away as it could be from the other offices? I may be one of their biggest benefactors, but that doesn't mean I'm immune to having to deal with bullshit politics involving the hospital's board of trustees. The doctors don't like a quirkless upstart rooting into their territory, especially one that isn't a real doctor. Apparently, without doing a multi-year residency, some of the doctors get a bit bitchy. Don't ask. I must be referring to several of her test patients. The hospital, after some more arguing, allowed patients to volunteer for prosthesis testing. She's probably just checking on them, since the last iteration had some finicky little glitches in the software. Midoriya had pulled what remained of his breathed leg up over his kneecap and begun bandaging the damaged tissue, but froze when the next question came softly out of the president's muzzle. And the syringe you used in the car. The BLD you were coughing up. Midoriya stayed tense for a moment but forced himself to relax. An action not unnoticed by the president. A cocktail. Nutrients, proteins, antibiotics, whatever I might need. For whatever healing quirk you have working on your leg right now. It's bad, but isn't nearly as bad as it was an hour ago, if the report from Aizawa is any indication. Midoriya scowled before snorting. I don't have a quirk. I've told you that. Nezu didn't believe he was being lied to, so he frowned. A facial feature that was becoming more and more common as he had to deal with Midoriya. Then how? Company secret. Midoriya. Don't ask questions you don't want the answer to, Nezu. The president froze, skin crawling at Midoriya's soft tone. It was warm and smooth, inviting the listener to relax into it before snapping closed its jaws. I don't lie. Manipulate, redirect, twist, and on occasion, I'll outright not answer. But I don't lie. So do not ask a question that you don't want the answer to. Midoriya tied off the bandage around his leg before spinning to the small computer terminal at his desk. The room was silent for a long moment. Nezu absorbing what he'd just been told, Midoriya typing away on the computer. Uraraka is still in surgery, according to the nurses on duty at the moment. I'll be calling her parents in just a moment. I assume you wish to speak with them when they get here. You would assume correctly. Then I'll make sure a room is set aside for it. Midoriya tapped several more buttons before sighing and reaching up to tap at the communicator embedded in his skin. Phoenix, put me through to Mr. Uraraka. I've already sent you the number. Nezu looked at him as if he wanted to ask, but Midoriya said nothing and simply stared back as the dial tone buzzed. He'll either ask or he won't. I certainly won't be telling him without the question. At least I know that Aizawa is good for his word on not reporting Phoenix. You've reached Uraraka Contracting, how may I help you? Midoriya glanced up at the clock and sighed. The poor man seemed tired, and based on the time, that didn't surprise him. He was likely either just stepping away from a site or had just gotten back from one. Regardless, he didn't really like dumping this news on his classmate's father at such a time. But it had to be done. I take it I am speaking with Mr. Uraraka himself. You are? How can I help you? I'm sorry to intrude at the end of your workday, sir, but I'm Dr. Midoriya Izuku calling from Musutafu General Hospital in regards to your daughter, Uraraka Okiko. Midoriya heard the hiss of a breath sked in and the sound of a woman in the background asking him what was wrong. Midoriya closed his eyes and breathed deeply. This part was never easy, and gods forbid he have to notify them of her death. What's wrong? Has something happened to Okiko? More. Panic in the background, Midoriya noted. The mother would be his guess. I'm sorry to inform you, sir, that your daughter was admitted to the hospital only a short time ago in critical condition after an incident during training at her college. She's currently in surgery, but I would advise you to make your way to the hospital immediately. No. I just spoke to Okiko a few hours ago. There has to be some kind of mistake. I'm sorry, but there is no mistake, Mr. Uraraka. There is a shuttle awaiting you and your wife at Matsusaka Airport. It'll bring you here. It wasn't even an hour before Mr. and Mrs. Uraraka were sprinting into the waiting room of the ER. Not enough time to stop looking like absolute SHT. but enough time to get some color back into Midoriya's cheeks. Enough time to get showered and changed into clothes that weren't covered in their daughter's blood. Midoriya found them, after limping into the waiting room with a cane, arguing with the poor nurse at reception regarding their daughter. Midoriya waved to the poor nurse and caught her attention before gesturing to the two in an indication to send them back to him in the conference room. Midoriya sat down in his chair as he waited for his classmates' parents and winced mildly as he bumped his calf against the table. The adrenaline had worn off in the hour of status reports, and as he had backed down on his augments once he was out of danger, his leg hurt like an absolute beach. He'd had worse, but that didn't stop him from wincing. The low, quiet humming from the president next to him was offset only by the sound of shuffling chairs, indicating the arrival of the two distressed parents. Midoriya opened his eyes and observed the two. They were pale, and upon seeing both the president and himself, seemed to lose another couple shades of color, becoming practically gray. "I know you now. We looked you up on the way here because the name sounded familiar. You're the head of Moonlit Industries. Then, of course, President Nezu is also here. Okiko really was hurt, wasn't she?" It was the mother that spoke first, soft and shaken. Nezu nodded slowly, making sure their eyes were on him when he spoke. "I'm sorry, but yes. One of our new professors allowed a training exercise to go too far, and she was unfortunately caught in the following accident. You have my sincere apologies on behalf of the entire staff and the university, as well as my assurances that steps are being taken to make sure something like this never happens again." "How bad?" Mr. Uraraka croaked the words out like he was in a bad dream. "How badly was our daughter hurt?" Both parents looked at Midoriya now. It shouldn't have surprised him. The white lab coat indicated him as a medical professional here. Slowly, Midoriya chose his words. "First, I should offer my apologies, as well. Uraraka was my partner during the training exercise, and her injuries are in part my responsibility. If I'd been a bit faster, this never would have happened." Both parents' eyes widened in surprise at the revelation. The doctor who had called them was evidently their daughter's classmate, as well. "Unfortunately, I wasn't fast enough." As such, Uraraka was severely injured during the incident. She was then brought in immediately upon retrieval from the collapsed building and went straight into operation. She is no longer in immediate danger, but she will have to be kept in the ICU for the time being while she's monitored. I expect she'll wake around tomorrow morning, but until she does, she still isn't entirely in the clear. Mr. Uraraka choked a bit before putting his head in his hands, while his wife grimaced and clenched her fists in her lap. "What aren't you telling us?" Midoriya grimaced. He respected the woman's backbone, but sometimes information was best given in small doses. "Are you sure you want the full details and don't just want to go to her? Tell us." Everything was dark. Not the kind of dark that came in the dead of night, but the pitch black of the void. The deep darkness of unending endings. In that darkness was simultaneously everything and yet nothing at the same time. Uraraka Okiko found her consciousness in this place. Was she awake? Was she asleep? Was she alive or dead? Uraraka didn't know, and that scared her more than anything else. Her body screamed at her in pain, and her lungs shrieked for oxygen as she sobbed in that land of pure nothing. She couldn't breathe. She couldn't move. She couldn't do anything. A flash of light, and as quickly as it came, it was gone. Air flooded into her lungs and she gasped on the floor. Tile was the first thing she registered when she gathered her senses back to herself. How long had she been laying there? Was it a minute? An hour? A year? Uraraka couldn't tell. The second thing she processed was her surroundings. Hospital hallway was her first thought. The fluorescent lights, the clinical tile, the doorways leading to countless patient rooms. Countless patient rooms. Uraraka took another look, harder this time, and realized the hallway didn't end. As far as she could see in either direction, door after door after door lined the hallway. Tip, tap, tip, tap. Uraraka stood shakily. Her legs felt like gelatin, and her body revolted at the motion. Her head spun as if she'd stood too quickly, and her stomach heaved as it tried to empty its non-existent contents. Well, what do we have here?" Uraraka turned her head and froze. She had looked because her mind had cried out in elation. A person. How long had it been since she had spoken with someone? Or had she just spoken with someone? What had she been doing? Where was she again? It was only after she looked that she had an inkling of her mistake. Her eyes burnt as she stared at the thing. A masculine figure stood beside her with its head ped to the side. A cane shaped like an hourglass in his old hands. Young hands. Uraraka blinked because she couldn't decide. He wore a business suit, a navy blue on a body entirely too long to be human. His face was covered by a golden mask made to represent a person. Uraraka Okako, I do wonder what you'll become. What path will you choose? Will you take what? She tried to choke out words, but her throat was dry, her tongue sandpaper in her mouth. Or was it? Why was she having problems talking? That didn't seem to be the case at all. It really is such a shame. Young Midoriya is so interesting because we can't see his path. I wonder what caused it. It's so exciting to have a mystery, wouldn't you agree? Slowly, Uraraka nodded her head. Who was this person? Thing. The man seemed to shudder in place in joy. When she blinked, the gold mask had shifted into a smile. Uraraka didn't like that smile. It was too happy. Too unnaturally wide. I agree so much. I know just the gift for you, since you like mystery just like me. It's been so long since I've had such a conversation. Or has it not been any time? Time. Ah, who cares? The creature laughed, and Uraraka thought her ears would bleed. The sound of a million shards of glass scraping across her eardrums brought tears to her eyes. Yes, yes. Tears of joy, I could weep as well. Let's see your paths, shall we? The man grabbed Uraraka's shoulder, and suddenly, a million images flashed across her eyes. Herself, old and gray in a wheelchair. She rested on a wooden porch, a blanket covering her lap. Uraraka wept now, for her eyes were soulless and dead. Another image came, herself, old once more, but standing strong, eyes full of life. She wore what looked like a hero costume and a proud grin on her face. One of her legs pressed down on the spine of a criminal who struggled to crawl away. Her leg. Something wasn't quite right. Another image flashed, faster now, across her eyes. Her classmates spread out in horror, some already dead in a courtyard, surrounded by crisis. All Might being ripped apart by a black bird. Another image, even faster. Midoriya standing atop a mountain of corpses, laughing as he gutted a man wearing hands. Another image. A child, gutted and strung up by the trees, his eyes crying out for help as a large beast bathed in his BLD. Another of a gun barrel shoved into Bakugo's throat. Another image of a city torn in half, civilians dead and broken across it. Chomes, enough. The hand on her shoulder was ripped away from her, and Uraraka collapsed onto her knees, retching as BLD leaked from her eyes and ears. Her breath came in elbred gasps, and her vision swam with the appearance of yet another figure. Tall and built like an Amazonian, the woman's eyes were the bright yellow of a cat's eyes, and her skin was as blue as the deepest oceans. Gold body paint trailed over parts of her visible skin, and what wasn't revealed was covered by a thin, silk dress. You know you aren't welcome in this realm. You are too unstable. Chomes let out a low, crazy purr from the back of his throat. Oh come now, over. Midoriyas are so interesting. I couldn't let the opportunity pass by to play with her a bit. He never lets his own come here. For good reason, with the likes of you around. We'll see if you are laughing once I've dealt with you. But for now, Over kneeled down next to Uraraka and cupped her by the cheek. Her presence was comforting, Uraraka realized. Nothing like the man. He made her feel like she was in too many places at once. The woman felt like a warm embrace. She could just snuggle into her and sleep forever. Oh no you don't. I'm sorry, my darling. But right now, you need to wake up. Midoriya was just outside Uraraka's room, once again convincing the doctor on shift that he didn't need to sleep. He'd be more than happy to continue to stand there for another day if he had to. After he had finished speaking with Uraraka's parents, and hadn't that been fun, telling them their daughter had flatlined twice during surgery, he had brought them straight to her room. They, much like Midoriya, hadn't left her side since they got there 9 hours earlier. The girl looked rough, that was putting it lightly. Tubes and wires ran across her, monitoring every little thing that could go wrong, while others did their best to keep her alive. Her parents had wept initially, tear streaks still marred their faces, but now, at least, they were merely silent. Initially, they had been worried about the costs. Until, of course, Nezu had told them in that no-nonsense way he had that you would be covering the costs of their daughter's stay. Even better, they had jumped on Midoriya's offer of relocating them to one of the low-rent buildings around Moonlit Industries. He had been mildly afraid they were going to have a heart attack, though, when Hatsune had come back and offered them a position as the company's main contractors. Midoriya had thought to bring up the idea of using Uraraka's family's construction as the main company for their upcoming projects before this point, but it was a relief that they were on the same page. He hadn't needed to speak with Hatsune about the topic. Uraraka had mentioned her family was struggling financially. It was a little thing they could do to help them. He was still arguing with the doctor when the alarms inside the room went off and sent both of them sprinting inside. Uraraka was awake, it seemed. Her eyes bolted around the room wildly, her heart rate spiked well beyond safe levels, and her fingers scraped against her neck as if she couldn't breathe. Uraraka. Uraraka. Breathe. Hey, yeah, focus on me. Look at me. No, don't look away. Look me in the eyes. Focus on me and breathe. 1, 2. You are fine, you're safe. You are in the hospital. Slowly, her heart rate came down and the panic leached out of her eyes, only to be replaced with a bone-deep tiredness. Am I Midoriya? Uraraka croaked out the word as if she weren't sure of anything anymore. Her eyes darted around the room before falling on her parents who had rushed to her left side. Mom. Dad. Uraraka closed her eyes and took a deep breath, evidently taking stock of everything. The moment Midoriya was dreading occurred not a moment later when her eyes shot back open. Panic once again filled them as her gaze darted from Midoriya to the doctor checking her vitals, and back to Midoriya again. Why can't I feel my legs? Midoriya wanted to sigh when he saw the panic. He wanted to sigh when Uraraka's vitals spiked through the roof, and Midoriya most certainly wanted to sigh when he had to step forward and push the girl back into her bed. She had tried to sit up too quickly and gasped at the pain that lanced through her abdomen. Gently, Midoriya kept his hand on Uraraka's shoulder but glanced at her parents briefly before looking her in the eyes and speaking softly. What is the last thing you remember? Uraraka's brow scrunched in consternation. What do you mean? I was squaring off against Ida in the training exercise. There was some big blast or something from, I'm assuming, Bakugo that shook the building. Professor Aizawa told us through the comms that the exercise was over and then. Yes, well, that is already better than what we could have hoped for. Midoriya calmly pulled a stool over beside Uraraka's bedside before retrieving a penlight from a drawer. Sitting down, he began running through some basic tests. No. I've got it. Something happened, right? That's how I ended up here. What happened? Uraraka hissed the last part out while shaking her head. Midoriya did allow himself to sigh now. What happened was All Might fed up. Midoriya winced before turning to both of the girl's parents who had moved themselves to the other side of the bed. Pardon my French. Mrs. Okiko shook her head as if dismissing it while her husband's lips pulled back into a snarl. He did F up. Uraraka's head whipped around to her parents before it seemed the momentary distraction of her legs seemed to pass. The panic returned once more and she turned to Midoriya slowly, a look of dawning horror overtaking her features. Her throat was dry when she croaked out her question again. What happened? Midoriya merely stared blankly at her. Where to even begin? She didn't need to know about Katsuki. No one needed to know about that other than the president when they were dealing with him after All Might. The disappointment of a man would undoubtedly try to put all of the blame on himself. Quick and clean, Midoriya decided. It was easier that way. After Aizawa ordered us out of the building, it collapsed. You were severely injured during the collapse and were only extricated some 8 minutes after the collapse. At which point, you were rushed here and underwent extensive surgical intervention in order to stabilize you. During which, Midoriya winced and sighed again, because there was no good way to put this. During which, the surgeons on staff were unfortunately unable to repair all of the damage. The further Midoriya got into relaying the information, the less BLD Uraraka was capable of keeping in her face. Her parents grimaced and held her hand. She couldn't help but hold onto them back, an anchor in her personal storm. "What are you saying, Midoriya?" Midoriya closed his eyes for a moment to collect himself. To brace himself for what would come. The compressive force during the collapse and the time it took to extricate you caused direct tissue damage while occluding venous outflow. With prolonged compression, the resultant cellular death. Midoriya, what are you saying? Uraraka's parents jerked at the sudden outburst, and even the girl herself seemed shocked by it. She tried to stutter out an apology when Midoriya simply shook his head and waved it off. He'd been on the receiving end of far worse from trauma victims. While the medical staff here are some of the best in the country, of that I've made sure of, they were unable to repair much of the damage to your spine. Besides that, they also had to amputate your legs, and you flatlined twice. To be entirely honest, even the fact that you're awake already is a miracle of quirks and technology. There it was. The air had stilled, and Uraraka's breath hitched in her throat. She'd practically stopped breathing. Her wide brown eyes widened even further, practically leaving them the size of dinner plates. The look on her face would have been comical were it not for the situation and the heart-wrenching sorrow and horror displayed there. "No. No, no, no," and the words turned into choked sobs as she clawed the light blanket off of her, as she saw her legs missing. Her right, from the knee down, and the left from further up her thigh. "It's her parents' turn now. I can come back later." Silently, Midoriya signaled the doctor still standing by in the room out with him. It wasn't until Midoriya got back to his office that he allowed the mask he'd carefully constructed to slip. It wasn't until then that he allowed himself to remember how much he hated dealing with collapse patients. Nezu found him sitting in his desk chair shortly after Midoriya had returned. Midoriya simply stared, frustrated, at his own hands while the president explained that they were needed back at the university. When Midoriya protested that he needed to be at the hospital in case something happened, Nezu calmly explained that the doctors on staff were more than capable of handling anything that would arise at this stage. Besides that, Midoriya, the board needs your testimony on what happened. We'll be handling All Might and Bakugo later today. What do you mean we? Midoriya's voice was tense, strained. I mean, you'll be present for the meeting. I'd rather you not bug my office again. I only just got rid of the last of them. Nezu said that as if he didn't figure there were at least another 3 he had yet to manage to discover. God's DMN it. Fine. Fine. Midoriya clenched his fists along with his eyes, drawing a deep, steadying breath before he stood and stepped out of the room with the president. If Nezu noticed the new hole in the wall, well, he couldn't blame his student for being a bit frustrated. I should go back in there and skin every one of them. Midoriya seethed. First they dismissed the incident as just another training accident, and then they dare try to foist the blame onto me just because I'm quirkless. Self-proclaimed, but yes, that is how things went. Nezu responded with both platitudes and a carefully straight face. If he were honest with himself, he was just as angry as Midoriya. The board had tried to stonewall him at every turn. All he had wanted was for their critically injured student to not have to worry about her hospital bills or the undoubted weeks of rehabilitation that would follow, should she choose to stay in the heroics course. He had gotten it in the end. The Chimera knew how to get what he wanted from those idiots on the board, but it angered him to no end that they had tried to stop him from helping his own students. I could kill them all. I could make it look like a bloody accident. But no, you're here, and you would be the first person the police would talk to. That would lead to me. Midoriya's muttering was venomous as he glared down the, luckily, empty hallway. Midoriya, your muttering is turning dangerous, don't you think? Midoriya looked sideways at the Chimera sitting on his shoulder before huffing and gesturing wildly around the air. It's cathartic. Just because I can doesn't mean I wi-. As the two stepped into the teacher's lounge, Midoriya's eyes zeroed onto one person in specific, sitting on the couch, sipping tea as if nothing had happened. A low rumble began in the back of Midoriya's throat that he quickly cut off when he noticed both Aizawa and Snipe sliding into defensive postures in different corners of the room. Ah, that is my cue, I do believe. I need to put together the paperwork for later. The emphasis on the word from Nezu did very little to assuage the tense atmosphere coming from Midoriya. I do expect you will all behave while I'm gone. It wasn't a statement, and Midoriya knew it. It was a question mostly directed at himself, not that he could blame the rodent, considering he'd snarled at the man upon sighting him. As long as All Might behaves himself, then I won't do a thing. It was a terse answer, but one that he would have to accept. One that left Nezu praying that the buffoon didn't do anything. Hopefully, his faculty could stop anything before it got out of hand. And you, Toshinori? The big man jolted, china rattling in his hands, as he was addressed by the president. Ah, of course. Nezu's eyes narrowed on him. It was a non-answer, and a nervous one at that, but it would have to do. Work was piling up, and if the look he was getting from Aizawa was any indication, then he couldn't put it off much longer. The atmosphere was tense. That was the best word for the awkward situation the staff found themselves in. Initially, it had seemed to Toshinori that his student wouldn't make this harder. He was overjoyed when the boy sat down across from him and poured himself some of the tea. That joy dissipated quickly when the boy didn't say a word and merely stared at him as if he were a living piece of garbage. Toshinori coughed. He was the #1 hero, he could do this. Young Midoriya, I need to apologize to you. Oh. The single word had Aizawa reaching for his capture scarf. It was low, cold, and contained a hatred that chilled the professors to their bones. Snipe would have reached for his sidearm, were he still in the room. He'd had a class to see to, and while Kiyama had come in after him, he couldn't help but wish for the deterrent of a firearm right now. Another cough, nervous now. Yes. I need to apologize to you for putting you into a match against young Bakugo. I hadn't realized things were quite so bad between the two of you. I shouldn't have allowed that match to continue when I heard the personal nature of his grudge. I am thoroughly impressed by you, though. To be able to keep a level head through it all and perform rescue operations like that. Even going as far as to rescue your attacker, despite what you must have been feeling. Midoriya's eye twitched involuntarily at that. I must ask, wherever did you learn to do all of that? The room was silent for a very long moment. Aizawa watched his student as he seemed to weigh his next words carefully, weighing whether he could twist anything that was said as Toshinori not behaving. The large man couldn't help but gulp as Midoriya stared him down with a look that could flay the skin off of anyone else. Military. Is that all you have to say, All Might? Aizawa's eyes widened. Even that one word was more information than he'd been able to pry out of the boy after a year of working with him. Military. Was he with the military? The latest in the urban wars had ended barely 35 years prior. Had he been taught by a veteran of them? Kiyama couldn't help but choke on her drink and snap around to look at Midoriya. Yes. Midoriya smiled now, hard and dangerous, his eyes still twitching. Then I believe it is my turn to speak, no. First, the one you should be apologizing to is not me but your student, Uraraka Okiko, who was critically injured. Midoriya's words became harsh as he spit out the girl's name at the #1. You can do whatever you'd like to me, you oaf, but you played a major part in crippling a young girl who wanted nothing more than to use her quirk to help people. All Might ducked his head now at the accusation. He had been planning on visiting the girl at the hospital to see how his student was doing, but he hadn't realized it was that bad. Crippled. Had things really gone that wrong? But you know what? Let's put that aside for a moment, shall we? Because you are a walking disaster of a teacher. I told you before that match ever began that it shouldn't happen. You ignored me. You allowed a first-year student to strap God's diamond bombs to his wrists. You continued a match when it was clearly evident that your student was aggressive beyond the acceptable level. You continued the God's diamond match when the aforementioned student threatened to kill his opponent. You have utterly failed even resembling a teacher. Kiyama sat wide-eyed at the breakdown of what had happened. Sure, she had heard there was an accident during training, but she couldn't have imagined something like this. Even Aizawa couldn't help but grimace at the kid's evaluation. He felt the same way. Midoriya turned his head now, coughing into his shoulder. Confused, he pressed a hand against his chest before continuing. For that matter, All Might, you aren't even a teacher. You're a hero that has taken the role of a teacher without ever learning how to properly fill the role. You don't have your teacher's license, you don't have a temp certification, and you don't even have field experience because the only DMN sidekick or intern you've taken on is Night Eye, who has since turned into a hardened disaster since you ejected him from your life. Midoriya was getting worked up now and seemed to be coughing along with the increase in agitation. Aizawa couldn't help but narrow his eyes in concern. Had the kid been injured worse than he let on? Now, young Midoriya, that's hardly fair. Sir Night Eye is a fantastic hero. He's done just fine without me, and the reason we parted had nothing to do with his abilities as a hero. All Might, I don't have the time to even begin to cover the problems Night Eye and I have had since our first meeting, which also wasn't a pleasant one. Cough. All Might the pillar of society. All Might the protector of humanity. All Might the gods DMN hero of mankind. I don't think that those titles are very healthy for thing, cough, exactly, All Might. You practically obsess over me for weeks. You try to push me into something, cough, because I'm quirkless. Because you're so caught up in your own DMN story. You're right, All Might. It isn't healthy, but that is exactly what you've created. We are the shepherds of our own consequences and, cough, look at your DMN consequences now. Midoriya's eyes suddenly widened as he grabbed his chest and fell to the floor. Pain lanced through his entire body, his vision swimming. He coughed now, and when he did, it splattered blood across the floor of the lounge. The professors were on their feet, he realized. Someone was yelling something. Then suddenly, his muscles locked down on him and his vision went black. What on earth was happening? Where was he? The world around him seemed to pitch and shift as his chest burned. His veins burned. His muscles burned. Everything felt like it was on fire as he desperately tried to connect to his augments. The world snapped into place, and he almost couldn't believe his eyes. Scratch that, he most certainly couldn't believe his eyes. What the fresh hell was going on? In front of Midoriya stood the tunnels of Installation Elysium, as pristine as they had been before he detonated the base's reactors. He couldn't ever mistake the hallways for anywhere else. He had walked them day in and day out with his comrades. The facility had been abandoned after the Armont crisis had come to an end, according to its records, and had served as his home for years. One of the doors joining the hallway to its facilities blew outwards off its hinges. Midoriya sprinted for one of the army cabinets nearby on instinct, grabbing the rifle and its ammunition, before turning and sprinting back, despite his body screaming at him in protest. He'd just racked the weapon when an odd collection of people stumbled from the room. What the F, Shigaraki? I thought we were passing on to the successor. Why is everything here trying to kill us? For that matter, who the F are we passing on to that they would come up with a military base in their mind? Shut up, you two. We need to get out of here. It's not binding properly. Any more of this and we're going to stop right there. Who are you people? The group froze before slowly turning to the very tall kid holding a very large gun. One of the men, this one with dark hair and wearing a high-collared jacket, tried stepping forward towards Midoriya when a loud roar ripped through the tunnel and a 25mm round tore the man's leg off. The man screamed. Midoriya winced. Hell, I need my armor to fire this thing. His shoulder was once again dislocated, and with the fire seemingly flowing through his veins, it was feeling like he'd just shoved a hot skewer through it. Whoa there! Midoriya's eyes snapped to the woman who spoke, and his eyes widened. Son of a beach. You, I recognize. A appealing fair-skinned woman with a mole under the right side of her lip. Jet black, shoulder-length hair rested atop her head, pulled back into a neat bun. Shimura Nana. A hero during the Japanese Urbans, killed by the woman watched the kid's eyes widen as he recited her information and then came to a realization, snarling, all for one. That means. The pieces clicked together one after another. The man had said Shigaraki, not all for one, so the first of the other half. One for all. Shimura Nana was a one-for-all successor. Oh, I'm going to kill him. That moth dosed me. The moment that Midoriya hit the ground, both Aizawa and Kiyama were pushing out of their seats. Aizawa got to him first and, as such, was the first to notice the BLD that had been spewed across the floor of the lounge. He was also the first to see it begin leaking down his face from his eyes and mouth, the first to see it drip onto the floor in a growing pool underneath him. Kiyama gasped when she saw the boy dripping BLD like a corpse from a bad horror film. What the F happened? If I had to guess, Midoriya had some kind of injury from yesterday that went undiagnosed and was then aggravated during his conversation with All Might here. D a minute, I knew this was a bad idea. Aizawa tried to shift the boy, but not only was Midoriya entirely rigid, to his horror, but he also found he could barely even shift Midoriya's weight. "Tisuke All Might, we're going to have Yoda." Aizawa turned and found the target of his eternal ire both deathly pale and staring at Midoriya in abject horror. All Might was a veteran hero, one that had seen countless hardships since he debuted at 22. 27 years of hero work, and the only time I've seen that look on his face is when. "Oh God! What the hell have you done now, All Might?" The question snapped the large man out of his stupor long enough to stutter out a response that was possibly the worst lie he'd ever heard. I didn't do anything, Aizawa." Yagi sweated profusely as he verbally backpedaled away from the conversation. He glanced nervously to where Kiyama was checking on Midoriya. "It's as you said, he must still be injured. Nemi, go get Shuzenji. We'll keep an eye on him." "Got it." Kiyama bolted from the room like a bat out of hell while Aizawa spun on All Might again. "One more time, All Might. What the hell have you done now?" "I have the same question, Yagi. I do believe I told you to behave." Both professors jerked their heads toward the ceiling where Nezu was crawling out of a tile. At the expression on both of their faces, he just shrugged. "I was watching from my office and it was faster. Now answer the question. What happened?" Yagi cleared his throat, stuttering out a few non-starters before simply swallowing. I passed my quirk on to him." "You what?" Yagi flinched back at the sheer incredulous fury in his fellow professor's tone. Aizawa cleared the distance between them in 2 angry steps before getting into his face. "Are you telling me that you gave your quirk to someone that has rejected it multiple times? That you gave it to someone who we have classed as a highly dangerous unknown variable? Are you Fu-Shota?" The single seething word had Aizawa's jaw clicking shut. Both men looked over to the Chimera. Instead of finding hot anger like Aizawa's, they found the Chimera glaring at the two of them with frigid eyes figuratively clinging to his ruffled fur. Nezu very carefully picked the teapot up off the table before sniffing it and crinkling his nose. I see. A genetic vector, certainly that does explain a few things. Tell me, Yagi, are you aware of just how badly you've screwed up here? Clearly Midoriya is reacting badly to the quirk, but that doesn't Midoriya's reaction to the quirk is the least of my concerns. Yagi felt his skin prickle as he stiffened under the president's glacial gaze, while Aizawa stiffened at the admittance. Nothing about that boy is normal, as I'm certain you're both well aware. He'll make it out of this somehow or another. No, my concern here is that you have just introduced yet another variable into an already volatile situation. With all due respect, sir, my quirk is a gift that neither you nor Aizawa gets, and the teapot slammed into the wall as Nezu's temper flashed from ice to fire. Months of goddamned work getting Midoriya to trust me. Just so I can get him on our side before he can become a problem for us, and for what? You to come in and F up so royally that it'll take months more just to repair the damage you've done. All you had to do was nothing. Nezu hissed the words. What is so hard about doing nothing? Yagi's eyes widened as he witnessed Nezu's temper spike, canines on full display, fur standing on end, and ears laid back flat against his head as his tail twitched from side to side. Aizawa's eyes widened, as well, for very different reasons. I've been working with him for months. Why didn't I know anything about this? Because you aren't ready for this side of things, Aizawa. You care too much for your students to do this. As it is, you haven't reported even half of what you know now after working with Midoriya, I'm sure. Nezu's eyes snapped to the doorway before he hissed under his breath and collected himself again. Enough of this. We'll speak on this later when we don't have company. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 stepped towards Midoriya just in time for the door to slam open and the school nurse to come rushing in alongside both Kyoma and 𝐻𝐻𝐿's brows winged up. Miss Hatsume, I must admit, I wasn't expecting you to come along with Shuzenji. I was alerted the moment his vitals spiked. What on earth is going on, 𝐻𝐻𝐿? Shuzenji wasted no time in crossing the room to her patient and beginning her examination. Mere moments after the exam began, though, Midoriya's muscles suddenly convulsed before he began to SCK in air like a fish out of water. Shuzenji, what's going on? Both Aizawa and Kyoma stepped forward, concerned, when Hatsume stiffly pulled them both back suddenly. A question rested on both their lips when they watched the old nurse stumble back and the president's fur fluff up again. It was then that they heard the snarl. That WhatIf dosed me. The 7 individuals across from Midoriya froze. They'd all followed the kid's muttering well enough that they were able to guess at who it was and what it was the kid had been dosed with. I take it that means you all are the previous users of One for All. Midoriya glared the individuals down from beyond the sights of his rifle. A tall, slender man stepped forward next, his hands raised in a universal symbol of placation. The one they had called Shigaraki, Midoriya realized. We are, if you wouldn't mind answering a question-no. You're killing me. Get out of my body. Get out of your body. So Shigaraki was cut off, but the tension and fury radiating off him spoke of what he thought of One for All being forced on anyone. Just go, Shigaraki. I'll explain things, and it would seem that Tosh is gone and messed up. This is my problem. Shigaraki clenched his jaw before glancing back at the other members, one already injured. Midoriya watched as his lips peeled back in a silent snarl. He could at least empathize with the man. No one wanted to make the decision to leave someone behind, even if Midoriya would be sending her along quickly after them. Midoriya continued to watch the individuals as they made their way down the corridor before they turned and dipped into a side path. The change was immediate for Midoriya. Where his body had felt like it had an anchor on top of his chest before, it was practically as light as a feather now. His body still felt like it had been run through a meat grinder, but it no longer felt like Darby was attempting to cremate him at the same time. Slowly, he breathed in before lowering the rifle to point at the ground. As I was saying, I recognize you. Shimura Nana, born 2245, became a hero at 17 before fighting for the next 14 years to save lives during the urban wars in Japan, while even lending aid to the reunited states during theirs. Officially, you died 2280, weeding out the last of the malcontents at the behest of the government. I suppose we both know better, though. Shimura's face hardened as Midoriya recited her information, bringing memories with it to the surface, before softening with a sigh. I take it that Toshi told you about me. I would sooner gouge out my own eardrums than listen to anything that man has to say. Shimura stiffened at the malice in Midoriya's tone. What exactly has he done to earn such hatred from someone as young as you? Surely that's a tad extreme. I wish it was. It became evident after several moments that Midoriya wasn't going to continue nor explain, so, sighing again, Shimura decided to get into her explanation. Considering what's happened, I suppose I should explain. One for All is unable to bind correctly to you. Sorry, but we've never had this problem before. Don't worry, though, we'll go back to Toshi. Midoriya simply stayed quiet. Look kid, did Toshi ask if you wanted the quirk? Did something happen that forced him to give it to you without telling you? You didn't seem very pleased to get it. Finally, she elicited a response from the boy, though it wasn't one she was hoping for. It was a snarl in anger. Did he ask? Oh, he asked. And then asked some more. Then when I wouldn't accept it, he stuck me in a situation to try to make me take it and crippled a girl in the process. Now, your DMN successor seems to have decided to cram it down my throat instead. Shimura's eyes widened in horror. He crammed his hair down your throat. Midoriya just stared at her, deadpan, before sweating slightly. No. Why would he? Hair. DNA. It's a biological trigger. Son of a beach, are you telling me that I let him dose me with something biological? Midoriya's mind ran through a series of possibilities. When? How? He wanted to GG once he realized it was the tea. He wanted to GG harder when his brain supplied the list of bodily fluids that could have been in it. Gods, I hope that was blue dash again. Midoriya choked as he was forced to one knee. What the hell? Aren't they gone? Why is this happening now? Midoriya looked up to find Shimura in a similar state. Her screams echoed down the halls as she clawed at her skin. Midoriya had one thought as he blacked out. This can't be good. Midoriya's eyes snapped open, and the first thing he noticed was his body screaming at him for oxygen. The second thing he noticed as his body greedily sked in air was the cool linoleum on his face. That feels so good. The third thing he noticed was the people talking around him. The sense of the room hit him. BLD, panic, fear, All Might. Midoriya couldn't help the fury that rose up in him or the growl that ripped its way out of his throat. Nor, at that moment, did he particularly care. When he pushed up from his lying position, he found himself covered in the BLD that had been pooling underneath him, but once again, he didn't care. The only thing on his mind at that second was finding the one who had done this. Where is he? Slowly, Midoriya looked across the room. Shuzenji, Mai, Aizawa, Kayoma, Nedzu. Ah! Midoriya's lips curled slowly into a wide, psychotic grin, BLD dripping off of his two sharp canines while the slitted pools of viridian fire pinned All Might in place. Enemy. Danger. Threat. Found you. Midoriya's tone was practically sing-song before the boy on the ground blurred in front of all their eyes. Nedzu sked in a breath as he felt wind against his fur, and all of them stumbled when the building shook. Distantly, Nedzu heard the klaxons signaling an attack. Something he'd have to deal with. Every instinct in his animal body told him to run. Screamed at him to escape, because currently, a very large, very dangerous predator was on the hunt. Slowly, as he turned, he found a scene straight out of a child's nightmare. All Might, buffed up, was being held against a sizable crater in their lounge wall. BLD trickled from the corner of his mouth, and fear rested in his eyes. His hands clawed at Midoriya's left arm, holding him against that wall by his throat while his right dug into All Might's left side. All Might dug at Midoriya's left hand. To everyone's dismay, Midoriya didn't let go, even when the skin began to peel off. Instead, his smile morphed into manic glee. You feel that, All Might? The struggle to breathe. Your lungs crying out for air. The panic. 20% of the air we breathe goes to our brains. Aizawa's capture weapon whipped out and wrapped around the boy, only for it to do nothing. No matter how much Aizawa pulled and twisted, the boy didn't budge, his expression only becoming more feral as All Might began to coil in his grasp, desperately trying to get air. Young Midoriya. Please. I don't want to hurt you. Hurt me, All Might. Midoriya laughed and gripped a little harder, restricting a little more air from the large man's lungs. Don't worry about that, All Might. It's too late for that. Now I'm going to make you suffer for it. I don't care if your existence is preventing crime anymore. If it's preventing us from slipping into the urbans again. Midoriya, enough of this. Nedzu called out to him, grabbing at his shirt to pull him back only to realize how demon heavy Midoriya was. Mai's voice was calm, scarily so in this situation. Izuku, I don't know what he's done, but we both agreed he isn't worth it. Release him please. Oh, he's worth it now. So worth it. But it won't be quick, no. That would be too good for AF up like you. Fire and brimstone are what you've brought down on yourself, Yagi Toshinori. I will take everything from you, and then I'll tear your flesh from its bond. The explosion of noise caught almost everyone off guard. Midoriya flew across the lounge before skipping off the desks and slamming into one of the walls and slumping against it, head lolling. All of the heads in the room turned to Hatsume as All Might gasped and choked on air sked in too quickly. With a smile, Hatsume stood twirling a long collapsible baton that was arcing electricity to the ground beneath it. Shuzenji rushed to Toshinori, doing her best to examine his injuries, before tutting and kissing him on the forehead. The man promptly deflated, clutching at his side as he stared at Midoriya's unconscious form. Something Shuzenji wasted no time grumbling about. I swear to God, I'm going to beat both of these boys after they explain to me what the hell is going on. Nervously, 𝐻𝐻𝐻 eyed the baton. Miss Hatsume, I must ask. What exactly is that? Baton. Him. Hatsume looked away from the unconscious Midoriya to the president before smiling. Oh, this is my beating stick. Everyone's still conscious sweat dropped at the easy way the inventor responded. I'm just glad I upped the voltage recently. Speaking of, I doubt that'll keep Aizu down long. I'd get him out of here before he wakes up. Doubt that'll work a second time. By the time that 𝐻𝐻𝐻 had returned to the lounge, Midoriya was gone. He had only left for a few minutes to rescind the alert and verify that Yagi had gotten back to the infirmary before returning for the boy. DMN idiot. How the hell is Midoriya even moving after that? It only took a quick search of the security feed to find that Midoriya had gone towards Snipe's class with Hatsume in tow. After a quick jog through the ceiling tubes, he arrived at the class to find. Where is the class? 𝐻𝐻𝐻 dropped out of his perch and looked around quickly, finding Snipe, mask off and face down on his desk. On his right, his revolver loaded and on his desk, and to his left, a half-empty bottle of whiskey. Before 𝐻𝐻𝐻 could even speak, the hero groaned. What the fresh hell did that moron do now? Where is Midoriya? Your class. I sent them out when I saw the look on that boy's face. He came in, Hatsume trailing behind, with a look that all but promised murder. Thank the almighty I did too, because then they both disappear into the simulation to take part in what I can only describe to you as a goddamn mess. What the hell did All Might do now? How do you know All Might did anything? In response, Snipe merely picked his head up off his desk, grabbed the bottle of whiskey and a chug out of it, and walked over to the display that showed the simulation before turning it on. Oh dear. On screen, Midoriya was beating a man to death with what appeared to be his friend's arm. Around them, bodies littered the cityscape. Some were clean kills with their necks snapped, others not so much. Bodies smeared up walls, others hanging from street lamps by their own organs. A few, by the looks of it, had their throats torn out. But most concerning was that each and every one of them had All Might's face. Silently, 𝐻𝐻𝐻 reached out, taking the bottle from Snipe before taking a drink himself. Midoriya growled as he put his fist through another of the fake All Might skulls before snarling and sitting down. For a long moment, he just stared at the fake BLD covering him and mixing with the real. If he were honest, he was just as angry with himself as he was with All Might. He'd let his guard down and hadn't been paying attention. What the hell does it say about me that this kind of scene is normal? What kind of fed-up monster am I now that this is cathartic? How the hell am I supposed to save people when I'm like this? Mai had long since taken a seat against one of the buildings to listen as he explained what had happened. As he had gone on, her hands had twitched on the long rifle she'd brought into the simulation. I take it back. I should have let you kill him. We can still do it. Let's go out there and kill him. Oh, I wish I could. Trust me, I do, but you were right on that. I can't kill him. He needs to pay for trying to drag me into his DMN feud. The public needs to be disillusioned. Everything he stands for needs to be torn down with him alive to watch. Or we could just kill him. No, Mai. As much as I want to at the moment, this is going to need to be delicate. Not the brute force method. My instincts are, kill him. Maim him. Rip him to pieces. Enemy. Threat. End him. Requesting. No matter how momentarily satisfying that would be, like it or not, our number one hero is like Endeavor. A flaming piece of garbage, but unfortunately one that's protecting people. I may hate All Might, but my goal is to protect people. Right now, much like his rival, he's doing more good than bad. That doesn't make what he's done any less wrong, Izuku. He needs to pay for what he's done. He will. But until I can protect everyone, he's an unfortunate necessity in keeping the peace. I'm not making him anything but babies that self-destruct. Midoriya couldn't help but laugh, a tension that he'd been carrying for the last hour leeching away a little. And I'm going to make his life a living hell from now on. Never change, Mai. Never change. A little calmer now, Midoriya looked around, appreciating the amount of carnage in the simulated city. Besides, For now, we can do this. Midoriya's eyes zeroed in on one very pale, very horrified, and very familiar-looking woman, standing now in front of the pile of bodies that Midoriya was sitting on. The woman was the same one he'd been talking to before collapsing a second time. Please tell me you can see her. Midoriya pointed at Shimura Nana, who had snapped her head around to look at Midoriya. Hatsune looked from the empty road and its simulated corpses back to Midoriya, concerned. See who, Izuku? Well, F.